Boys. Hello. Hi. Good day. So, as you can tell, server's down today. We're a little bit late. It's gonna happen this weekend. Boys. So, it is, it's 80 plus degrees outside. It is hot as a motherfucker. And it is going absolutely insano style. I have no idea what this downtime, or what this Discord is. Poop. There we go. Cool. So anyways, I have no idea what that, oh, my laptop probably. I'm getting my laptop all updated. By the way, Leon, first, and the 95-day streak. 2 for 1, I appreciate you, dog. George, the 10-day streak. Here's so many more. You know they're mage for PvP still? We always need another mage for PvP. Yeah, there is a hard cutoff on the signups. Yo, Kai. Hope you've been well. So, there is a sign up that is somewhere in the announcements. Hold on. Kittens. Final reminder to sign up for PvP statics plus the tournament. If you don't sign up, we can't place you on a team. Need more everything. All right. I don't see a sign up. I mean, maybe because you're signing up for the wrong side, baby. Maybe that's why. But yes, we always need more mages. We always need more rangers. We need a lot of everything. Where's the tournament? Unchul. In Ashes of Creation. It's, I think, on June 8th and 9th. So, when we get back in Goondark, ooh, Goondark will be fun. But yeah, so when we get back from Vegas, Sewer, what up, baby? Hope you're having a beautiful day. It's going to be an insano style 10-day grind. So, I'm going to be doing, like, I have my laptop out there so I can do all of my mayoral stuff. And we'll make sure comms are up. We'll make sure buy orders are up. We'll get a couple hours a day just cooking up streams and whatnot. We'll do all that. We got you guys. We got you guys. It may be on some shitty hotel internet, but we got you guys. Ashes will not suffer. And then we have to get as many people out to Shorefoot as possible. The election on the 1st, we have 5 days to sign up as candidates. I'll be doing that. Then once that registration period ends, we need everybody voting. Otherwise, we may lose the election. We do not want to lose the election. We did it once. We won it once. Now we need to do it again. There will be a lot fewer votes available because people will be going back to their nodes, like their home nodes. So both sides will have fewer votes. But as long as we can continue building the shit out of the node, we're up tremendous. That's all it takes. We need to show every single person how serious we are about the progression of the node as a whole. And if we do that, we're good. People won't have a choice. Like, we're already pumping. The ag supply is up and functional as soon as we get back. Servers are up Thursday, 1 p.m. Should be good. We're going to start pumping money. We're going to start pumping everything. It is going to be beautiful. Can't play Ashes anymore. Computer overheats and shuts down every time I try to launch. What? Wait. What do you mean? Relaxing with some food? Ooh, what you eating? My day's been good. It's over 80 degrees in Maine right now. So I spent a lot of the morning outside and packing and like prepping because we're going to Vegas. Carla's coming back here. We're here for 10 days for the election process and post-election process and PvP tourney. And then we're in Iceland for 2 weeks doing our nomadic wander of Iceland. You guys will get streams every day. Don't worry. Most of them will be Ashes streams too. Every single uptime day, we're going to be doing Ashes. So We'll be cooking all of that, mostly normal schedule, relatively close to normal schedule. And then from there, we're back until October. It's grind time, baby. We got a couple of months to shore it up. So I'll actually be back here towards the middle-ish, end-ish of June. I think it's like the 12th to the 26th or something like that. And so we'll be doing daily Ashes streams from Iceland. You guys will be getting crazy-ass backdrops and shit. Like, absolutely scenic backdrops. And anybody that dies to me in PvP will be dying to me on a Lappy Toppy. It's going to be fucking hilarious. But it's going to be 2 weeks of absolute banger content. Merc, the 60-day streak, I appreciate you. And on downtime days, we have the IRL backpack that we did all the fundraising for, that chat helped out with and we went crazy for. And basically that allows us to, on the downtime days, do this, do the YAPS, but we'll basically be chilling, we'll be hiking, and you guys will be out in Iceland with us doing cool shit for a few hours. So instead of just sitting in the chair and yapping, we'll be yapping, and I'll be trying to read my chat without rolling my ankles. And then from there, Iceland raid. Yes, we're actually gonna have close to a full party. Yeah, we should be good for any raid bosses. We're gonna go check out the volcano soon. So Crucible, that's coming in between the June Dark, the Riverlands, and like the gooch of the tropics, the Riverlands and the June Dark, like kind of the taint, because it taint either one of those. That's gonna be the Crucible. We thought it was a guild castle at first, but it may be Gooches of Creation. Jesus Christ. You go from Ashes of Creation to the first expansion, Asses of Creation, because they realized that big butt, big booba skins would generate more money. And then we go full, like, light X-rated with the Gooches of Creation expansion, which goes into, like, some slight... We're not going to get too far down this road. Let's move on. Hi, Bad Dad. I see the sunlight also has you feeling a type of way. The Gooch Dark. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, honestly, would it be the Gooch Dark, or would we be better off waiting for Pelagucha? God fucking damn it. God damn it. I fucking hate it here. I hate it here. Devs are never gonna let me into anything cool because of you guys. You guys are enablers. It's like you're basically bringing me Dr. Pepper nonstop and then being like, oh, Dusty, why do you have cavities? And then shaming me for having cavities. You guys are the enablers. Also, I don't have cavities because I don't let anybody bring me Dr. Pepper. DGen Central. Listen, man. The developers put Cock Rock on the map. We simply located it and recognized their efforts. If anything, we're giving them the props they deserve. You got Dr. Peppy on day one? I don't want Dr. Peppy. I've been clean. I'm just here for jacking. We're gonna have the best jacking in the entire game in Shorefoot. We're gonna be experts on jacking and animals. Two separate things. Two separate things. Jacking and animals. There is and. But they could be together. Sir, I think you have a misunderstanding of what the animal husbandry breeding system is going to be. This is going to be a deep system, but I think you may be going a little too deep. Excellent. What do you want, Zine? That sounded so mean. What leaderboard are you looking for? Sorry. What the fuck do you want, Zine? Why are you here? No, what leaderboard do you want? My bad. My bad, I'm so snappy. How dare you type while I stream? Polluting the chat with your fucking filth. God fucking damn it. I could be any way in the world and I choose to be this way. I'm on the list now. I hope it was worth it. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. You're not allowed in the node. You can't come to the town, Zine. No boats. Actually, this would be the perfect place because we do have a harbor that's directly southeast of town. You're up, tremendous. Teeps, what up, go? Happy Wednesday. It's as happy as a Wednesday can be. It is indeed. I wish it was an Ashes up time. Like, what if, because I'm gonna be traveling tomorrow, they actually, like, sacrifice the entire weekend of uptime to put it up today? Like, in theory, what if? I wouldn't mind. Isn't there, like, do exclamation watch time? And I think there's also, like, an exclamation watch time rank or something. I don't know. Somebody, like, shadow set those up one day, so I don't even know all of what the watch time commands are. I do know there's the basic watch time, but I think there might be the watch time rank. The big 17 days. You're almost out of Diddy range, so that's cool. Good for you. I hope it's been a fantastic 17 days. Zine, you're climbing the leaderboard because you're the only one that's not fucking getting hosed on those gambas. I've never seen somebody with that much luck. And I think if you all in right now, you lose it. Yeah, you definitely do. Someone else just won. You lose. I'm really expecting some new content this week since it's been quiet on the dev front for the last few weeks. We could theory craft today. I'd be down to theory craft. So we have the econ patch coming in. We know that. Keep in mind, originally, the base implementation of the anvils was scheduled, quote unquote. And I say scheduled because everything is roughly scheduled. Everything is roughly scheduled. Zine, I told you you were going to lose. Everything could always be shifted with other things coming in, other things being pushed back. And I think that is very important to keep in mind. But the original timetable, just for like rough frame of reference, for perspective, was the Tropics at the end of March, the Goondark at the end of April. Check. Check. Anvils at the end of May. Question mark. And keep in mind, this is not the full functionality of the anvils. This was intended to be the base implementation of the anvils. You can't have my bank account of points. You don't want my bank account IRL, and you can't have my bank account of channel points. That's all I have. That's my claim to fame. So if I ever do get famous, I'll be able to say that I'm the #1 points holder in DustyWhy's chat, and people will be like, who the fuck's DustyWhy? And I'll be like, he's a famous Twitch streamer. And like, people won't know that I'm DustyWhy, but they'll know that I have the most points in a famous Twitch streamer's chat, so that way they'll think that I'm cool. You guys can't stop me. Yo, Woodington, what up, brother? Wait, ain't no way we just had point donations. Wait a second. Did we just have point donations go out? Bruh. Stop funneling Zine, or I'm gonna take all of his points. How can I? Hold on. Exclamation. Remove points. Zine rocks 69. Fuck! It appears I'm somewhat limited in my scope, despite being God in this world. It appears I may have run out of options, unless exclamation take points. Zine rocks. 69. Well, I do always have one more option. Smoke him if you got him, boys. Smoke him if you got him. I may have limited scope, but I do have other options. Don't make me untimeout him. Alright, fine. Fine, I'll let him back in. He can gamba. He can gamba. If he's getting all these donos, though, my condition is that he has to hit a gamble all. Oh, wait, he's back. He's back. Boys, it's sorted. It's sorted, perfectly balanced as all things should be. Woo!
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Rosinis, thank you for the follow. Sorry, we're bullying Zine right now. Yo, Zevo, what up, brother? Not gonna lie, I haven't been playing Ashes for the past month, taking a break. Any news lately? Just kind of like the ongoing stuff that we've had. We've had multiple backend things that, if you played at the start of the stress test, you would definitely notice in terms of server stability, like shit not crashing, what server workers can actually function as, and how fluid things feel. So they've worked a lot on that. They've tweaked gatherable spawn rates. They've added cluster spawns. So just yesterday, I won the mayoral election in Shorefoot, so I'm a mayor right now. We need to get a re-election on the 1st going, so we need everyone we can for that. But basically they added gatherable spawn clustering. So I was on my flyer going around and I saw 4 willows drop down. They were all adult willows. I chopped them all down, stack a rare willow, just like that. So that's all because of the spawn clustering. So people have found spawns of rubies, spawns of willow, spawns of everything, just all clustered. So they've changed like reward tables, spawn rates, drop tables, and it's all kind of like an ongoing change as well. They've also come out with some really nice questing loops. The most efficient questing loop right now, starting loop, sorry, is a 1 to 10, 1 to 11 questing prog. That gets you an entire starting set of gear, like gets you to level 10 or level 11 when you can start the mob grind. But questing continues to get added to, revamped, and better. And then from there, they took out a lot of the vendor acquirable goods and went in favor of player acquirable goods. So, just things to keep in mind. Wanted to ask why a tank can permanently CC or trip someone. It seems like a person doesn't become immune. So, they do have a lockout. And with that, it's basically, I can actually pull up in my VOD. It's a good thing you asked, because I know right at the end of my VOD last night, I went over for some guild PvP, like just like guild practice for us. I was flying around on my mayor a lot of the day. So this is my flyer, by the way, for those that didn't see it. It's a pink griffin. Is party. I miss it already. But we got our first building up in Shorefoot. And we were able to, this is a process of getting all the mats donated for it. And then the building went up. This is Cock Rock. It looks like a peen. And then we did some PvP. So we did some team versus team stuff. And we did that for a bit. Reformed our teams. Went into more. This is where we redrafted teams. Let's see. Watch Ultra's POV. Mage POV can be really fun. So we basically rolled into teams. I somehow fucked up the math on the teams. And then we ran these. Oh, excuse me. Ran these for a bit longer. Nin's dead. And then we did some 1Vs. Where are the 1Vs? I believe these are the 1Vs. So this may show. Let's see. He was playing like a scrappy fella. So I do have to be careful of that. Also, Victor. I don't know if Victor's in here, but peep this. I made fun of him for this, but he went to shatter me and watch. I pop Indom, I pop Grit, and then I block. His Lightning Strike and Shatter did a combined 530 damage to me. Oh god. Oh, that's so funny. Yep. So active block is really good in PvP, by the way, if you're a tank. It's really good. But basically, in terms of the trips, if I go into a trip combo here, so okay, this is a combo where he basically just gets full locked. So I go in and I miss that because I'm a bitch. First trip goes in, so you'll see the trip debuff. Damage goes in while he's coming out of it. So then I put him into a stun before the trip wears off, so that way he's comboed. So that's the first trip, and then I go in, typically, if I have time, we trip, pulve, slam into the triple bop. So we go a trip into another CC with a stun, and then you'll notice here, because I went into a third trip too early, I should have waited, and after the second stun, I should have got more damage in on that timer, and I had more options for this. I could have 100 to 0'd him if I would have, instead of doing this tremoring strike, the third trip, I should have popped my Rush of Courage, topped off my Courage, and then double slammed him, and then I would have had another pulve up, and that would have killed him during the CC. But, again, as stated before, I'm a bitch, so I didn't do that. I'll do that next time. But if you CC somebody 3 times in too quick of a timer, you'll notice I go to hit the tremoring and the damage goes through, but he has these. So certain types of CCs are within the same bucket, so to say. And if you overfill a bucket with CC before it has time to drain from a tiny hole in the bottom of the bucket, then it overflows the bucket and they get a 10-second lockout where they can't be CC'd by that bucket. So every trip and every stun will fill up that same bucket. So what I did there was too much stacking of CCs too quickly. Therefore, I gave him a 10-second lockout. Now, I do typically try to force this lockout, but it's after all of my damage has gone through, and then that will leave them very low, if not dead, and I'll have a chance to back off for 10 seconds, get my courage back up for another full initiate, pop like my shake it off to self-heal if I need that, get my grit back up, because that's going to be down in 10 seconds, and that's kind of like a soft reset period for me as a tank. But you'll see, again in this combo, when I go in, you've got, if you're spacing it properly, I do have a 1v1 Bard fight, actually, yes. So I get the trip, which is over 3 seconds.
Why does Sword and Board have the best ability
the stun,
in the game now?
which is another 3+
Why did Fire
seconds.
Staff get a 20% plague on the easiest
I have
ability
my
to
grit
use?
here.
Why the fuck did I lose my grit?
I got my grit here.
Everything sucks and nothing makes sense.
So I had the 3+ there, and then I have 3 seconds here. So I could have got, just without him having a CC break, 6 seconds of pure damage into him. And in 6 seconds, if a tank is just full courage going into it, because like I have, after my trip as a tank, when a target's snared or recently tripped, I will, sucks that missed. When they're snared or recently tripped, and I go into a pulverize, which you'll see goes there. That's what I killed him with. I should have had all of that before he even broke the CC, just to make it a little cleaner. But that 742 force crit is because I had the recent trip on him, and pulverize is like augment to the right of it, gives it that guaranteed crit against either tripped, recently tripped or snared targets. So big things here, and I'll do it from the start. Let's see. So whole fight starts out, and we go longbow poke and trade. And with the longbow poke and trade, I'm trying to get finishers out because it bumps my courage. He throws his volley there, and that's the first trip. So if you're playing against a tank, you have to be very careful with your projectiles. I'll show this in the Bard fights as well. But the second I see him go into a cast bar, I know that that's a chance for me to initiate, like, off of my reflect. My reflect restores some of my mana based on the damage I take, and is also a trip when someone's hit. So once the projectiles are in the air, you can't pull them back. So projectiles come in, we hit the reflect, gets them on the ground, first 3-second trip. Gap close into the pulverize crit. So pulverize is just going to hit you regardless once I'm in the air. 907 damage crit, and keep in mind that's also after the startup of once he goes into the volley. He'll probably take a couple hundred damage from the reflect itself. I guess those don't hit hard. But yeah, overall there, he took a couple hundred damage right off rip. And then we go into more autos while I'm rooted. And I bait out his big combo, like his big shatter. And since I popped all of my mitt, I got Indom up, which gives me more HP, more healing. I got my grid up for my mitigation. And then I also saw the lightning strike coming. So you'll notice that here I go into an active block. So I know that the cast timer is coming, and when I'm fighting casters, I'm always looking at that cast timer. I see that coming. Mitigation. Grit pop. Active block. 530 damage taken from a lightning strike shatter combo. And then it's back on the offensive because he used that big combo. So now it's into the CC. I should have had him dead there, but I let him get out of the CC because I fucked that up a little bit. So next fight is against Wood. Wood is one of our bards. So in my opinion, Bard is very good. It's just, as a tank, we tend to have a lot of answers for a lot of different things, right? And so like with our kit against Bard, it's just knowing how to play against the Bards, and Bards can be very tough for us to play against because they have a good amount of in cap to get like their space. They've got some good damage single target. They've got some good pop. Do you think Bard's broken? Oh no, God no. God no. Bard's very impactful, but I think that Bard is just a very strong support, and in PvP, I think that your supports and support type abilities, with everything being based around 8v8 as the intent, is always going to impact how things play in 1vx's. Rogues, in my opinion, are the worst thing in the game to 1v1 because they have mana drain, they have re-stealth, they have Diddy Dart. They can get in and out extremely quickly, extremely easily, extremely efficiently, right? And I think that every archetype is definitely like a rock, paper, scissors, right? And with that, it's about knowing the strengths and weaknesses. I actually fight a rogue in this as well. Blackblood had a rogue out here. So I fought a mage, a bard, and a rogue. And then I don't know if I fought stomps or not right now, or if that was earlier, but I also might have fought a cleric. But yeah, it's all about, in my opinion, knowing and having enough reps against every archetype to know where their weaknesses are. Against rogues, I need to wait for them to go on me. I need to get a quick reflect off, interrupt their combo with a trip, go into a pull, hope that it hits because they're evasion. Then I need to actually get out of the combo. I need to try to grapple them out while they're still tripped, get a tomahawk throw for the second trip, then go into more damage, then my stun, and then get ready for them to re-stealth and Diddy Dart. So it's all about playing differently against every class. Against mage, I basically try to trade because I have more mitigation, more self-heal. I can eat damage and then just negate it entirely. I trade damage, bait them into a big cast combo, block the big cast, take no damage from it, gap close after their cast, pressure them, and then win. Mages are tough in 1v1 to play in general. Bards, it's all about interrupting their big combo. So Bard telegraphs their combo very hard with Discordance. They always will try to get their res stacks up. Kenko, what up? They'll always try to get their res stacks up, and then they will Discordance, and then they're trying to like link up their res dump on finisher with their Discordance itself, and that's their big dumperoo. So we have options to deal with that. Again, same thing against mage. We kind of go into the playing against projectiles and how that changes quite literally every aspect of it. So we go into our hard fight. I'm ready. I need to get my... So we're going finishers. We're going finishers. Oh, I meant to pause. And we catch him with a trip. So finishers, one thing that we're trying to build up. With my tree, I put a bleed on if I do get the proc. that bleed gives me increased accuracy, damage, and crit damage, crit chance against targets that have that bleed, targets in general, and then doubled against targets that are bleeding. So it's a very, very nice, like, addition to my guaranteed combo. In addition to that, I try to get my wounds out to reduce the healing that they take. So I'm always trying to get as many finishers out as I can and manage that early. So we go into the trip, and first trip again is always going to be, in my opinion, easiest thing is to play off of projectiles and get a reflect. So exactly what I said, you see the discordant notes. So I'm always trying to make sure that he can't get within range of me. If he gets in range for a Mez Lullaby with a Discordance, that can be a big chunk of damage. If he gets in range for the Discordance to be like a near instant pop, then that can also be a large thing. So we've got to be kind of aware of the Discordance cast. So he gap closes to me and he tries to get the Discordance cast off. And if I didn't gap close away, like if I didn't create space there and kind of like shift off to the side, see him coming through, he sent his momentum at me. And then I basically like, do you take one bubble bleed, one bubble wound on the bow tree for that? I can show you my bow tree. I basically have 2 and 2 in the top. And then I have the middle one. So the middle one, if you need sustain, you can do inner fire. I use the, I forget the name of it, but I'll show you my tree. I'll go on Codex and build it out for you guys. I changed it up for like group based stuff if I care that much to give like the group buff. But yeah, remind me and I'll show you my trees because they're both very, very, very impactful as a tank as well. And as a tank, we're always, especially in group stuff, because we have group versus group that we can look at here too. We did a lot of that yesterday. So there's always a lot of just constant like poke damage going out, all of that. But yeah, we'll go into that. I had a landlord toss my bed and refused to pay me back, so I slept on matches on the floor for like 8 months in university. That's so fucking tragic. Wait, why did a landlord toss your bed, bruh? DOS, that's a lot of DOS to put on the floor too, dog. So yeah, here we're going into our finishers, just building that. And then we see the Discordance cast, gap close away, kind of get some space. And he's going to try to follow to make sure that combo's going off, right? So right now, he's trying to follow his Discordance, make sure that everything syncs up. Res dump, Discordance hit, big burst. I'm trying to disrupt that burst, playing against a Bard in 1v1s as much as possible, because that's their strength. So I gap close, I give myself time to figure out what the fuck is going on. Get some left clicks in, and then right as he's about to close in, insta-reflect. I haven't casted a single ability yet other than this reflect. So he gets hit with the trip. The damage misses because, again, I'm a bitch. But that doesn't. Insta 700 damage on top of all of the debuffs that I already have on him. And I take the increased debuff duration, so I still have 15 seconds of wound to make sure that I can get those stacks going again. So we'll get a little bit of chase, and we get another trip on him. So first trip was my reflect. We got damage into him. And this will probably lead to him having a lockout again. We gap close away. First trip, big damage as much as we can. We get the Tomahawk trip as well. So that's our second trip. And then we go into the shield assault. And then this is a very interesting interaction. Because if a target's not tripped, this will trip them again. If a target's currently tripped, you can drop that combo on them, and it doesn't reapply the trip to cause a lockout, but it gives 25% more damage on targets that are tripped. So it's a nice additional burst and gap close. So that's why the lockout isn't hit there. But basically we go with a really, like, I didn't even use my melee abilities to trip. You get reflect trip, pulve, tomahawk trip when he's running away, big damage into the stun. So that's going to cause the lockout. So I should have gone 1-2, hold the third strike of vengeance, hit my slam here because the slam misses and I just waste that cast. So if I would have gone 1-2, slam, and then the third one, but again, you'll notice that lockout. So that bucket's now overflowed. And when that lockout goes on, I don't try to force it more. I see that that lockout's in. And what I'm trying to do here during that lockout is recognize I just won that trade like crazy. I still have my indom. I still have my shake it off. I still have all of my mitigation available. I've got both of my shields available, which I'm afraid to use these in PvP because intercept is really weird and can sometimes give the shield to the person you're fighting. I'm really cautious about that, which is why I'm not just spamming those. Normally I would be spamming those, but I go into that lockout, and the entire time I'm in the lockout, I'm looking for trades, and I'm trying to get him comfortable with trading. And then again, now that the lockout's it's done, same thing. Discordance cast, and I was already looking to initiate on him, but I got my reflect up in 3, 2, 1, reflects up now, and we're looking for the initiate since that lockout's done. So I'm gonna look to charge, and same thing. Once the projectiles are in the air, you can't stop the projectiles. So we go to charge, cancel the charge with a jump and the cast of my reflect, turn so the discordant projectiles that are behind me get hit by my reflect because you have to be facing the thing that you're reflecting to get hit. So go to gap close with the charge, see the discordance, react, jump, reflect pop right here, cancel the reflect, cancel his combo. He's tripped, turn, pulve. He kind of got shit on there. I'm not gonna lie. That's a fucking nasty play. Look at my face after making this play just real quick. That was actually kind of disgusting. I knew I just did something very, very dirty to Wood. Wood kind of got violated with the trip sap fight. When you know, you know. Can you explain how you trip with reflect? Yeah, Lane, pull up Codex real quick. Boop, boop. Ashes Codex. Build planner. Archetype, tank, skill tree. So, looking at scrims. Yeah, we just watched Wood get kind of violated. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I like mechanics. I like playing melee. So, my build out is pull, single target. We get punished for the guaranteed crit. Down here, you have shield slam, which is a single target, or you have shield assault. Shield assault's nice because of frontal cone when you hit, and it's just a straightforward dash, so a nice little gap close. Shake it off with unyielding for my CC break. And then we go into Tomahawk. Tomahawk trip from behind, and Tomahawk also does 50% more damage if you hit somebody from behind. We'll go into our Tremoring Strike, so that's 175 and applying a trip. That's 2-second trip. And then we get the 1 second additional. Oh, sorry. Tremoring Strike snare lasts twice as long. And then Tremoring Strikes knockdown. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Tremoring Bellows snare lasts twice as long. Tremoring Strikes knockdown lasts 1 second longer. That's a 3-second trip. This is a 3-second trip with this. So then we have a couple of trips already in the kit. We've got a stagger to reduce that disable evasion. So we're able to kind of like guarantee those hits. I like Intim Aura just because it's another source of stagger. And you can expand the duration of it, whether it's single target or you're going in here, or if you are in like, I use it for group a lot. I'll go in with my initiate with my intim up, and you'll just see 8 staggers around me, and then everybody gets CC'd. So I like that. If you use Tomahawk trip, do I need to be facing you to avoid getting tripped? Yes. If you're running away from me and you see the Tomahawk coming at you, you can just flicky and then look at me and then turn back after. So the Tomahawk has a very distinct like kind of sound to it. I'll turn the sound on in the duels so you can hear that. But yeah, it's the same thing with like a lot of tank stuff is frontal cone based. Exactly. Yep. So if I throw the Tomahawk at you, then you can avoid that by just flicking to me really quick, looking at me for the impact. You'll take 50% less damage from the Tomahawk because it does 50% more damage to targets from behind, and you'll avoid the trip because it won't hit you from behind. Exactly. So then I take charge. You'll notice charge, really good movement. I can cancel it with anything. I get good momentum, good gap close, very controllable, and it applies stagger to anybody that I hit. So if I charge into a clump with intim up, with charge up, and then I go shield assault, that's going to get a lot of stagger up. So we'll go into the rest of the tree. Slam, courage based, no mana dump. You get full courage up. You go in, trip, pulverize, slam, and with that you have 175, 225 guaranteed crit, 200, 200. A lot of damage. And then you're out of your first trip and you're into second trip. But what about second trip? Supernatural Grit gives us half of our Fizzmit from Grit as Magic Mitt. So it's 2010. It's not straight additive. It is a multiplicative, or it's additive with heavy diminishing returns. We haven't determined which yet. But I think it's a multiplicative. We don't know the exact multiplier of it. But basically, I go up to 57% Fizzmit and 45% Magic Mitt with just my Grit up. And that's without Block Mitt or anything else on top of that. So then we go into Fortify. Fortify is just another mitigation. It's a lot harder in terms of the courage cost. It basically goes up to 20% mitigation just as a whole to Fizz and Magic at the cost of all of your courage. So it can be used in shit scenarios. You can also use it for no courage and just get 10% for 10 seconds. It's just kind of like how you have the courage, the resource to play around it. Another good resource. Grapple, absolutely massive. So they get a tapering snare. They get staggered, and then I think it's actually staggered now, by the way, instead of the snare. Either way, grapples your pull in. Very nice to actually get. Then sometimes you can go Aegis depending on the build you want to use. I don't really run Aegis or Protect because I'm running around a lot, frontlining away from the group. Both good options though, but we have alternatives. Reflect. This is like the bread and butter of 1Vs. So, Reflect, brace for your next hit, doubling your block mitt rating. I take essentially no damage. Deals damage back to the attacker on the first hit within 3 seconds, dealing 100% of my Fizz damage, plus additional damage based on the amount of damage taken by the attack up to a maximum of, keep in mind that's supposed to be 800% Fizz damage. Currently it goes up to 900% total Fizz damage depending on how hard you hit me. I send a lot of it back. So then we have over here, Oppressive Reflect. If Reflect successfully reflects damage to an attacker, that target also becomes tripped. If I reflect something, you're tripped. You just are. If you throw something at me and I reflect it, you're just tripped. You get it. So I should not attack if you use reflect. If you can avoid it, but like we showed in the last one, a good tank, and not that I'm good, there are many better than I am, but you'll see how quick a lot of our reacts can be.
Server's still going down at 10 p.m. Yeah, servers will be down in just under
so
an hour.
this
Going
entire
down to
fight,
Quincy, I probably will.
I'll let it play out.
If I'm being real. All right, jump when you're good. All right, we're on.
So finishers.
I'm ready.
Trades.
Goody.
Roll away again from the Discordance. And keep in mind, this isn't going to be something that he can react to because he can't pull back his Discordance. And that's something as quick of a reaction as just, I come in. I'm actually turning my music back on. I was vibing with that fucking music. Hold on. All right. So that was something as simple as like, he's going to gap close to me. And before he can even get there, I don't know how long his Discordance timer is, but it took me about just over half of his Discordance cast to finish my attack and dodge away from him. So Discordance, once that's cast, I roll away to bait more time into the notes, see where he's going to go, and watch his reaction time. He's in the air. His Discordance is following me. Boom. So I don't actually use my reflect until the notes are in the air. So he didn't get tripped from the Discordance cast. He got tripped because I didn't get shotgunned by the Discordance. He made a really good play trying to gap close with Discordance. And most, like 99% of people will probably get hit by this note and then will maybe reflect the second or something like that, or may not reflect at all, or may use tremoring to trip. We don't get hit by a note. Get the reflect trip. Instant pulve, force crit, 7-11. Into the instant tomahawk because I know he's going to try to run away and create distance. Tomahawk 284 with a second trip. Shield assault, ground pound. Shield assault, ground pound, 390, 473. And then we go into our triple 227, 246, 284. No crits there. With Vengeance, that easily could have been better if I threaded the slam first. And then finishers, finishers, finishers. We play this 10-second lockout. And then this is the one where I think Wood just lost all faith in humanity. This one was just, especially after seeing it. So our lockout ends. 5 seconds on the lockout. I'm waiting on my reflect timer. I'm waiting on initiate. But reflect ends. The lockout ends here. So we go to charge. Charge goes out. I'm charging right now. Discordance is in the air. Jump. Cancel charge. Cast reflect. Flick back. Block the first note. Trip him with it. Flick back in the air. Another trip and then a crit. So there are instances where you just like won't be able to do anything. Why do you flick back? So in terms of just like flicking back, you have to be facing the thing that you're reflecting, and Discordance is one of the projectiles that hits the target from the back. So Discordance will always try to like wrap around the target. So even the first one, when he tries to get in, the reason that the notes don't shotgun me is because they try to wrap around the side and the back of the target. So even on the first one, when he gap closes here, I'm basically going to, because it's going to come in from the side. So instead of dodging backwards and going with his momentum, you kind of like use their momentum against them. He comes in from there. I go to the side. So he's going this way. And now all of my momentum is taking where he came in from. And now he's got to adjust to me while his cast is in the air. So then you'll notice even then the cast comes into the side of me. Pop reflect, turn to the side. He gets tripped off the first reflect because I turned to the side, so it would hit. Big burst damage. Second trip. More burst damage. Trip lockout. 10 seconds. So when the 10-second comes in, I just try to build my courage. I get courage off of my finisher in my extended finisher. So you'll notice I'm no courage after this because I use all my courage. Missing my slam like a dummy. Nice slam, Dusty. And you'll watch, and we'll hit finisher. Extended finisher. Enough courage to get my grid up, get a slam out. So then we play around this. So now his trip lockout's done. I'm looking and I'm seeing what's up in my ability kit. And the only thing that's on cooldown right now is my Vengeance as well as my ground pound. So I'm silenced here. I have pretty much everything up. I see that. And then the Discordance is in the air. And then that's the flick. It was that quick in terms of the flick that it was... I didn't even pause it. But you charge in, and as soon as the charge starts, you have a flick that is a couple of frames that he wouldn't be able to react to anyways, unless he's some superhuman. So jump, turn. It's a few frames, and you'll notice reflect, cooldown, block. He's tripped. I get plus mana. I take no damage. I turn back to him. I just get another trip in to guarantee that he's going to be there because I know he's low. I don't want that trip to wear off or get CC broken. Pulverize, guaranteed crit, 700 plus. But I played that fight really, 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 really well. I don't play every fight that well. That just happened to be a lot of things aligning all at once. That is probably one of the nastiest, like, anti-bard 1v1s that I've had. I won't even lie. That, like, something else was activated in my brain for that fight, and I needed to get revenge. I needed to not let the bards get me. So that's the goal. That's the goal. So we had the first one against Victor. Then we have crit percentage. Yeah, motherfuckers need to stat crit percentage. Like crit chance. Tank is a low crit chance because we have force crit and we have other forms of crit gen. Every one of our DPS needs to be crit proc, crit proc, crit proc. Like we need to get every motherfucker some crit chance. Crit chance is a huge thing. So even fighting Black Blood, So someone asked, like, who can beat tank in PvP? Rogues mana drain the shit out of us very frequently. So we fight Blackblood next, and he didn't have the mana drain poison on, so I was actually able to deal with it. But mana drain is fucking disgusting. Especially if the rogue is a very slippery, patient rogue, you will lose your mana in about 10 seconds, if that. And you can't even control it. I have legitimately at times lost all of my mana within a matter of less than 10 seconds. So we're going against the rogue, and we don't have a lot of coolies right now. So we're silenced, we can't play. And then here we're going to pop Indom, we're going to get our defensives up, and then try to gap close. He's got a re-stealth. I don't know if he actually ended up fighting this one out or not. Maybe he did. But, so against the rogue, you'll see he comes in, and we're just trying to get a counter trip and hope something hits. So we're trying to create space, and realistically, could probably Diddy Dart me there for a safer initiate, I guess, but I'm also ticking, so the Diddy Dart in cap would wear off. But he comes in and jumps in. I'm immediately turning once he comes in before the CC lock comes. I get a trip off that actually hits. As soon as my trip is off, same thing, into that force pulve, and then bing, bang, boom for our second stun. And again, I shouldn't have thrown the tomahawk there because I'm forcing these lockouts much sooner than I actually have to. I'm being a little bit antsy with this. So I sacrificed another few seconds of CC there by just not playing right. A lot of the reason that the combo felt weird and was a lot slower, and why I'm in the air for so long there, is because he's got the slowing poison on me, whichever one that is. But yeah, I basically just have like a slow, it's like an attack speed reduction, I think. And that just kind of fucks with all of our actions as a tank and makes it a lot slower. Oh wait, this was actually where I shit on him. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I said that I just played that one well, and I don't really play all of these that well. But this one was also kind of nasty. So, with Rogue, you have to do 5% of their max damage to get them out of their stealth. 5% of their max health as damage to get them out of their stealth. It's not just like a stealth break on damage taken. So, if a Rogue stealths, you either have to go fishing, I call it, where you just throw abilities out. And in games like WoW, the fishing was a lot easier because it was a stealth break on damage taken. So, we have to commit a little bit more to the fishing here. So, I can't play the game. He goes out, he goes in stealth. I go fishing with my charge in the area that he stealthed. And this is part of the reason why I like Shield Assault, because it's just a frontal charge. You can go fishing with it. So, he's gonna go invis. And once he invises, I know where he's at. I see the direction he's in. And the fishing comes out. I charge and I see the trail right here. This is what I'm playing off of right now. He goes out and I see the bleed debuff and I see the trail. We fish off of that, and in a frontal cone we get the vision because I'm looking for him with tab target, mashing that. We get a location on him, get the hit on charge, turn back, frontal cone charge where we just got the hit, turn again, and then ground pound, and this puts a trip on him.
I just went fishing and hit him.
And then he misses a little bit.
I need it. I need it. Nice.
And then we win because of it.
Nice.
So, rogues are tough to fight against. I may or may not have also had like a fucking premonition here on this charge play.
Oh, I just went fishing and hit him.
Maybe I was kind of playing out of my mind last night. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I was just playing out of my mind last night. I don't know. Maybe I was shitting on people. Let's see. And then, when did I fight Stomps? There's another mage one, I think. Who do we fight next? Yeah, there's another mage one. So, same thing. Trade start, arcane volley, and you don't have time to react. It's literally that. You did lose. My tank kicked the shit out of me. That's very true. So, arcane volley's in the air. We finish the final hit in the combo because I know the timer and like how long it takes to get the reflect up. So he doesn't even know when he casts a volley that I'm going to reflect this. Like, there is an attack going right up until the projectiles get to me. It's attacks, and watch the finisher. Finisher hits. Reflect is cast here. He's tricked. That's how fast it can stack. So real time, you see the finisher go out. We hold the finisher because we're comfortable with the timing. And then boom, the reflect is instant. Finisher, reflect, gap close, damage goes out. 742 after the reflect. We get the grapple in. We try to get the combo out. We're frozen here. So what do we do when we're frozen? We can either eat it or we can pop our CC break. So we pop the CC break, and when you're frozen against a mage, they're going to try to pop the shatter combo with lightning. So he did that lightning cast, the lightning strike in the first one, and the first one I just ate it and blocked through it. This time I popped the CC break so I don't do the same thing twice against the same player twice, so they can't learn my habits, because everyone has habits. And if you don't have habits because you do different combos every time, people can't play against you because they don't know how you're going to play. So this time, instead of letting him get the cast off and eating it with a block and all my defensives, I keep my defensives off cooldown and I don't panic. Trip. Slam, slam. Another trip. And we just walk him down. So, two completely different ways to deal with the mage itself. Do you have these skills in public? Right now, this is all guild stuff. We're trying to keep it as much to our, like, guild statics as we can for the time being. But we are always looking for scrims and shit like that with people that are interested. And the guild's open to anyone, including other communities, if you're looking to join up as a part of the community. We've got 2 full active guilds of everyday or near everyday loggers that are PvP focused right now. Our 3rd guild for casuals, just about full. Our 4th guild will be opening up probably within this next week for more casuals. And as we absorb more communities, as we absorb more players, it just continues to grow. Continues to grow. So there is room for anyone to get involved, and stuff will always open up in the future. Which guild will I have to join? How much are you going to degen? That's the question. Can we get a dogs guild? I mean, we can always have a dogs break off. I won't lie. Exclamation guild. So same thing here, by the way. We get the finisher out. So the wound goes out, and same thing as last time, except again, you never do the same thing twice against the same person twice in a row, because they know that it's going to be coming. So wood goes with the same initiate. And every time I fight against someone, I have these mental notes that I'm making, especially in 1v1s. 1v1s show habits. 1v1s show people's comfort, and 1v1s show people's tendencies. Some people play aggressive. Some people dodge in after an ability to try to shotgun off of it. Some people will wait for you to dodge in and play more reactive. And in tens of thousands of hours of gaming throughout my entire life, probably 6 digits at this point, I don't even know how many years that is, but I've been gaming multiple hours every day since I was 4. I have learned how to identify people's tendencies very fast, and also not create my own tendencies. So this fight starts up entirely different for me. We go into the trades. Last fight, I dodged away here. I used his momentum against him to create more space. I noticed that he was going with the same thing with the Discordance shotgun. This time, I get my combo out, and then we don't dodge away for the extra space, which he was prepping for. Reflect. And before he can even react, he tries to CC break it, and he actually gets a really good CC break into an iframe to dodge about 800-ish damage there. Really good play. Really bang, bang play. Like, that is a very fast play in real time. So I bait out his Discordance, reflect his Discordance, immediately go into another cast. He CC breaks and iframes, all in the matter of probably half a second. Which is really fast to actually identify all of that that's happening with how little time I gave him here. No time at all, and he gets out of it. And you'll notice there, same thing about the Tomahawk. This time, he identified that if he was turning away from me, he would get the Tomahawk. Much like you asked, Rosini's. So, after the Tomahawk, he gets out and he turns towards me. Or not after the Tomahawk, after the CC break. He gets out, turns towards me. Tomahawk throws and he's backpedaling. No trip and only 190 damage. no crit from my tremoring because I went right into that combo without waiting for the trip to actually go. So he makes another nice escape there. I get the shield assault, go into the ground pound, but he gets out of the ground pound. Now I've exhausted a lot of my trips, but I have tremoring back up. I have vengeance up. But I'm silenced. I've got to go a little bit more into like a passive play here and get my build off, get my trade off. We try to gap close here. Something that I didn't do against him last time because he's playing really well on the counters. So I try to hit a trip. He gets out really quickly. Another non-crit. He's avoiding the trips really well this time. So another non-crit. He gets the fucking... What the fuck? Marionette. Jesus Christ. I was like, what the fuck is the name of that? Marionette. But I have a little dick up my sleeve. So the Marionette, it'll wear off with the first instance of damage that you take because it's an in cap. So he's going to get damage off on me. And as soon as the damage goes off that first instance, I know that there's going to be follow-up. How much damage does it take to break? I guess it's not the first instance of damage, but it's a certain threshold. Either way, as soon as I'm out of that, we pop grit, which is our mitigation, and then we go instantly into the reflect. As soon as the CC ends. Marionette was 10%. Oh, is it 10%? Okay, I thought it was less. God damn. That's strong. Okay, cool. I learned something today. I thought it was instant. Either way, so much burst usually comes out. It's like 5 or 10. Is there a threshold on Diddy Dart too, or is Diddy Dart first instance? Is every in cap a percentage like that? Maybe I just get bursted out of those so much that I'm fucking used to it being a large percent. No idea. We'll have to test that. We'll learn something new every day. That's what I always tell people. In cap is any hit. Okay, so in cap is any hit, and then there are exceptions specifically where Marionette's its own standalone that's not an in cap. Okay, cool. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. Mage Slumber is any damage. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So Mage Slumber in cap, Diddy Dart in cap, first instance of damage, Marionette not in cap. Okay, so this raises another question for my Bard players. Does the validity of in 8v8s, 8 bards all simultaneously marionetting an individual target sound like it would work? Like, all 8 marionettes go out at the same time. If one person CC breaks it, you focus them. If nobody CC breaks it, you focus one. If half of the people CC it, or CC break it, then their CC breaks are staggered. I don't really think there's Marionette Noel. Yeah, you hit the octuple Marionette, and then gap close into everything. Maybe with like the Meslol. Lullaby's AoE. So octuple Marionette initiate into Meslol. You guys remember when wands were busted, res dump was busted, and Meslol was also pre-nerf? Meslol got significantly nerfed a few patches, like a few major balance patches ago, and that was back in phase 2. Bards were unfucking stoppable. 1v1. Disgusting. Because keep in mind, this was pre-attribute rework. Motherfuckers were running around geared with like 3k HP, and bards were literally just Voldemort against a child in Hogwarts. Dude, it was awful. It was terrifying. You couldn't do shit. That's why I got so good at countering Bard's Burst, because if I didn't counter Bard's Burst, motherfuckers like Colton were one-shotting me. I had to adjust. So where are we at in this duel? Oh, we come out of the Marionette. We learn about Marionette. So we come out of the Marionette, insta-reflect. He gets another CC break out of it, but this time I don't rush too much. Now again, I can't hit shit because I am a little fucking bitch. So I accept that I'm just an inferior human being, and I go down to about 50% HP, and I'm comfortable playing my health because of a very nice combo. That combo, Indom, which gives me 20% max HP and 20% healing received for 15 seconds. Shake it off. Low 3,200 healing and increases my max HP pool. So we're back out to 6,279 and we're going to go on the offensive and hope that we can actually get something going. So we can, although I'm super fucking slow right now because I think it was a chilling lament, so I couldn't get a clean combo off there. We get the trip into the force crit, but we couldn't get much else. The lockout's there, and you'll see that I did that a little early on the lockout. So he actually picked a really good time to cast the Discordance because he still had his lockout. In 1v1s, recognizing when you have a lockout and using that against the enemy, whether he actually did or not, he probably didn't, but I'm going to give him credit and say that he did. He picked a really good time to initiate, knowing that I can't trip him. So, same thing. I try to use this against him. He sends his Discordance. Reflect. But between the lockout, the reflect just cancels. And then we go. So, he's out of his lockout now. We've got to play it a little bit differently. And he gets, I believe that was a fucking tomato on me. And he's actually doing really well to kind of like control the pace of it. So I've got to get a little aggro here and hit some gap Closington. So I don't have the charge for 5. Charge comes up and we're just going to kind of like gap close over to him. We don't even need to use the charge here. Although we do. We didn't have to, but we do. We use the charge to get the first set of stagger up. And then we'll go with a trip after the stagger's up because stagger is like reduced disable evasion. So the stagger makes the disable more likely to hit. The disable hits with the trip. And then the fucker evades my force crit again. I hate him. He would have been dead like 3 rolls ago if he didn't evade every force crit. So, again, he's just doing really well. He's playing that space. I'm getting a little frantic here. Like, I'm now in the ballpark of like, oh, fuck. He might actually win this because he's going to be able to out-sustain me long term. He's going to be able to make sure that his mana is fine. And I'm in a spot where I'm like, okay, fuck. So you'll see that double mitt pop that I talk about. So once I come out of this, you can see I don't use this much. I miss the ground pound. And then I go in. And as soon as I'm able to with the courage, we've just got to get the fort up. And I have my grit up for 2 more seconds. And we'll have to get the grit back up. So grit goes back up for 20. And here, a really good initiate. We finally got him with another one of those trips. So we're getting the courage up. And we get the fort up. That's going to take all of my courage. And then I need to hit a finisher. I do have rush of courage, but I don't want to use that unless I absolutely need it. So finisher goes out. Finisher's out. As soon as the finisher goes out, grit pop happens. 20-second grit, 5-second fortify uptime for the double mitigation. And then I see the discordance on the way. So we finish the combo. And then again, just this fast. That's the time you have to react. So we get the trip off. Can you reflect wand combo? Yep. So that's the thing that tanks will look for to reflect. I call them uninterruptibles. Projectiles that are in the air. Your wand combo that commits you to something that I can tangibly see coming at me. Anything that is a committal of an animation that cannot be stopped without you actually doing something is my opportunity to initiate. So you'll notice against Mage, volley. Against Bard, it's been catching the discordances. I haven't even let him get the combos or the finishers off because I'm playing off of those projectiles that he can't control. He can always look like he's going to finish an attack, and I run attack on this thumb button, and I run block on this thumb button. I can pump fake attacks all day long. All day long. And I can bait out reflex, I can bait out whatever. But you can't take these back once they're in. Skeptics came down? Yes, until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. But it'll be up soon. So, he gets tripped there. And I've actually got to gap close a little bit because I'm far out. But, thank God, we actually get the gap close there. And it's a little sloppy because I don't have my charge to close this big distance. But, block goes out. I kind of like fuck up my first gap close and then just want to get within range. We get the in cap off. Or, not the in cap, but the tremoring off. That crit 676. Force crit follow-up with the 711. Big finish. Big finish. Would it be better for bards to discordance in melee versus tanks? He tried both. So this fight started with him trying to melee discordance. So the first time that we fought, when he came in, so the fight starts, and when he comes in, this fight, I play it differently. So the first time, this was our second fight, and the first time that we fought, he tried to discordance and shotgun it, and like when he dodged in first, he stacked his discordance cast. And so the first time I was like, whoa, Nelly. And I kind of like, I dodged, he came in this way towards me, I dodged this way and reflected the discordance after I made it ranged, right? So this time, I'm big about not trying to telegraph and not trying to do the same thing twice against the same person. So he goes for the same initiate, discordance into the shotgun to try to reduce the travel time and give me less time to react. The only thing is, I made the like mental note of if he's dodging in, watch for discordance. Discordance is out. Finisher goes out. Reflect. It's better, but if you're playing against somebody that is cracked out, you're gonna get fucked still. Reflect is so fast. It is like a near instantaneous cast time that is a couple of frames. And if you have fast reaction time and you have all of this, even if it's melee range, you can just catch people. Do you think Ashes will keep evasion and accuracy system? Yes, because it's not just RNG misses. The dodge itself, like the roll, people forget that that's not just like a random iframe. That's 0.5 seconds of 100% evasion rating with more evasion rating after the fact. You also have less evasion rating if your stam bar is exhausted. It scales down with your stamina. So evasion rating is something that is very skill based in the management of itself. It's not as much just like I spam dodge. If you dodge or block effectively, you will have more evasion rating and more totality of that. There are also systems like stagger where it's like disable evasion rating reduction. So there are ways to counter it. And I have thought about if evasion really does go the route, you may see some accuracy coming in, but I think in a lot of group-based stuff, it balances out more so to the part of like, we all go on one target, dogpile that target, and if a couple things miss, then oh well. But I will say, accuracy is something that's crossed my mind many a time as a tank, especially for mass scale. Just making sure that we don't miss, making sure that if I go on a target, that target is locked. I do agree that has crossed my mind a lot. But yeah, that's why I would love some indicator of a stamina bar. Now, I'm always trying to keep note of how many times people have dodged how recently, right? And if someone double dodges, I know that they're not going to have a lot of evasion. They're not going to have a lot of stam. They won't have another dodge. So I personally would love a stam bar in like the PvP UX, especially as a melee player. So I know if someone shits their pants, I can just go poop on them. But it's also something that's pretty mentally easy to track. But yeah, so here you just see like the melee discordance and he still gets tripped because that was something that was kind of like telegraphed. So send a video on React. Is it the new Dune stuff? I can check out the new Dune stuff if that's what it is. I'm guessing since it's you. But yeah, so you see there, that wasn't an RNG miss. That was him in the time that he realized he was tripped. CC break, iframe. Fuck Dune. Yo, good evening, Jay. How you doing, my friend? So yeah, it's like he made that decision really quick in real time. So as we go about it, you'll see how snappy these are in 1v1s. And if you don't have the reps of like, okay, I know this is coming, that's going to be a disadvantage. It's all repetition, repetition, repetition. And I tell every single person in our community this because we don't have any restrictions on people joining. You can be someone who plays a few hours a week and joins our casual guild, and we will do every single thing that we can to get you to this level and get you PvPing with the guild. We are all about not just our top end, but the entire community that supports us. So, exclamation guild, if you guys do want to get in. It's huge. Yo, Star Huntington, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So, in real time, you're looking at, is Rogue Evasion broken right now? Last phase, we were able to push 92% evasion on a Rogue for 21 seconds. Replicatably. Intrepid's looking at it. Yo, Crixicus, I love you, dog. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm about to be in Vegas tomorrow. We got the stream today, And then I'm driving to Boston at like 4 a.m.-ish. We heading out of Maine, flying nonstop to Vegas. Corla and I are doing the weekend in Vegas. She's coming back here. We're going to be here 10 days. Mayoral election. Hopefully we re-up Shorefoot. We got the ag supply out there yesterday. Tell your friends. 07. We're going to have School of Construction up next. Then we go into the wood shop and then the farm and then we're vibing, baby. Tell your friends. We need all the money we can get out there. Launch vans out that bitch. Whatever y'all got to do. Shorefoot's your home. And I need votes. All of the votes. Yo, we will. We will. I think from what I've heard, we're going to be like right on the strip. We're staying in a safe area and stuff. I've heard the biggest threat to people like me out in Vegas is actually the sunlight. So I look forward to it. I've been trying to battle my adversary. He's been my op for my entire life, and I've thought about spinning the block multiple times, but I have neither the technology nor the steady hands to pull off a procedure such as that. So I've been trying to like tan my shit up a little bit. And like, I know this doesn't look like a lot at all, but this is like weeks of dedicated like effort tanning. Don't mind the little farmer's tan cut off. I like t-shirts. I don't have the nipples to show off outside. But like, I haven't done chest in a while. I don't really have much of a chest. I don't have like a Ludwig chest hole, but like, I don't have much of a chest to show off right now, so. But I've been trying to prepare. In your opinion, what are the two most important improvements you'd like to see in Ashes? Two most important improvements I would like to see in Ashes. New player experience and onboarding that allows our new players to have almost like an upside down funnel where they're able to come into a narrow experience that walks them through the core systems in a way that they understand it, and then opens the world up in an almost overwhelming way that gives them the tools to navigate that overwhelming world. I think something feeling overwhelming in an MMO is not overwhelming, but a sense of awe. And Ashes has the potential to inspire that, but that's also matched currently with a sense of, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So we're very happy to be able to help people with all of those things in this community. But I think a certain level of like, here are the basics. Here is a walkthrough of your combat system, your weapons. Here is your baseline set of gear. Here is, you know, a little bit of tempering. Here's a free tempering kit so you can improve the quality of a piece of gear. Here's a free novice enchanting scroll or something like that, or a tutorial enchanting scroll that can only be used on the tutorial armor or weapon that you keep after that new player experience. Let somebody go through the entire process of it with basically top of the funnel specific introduction and let them see tempering, eventually gear ascension, enchanting, questing, mob grinding, gathering, refining, and crafting with a nice fluid, go here, do this, and while you're out there, also grab this, come back to town, we'll have you in the town for maybe an hour. And then once you're out of the Lionhold equivalent, you open up the funnel and they're like, oh shit, there's so much to do. But I really like this in the tutorial. Let's start hitting trees, baby. And I think that'll be a very nice thing. Ashes is supposed to be non-linear at its nature. And I think making that a small part of the new player experience and then opening up the non-linearity with a base of knowledge that is established through some hand-holding at the start, in my opinion, would be good for new players. And again, a lot of the things that I'm worried about aren't me things, it's mass things. It's how can we get Ashes healthier? So a lot of my things aren't going to be like, new tank needs this. But my thing is always new player and casual retention for MMOs is so fucking bad. And especially outside of genre players come into MMOs and they say, I have no idea what I'm doing. I want to do this because it has so many people playing it and it looks cool, but what the fuck do you do? It's like being born and not having parents to tell you what you need to do, right? That's a lot of MMOs. So you need either an in-game system that acts as the parents, mentors, stuff like that, which I believe we may have long-term in the infrastructure, a good first-time user experience and new player experience, and good like onboarding, right? I call it. And that thing to get players from the I'm checking this out to I'm gonna log into this again. That's the big thing. Once somebody logs into an MMO twice, they're going to log into it a third time and then a fourth time. It's that second login in that second session of enjoyment after the new player, like, wow, has worn off. So that's priority 1, in my opinion. And then priority 2 is long-term. This is something that's going to be a little bit more me-focused, but an ongoing, difficult push and grind for even top-end players that it is okay for not every player to access. It is okay to see somebody with a piece of gear in an MMO and say, holy shit, I'm not good enough to do that content. What the fuck? When you used to see in Vanilla WoW, one of your top-ranked PvPers walking by with that set that you could only get from that rank of PvP, you would say, oh my fucking god. When you hadn't done Onyxia yet, and you saw somebody coming out with Onyxia gear, you're like, oh shit. When a new phase of raids dropped, and those raids were cleared, and day 1 of Kara being out, and runnable, my raid hosted server first, guild plus pubs, Kara, that down Prince for Pagel. I got multiple tier pieces week 1. I was walking around and motherfuckers were like, Dusty, holy shit. You're insanely geared. I was one of the top pallies through all of TBC Classic in terms of parses and in terms of gear score. I was one of the first people to have champion of the Naru. I grinded the Cenarian Hippogriff extremely quickly. All of those things were people that, or were things that people that didn't have a substantial amount of time to grind out were not going to grind out. And people would see me and they'd be like, how many hours have you spent doing this, this, and this? And I'd tell them, and they'd be like, fuck, good for you. And there were also people that had shit that I didn't have yet. And I would say, damn, I got to get on that. And if I couldn't get on that, then I said, damn, good for you. And I think that's an okay thing. So I want content on the bottom end that gives every player an idea of what to do to introduce them to the world. And on the top end, I want something that will give the top end of players and every player something to shoot for this near unreachable level of consistent content. Something that is so difficult and so competed for and requires so much coordination on so many different levels that isn't just a one-off, but exists in multiple places throughout the world that would give people something to shoot for outside of just my alliance. We may have to pull an entire fucking region together to complete something. And if we don't benefit from that. And I think a lot of things right now are being dealt with in the sense of like, all right, we got 2 guilds. It's good enough. We work within our alliance. What if your alliance either has to be 10 to 15 guilds for a world boss, or you have to be okay working alliance to alliance? What if a world boss doesn't die in 25 seconds? What if a world boss genuinely just starts Thanos snapping people and has mechanics that are actually difficult and evolving? What if there are raids that you don't just see groups running through, no matter how many people they have, but you see raids getting full wiped by boss mechanics if they don't play them properly? You see trash that actually poses a threat that isn't just pulled in 25 stacks. I think that is where we will see Ashes at its best. If those 2 things come in and both levels of content are met, from the bottom line player, the worst of the worst, the daddest of the dad, who has no idea what he's even doing, comes on for a couple hours a day and has so much to do that it's not even about getting to max level. And for the people who do make it about getting to max level, giving them something to do on top of the post 25, post 50, post we've PvP'd, we've run caravans, we're gold cap, what are we doing? Something unattainable with gold cap. Video games as a whole have gotten much, much easier in the last decade and a half. And in addition to video games now having difficulty sliders and having fucking raid finder mode that is a dumbed down version of the raid for people who can't learn mechanics, like, they've also added in a lot of alternatives. Pay to win methods, pay to progress methods, pay for convenience methods. Video games are no longer meant to be punishing and something that people actually invest themselves in to immerse and get better. They're meant to be this dopamine factory. And it's okay for something to not be constant dopamine. It's okay to get off a video game, that you're invested in and be like, fuck, I could have done this better. I could have done that better. I could have, in these 8v8s, played better. We had caravans. I could have done stuff better in the caravans. We had the mayoral election. I could have done stuff better in that. For me, that's what Ashes is about. And that's what hooks me. It's not the everything being handed to me. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. It's the, you want this? Work for it. Carrot on a stick all the time. Because I'm someone who has a lot of motivation to keep chasing that carrot. And also because of chat and everyone that comes in and hangs out daily, I now have the means to chase that carrot infinitely. And also pass along everything that I learn along the way to everyone else. I don't think the game has gotten easier, but information on how to be better is more available. I think games are made much easier now than previously and much more forgiving with a lot more accessibility than before, especially in MMOs. I do agree information on how to be better is also more available, but games are also being catered more towards a strict meta at one time. I think back to Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. That game didn't have balance changes for like fucking 20 years, and you still saw variances in builds. Melee was weaker, but you could still activate melee builds with a lot of things. Now that was an ARPG and not an MMO, but an example of a meta in terms of something that can reset time and time and time and time and time and time again and still have so much variance, but also so much consistency. And I think that so many live service games go the route of, well, this season your meta's this. Well, this season your meta's gonna be this. We're nerfing this and we're buffing this, and you're gonna see exactly what's supposed to be buffed. What if there's parity? What if it's about player skill and how they utilize it instead of what the players utilize? What if the crutch isn't, oh, you use a stronger weapon, but the crutch is you use the weapon you're comfortable with, the class you're comfortable with, the build you're comfortable with? What if the crutch is the individual player and their preferences instead of the developer's preferences for what's good? That's possible with Ashes. There's already a lot of player expression and variance between every single class, every single archetype, every single everything. As of right now, the crutch is how good you are and how much you know and how much time you can put in. And all of those three things will also contribute to each other. D2 without guides is a hard game. A new player with zero information could literally get stuck on Nightmare. Oh, I started playing Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. Oh, believe me. Believe you me. I had older brothers that were very communicative. If you want to play with us, you got to do the content on your own first. There's a reason why when I lose in PvP, I die to a mob, or I can't complete something in an MMO, or a game in general, I say, all right, run it back. 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 Until I win. Because I started gaming because I wanted to game with my brothers who were 8 and 10 years older than me. I was 4 years old. I just wanted to hang out with my brothers. They told me if you want to do the content with us, you have to do stuff on your own first. And I did every fucking bit of it. I played a Summon Necro all the way through. Solo, Hellbell, beat it. Good to go. Got to play with my brothers. While I'd complete the content, and once I was raiding and I was getting practice, they let me into their alt raids. They weren't letting me into their main raid, but they let me into their alt raids because I was good enough to compete with people on their off classes, but I wasn't good enough to be in the main raids. And people were not just going to invite me into those because I was their brother. I liked it. Made me work harder. Made me grind a lot more. I still cringe to this day because I had the wrong gear on my hunter and I was wearing what I thought looked coolest. And I was still out DPSing some grown-ass men, so that was kind of weird. Your brother still play? My oldest brother no longer games. He's very successful in his own regard. Him and his wife now have 2 beautiful kids, my niece and my nephew. They live up in like the lakes of Maine up north, have a beautiful place right on the water, live a beautiful life. They don't game anymore. My middle brother, married, has a daughter, still games lightly. I don't think he's been gaming as much lately, but he's a big PoE enjoyer. So I'm sure the whole PoE thing kind of had him manically depressed. But yeah, he's still a gamer. He comes in chat. That's AMC. If you ever see him kicking around, that's my middle brother. So yeah, they were integral in getting me into gaming because like AMC and I used to do Heroes 3 hot seats. Like they got me into everything from Diablo to WoW to Dota to Heroes to Guild Wars 2 to you name it. Pretty much everything except for Fortnite and New World. And Ashes, I got into because of my brothers. That was most of my gaming experience. My older brother got me into all the nerd shit. He was a dev on Diablo 3. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. How does he feel about that? Because, I'm sure he did good work, but my God, Diablo 3 was the start of the downfall. The start of the downfall. But yeah, I remember I would sit in a chair beside AMC's desk and I'll literally just watch him play Warcraft 3 and then eventually Frozen Throne. And he would always be playing like Dota as much as he could once Dota was up. And I'd always bug him to play tower defenses. Because I like the tower defenses where people would make their own like pathing. It wasn't like the linear tower defense map, but it was like the multiplayer would spawn in waves of stuff and then you'd make your own map and shit like that. Because people would have crazy pathing schemes. I always thought that was cool as fuck. So I love watching that. But yeah, a lot of that stuff I played so many different genres, so many hours, all of that. And I got very good at games very early. I was raid leading in WoW when I was 10, 11 years old while I was tanking. So I have spent a lot of fucking time doing this. Been gaming longer than Dusty's been alive. Never play with guides, just figure out things on your own. You'll learn more that way. I like putting the guides out, personally. You may have noticed by now, but I'm a big enjoyer of compiling all of the information. And I feel like guides give very superficial information and is typically a, here are my qualifications. You do this because I told you to. And I'm better than you. And the way that I try to compile information and give it out to people is more along the line of, this is why I do what I do. These are alternatives that you could also do. And through all of that information, players can go down the route of their choice. And I love the concept of being able to help people with things, but I do also agree 100%. A lot of things are so meted out, so guided out, like people are scared to play an MMO or a game that they don't already have figured out. It's like you go into an MMO and you're knowing what class you're playing before that starts. You're knowing what abilities it has. People are coming in an alpha and they're going, hey Dusty, what's the best class? What should I play? And I go, the best class is what you want to play. And they're like, well, what's the strongest? And I'm like, depends on what you're good at. And they're like, no, what is the highest DPS class? And I'm like, well, it depends on if you're pressing your buttons right. And they're like, what's the best in PvP? And I'm like, whatever you're best at in PvP. And people hate that because so many people want to know everything that they're doing before they do it. And it's okay to go into something and suck at the start of it. I came into Ashes very blind just over 5 months ago. I now know enough to win a lot of fights, give a lot of people a lot of information. I still know not enough to the point where I lose fights, and I learn from every one of those losses. And I don't think anyone will ever know enough in a game to be at the point where you never lose a fight, never lose an engage. You've never been taken down. It simply doesn't happen. I remember building my first PC at 5 years old out of cardboard and sitting next to my brother really played games because I didn't have my own PC yet. Wait, that's so cute. That's like the nerd equivalent of like the pots and pans drum set. That's adorable, Hoofs. Building the first PC at 5 is insane too. What do you put in that bitch for cooling? It was a dream job, but not happy with the final product. I think it's just very hard to follow up perfection. And we've seen that now with Path of Exile 1 going into Path of Exile 2. We saw it with Diablo 2 going into Diablo 3. We saw it at some point with nearly every franchise that hits its peak. And at some point, everything peaks. And if you're working on something post-peak, it may feel very, very bad if the fall off of the peak is very stark. And Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction to Diablo 3 was the equivalent of like getting head for 20 years. And then at the end of 20 years, you think you're going to get some even better head. And then you close your eyes, you put a blindfold on, and instead of getting head, you just get uppercutted in the ball sack by Mike Tyson. He steals your car keys, steals your wallet, and goes around and spends all your money. Because they also included the real money auction house. That shit was rough on launch, especially as a subsequent product to Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, which is, in my opinion, the single greatest ARPG ever created. I think it is timeless, and I think that shows even with D2R trying to modernize and improve on Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction and failing to do so. The closest product that has done that well...
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Good morning, Mr. Ni hao. The closest product to doing that well is Project Diablo 2, which I played very long ago, and it has come a very long way. But even Project Diablo 2 does not try to change the algorithm of Diablo 2. It simply builds off of it. It's not reinventing the wheel. It's bringing up some of the bad things and bringing down some of the really good things. And they did it extremely well. But I think D2 is near perfection. Anime fans, just case with a Mobo, hard drive, disk drive, wait, what the fuck? Motherfucker was smart. What the hell? How did you know all of that was necessary? Did you have like family that worked with computers? I still don't know shit. What the fuck? Man was out here cooking. Bro's smarter than Fupo? The intellectual duels will be the greatest duels ever had, lads. My fucking good gravy. My good gravy. Also, I was kind of pissed today because on my laptop I have to get Ashes installed and updated, and I went to do that today. But then I realized you can't update shit when the servers are down. We're fucked. Yo, what up, Brock? How you doing today? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Today, get some OCD out and play some Satisfactory. Have you played before? Satisfactory gives me anxiety and a sense of overwhelming, impeding doom. I'm not much of a planner. I'm much more of a doer. Things that are too chaotic make me very anxious very quickly. And when I get anxious, I get overwhelmed. And when I get overwhelmed, I get snappy. So, like, you guys will notice, most of the times I get snappy on stream, it's because I got very overwhelmed because plans change like crazy. Everything changes and I'm like, oh, fuck. My dad and brother built PCs from scratch back then, so I had something to go off of. Oh, that's huge. Time when you had to solder the chips onto the boards. Okay, Hoopsie comes from a smart bloodline. Not a planner. Okay. So I might be a planner, but it might be like, I don't know, ADHD-tistic planning. I don't know. Like, I plan certain things. But it's like, I have a very dedicated brain power concentration. And it's not a lot of useful information. Because you have to remember, I have probably 6 digits plus in my life gaming in terms of hours. So it's probably a certain level of like, my brain is just conditioned since I was a kid to retain gaming stuff, and everything else was just always more boring to retain, like schoolwork and shit. So I just wouldn't spend my brain power on it. And now I'm at the point where, thankfully, it worked out. I'd be fucked, though. I always talk about this. I'm unemployed. If I had nobody watching, this would just be seen as a crippling gaming addiction, and people would be a lot less likely to be like, Dusty, your work ethic's awesome. But because I say Twitch Prime and people Twitch Prime, I now have an amazing work ethic and am a grinder. Thanks, guys. Been away from Ashes since BTTC disbanded. Middle of application for Gray Sentinels. Word. Well, we also have invites open up as well. Exclamation Guild. Depending on how your application goes. We don't have an application process. We make it super easy for players to just come back and join, so. Feels like you're more like remembering on experience rather than reading in preparation. Yes, I have, in most things that I've ever done, I tend to retain very quickly after doing.
Apes to
Hey, yo, Top Gun. What up, baby? Thank you for the primer. I appreciate you. But yes, I tend to retain very quickly from doing, and I always learned in life through doing and repetition. And so I would do something and I would say, this works well, this works poorly, and I would either try to replicate that or not replicate that, depending on success or failure. And every time something fails, I say, okay, we're not going to do that next time. And I try to like immediately file that away. And anytime something works, I say, okay, that's working. So that's kind of like my big thing. I try to get the most information out of every experience that I possibly can. And I try to store that in a place that is very easily accessible. Pass out soon, remember check Discord. I'll peep it. I can't stream till like midnight tonight because I have to make sure that everything's packed and ready to go for the trip. So I'll probably, we may see it. What's the video? What was the video? Give me a spoiler. Tell me on it. How to talk about Cravings Box? I haven't got to talk about Cravings Box in a while. I won't even lie. Actually, I can lie. Yeah, that was a little lie. Recently, there was 2 this month. Only 2 this month. And before that, it had been months. So I'm less than 1 Talk About Cravings Box a month for the year. So we're good. We're good in this hood. Listen, we're on our way out to Vegas literally tomorrow morning. The volatile state of Ashes of Creation. It's probably about all the goddamn speed hacking and shit. Fucking tomfools and hooligans up in this bitch. I agree. They gotta fix that shit. Now, I will say they're doing very well. In my opinion. I think that a lot of those things can be very persistent in games for very long, but... Knob knockers. Glizzy guzzlers. Yes. Yes. Some true freakazoids. But, yeah, I'll check it out. Never liked homework as a kid, so I didn't apply myself. Same. Once teacher asked me why I never did homework, and I told them, I don't think if you can teach it to me in the 8 hours I'm here that I don't need to go home and do your job for you. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so a couple of my teachers were very cool about stuff. In high school, I would have on tests, because tests were weighted heavier, I would basically have like 90s to 100s on every test, and I would have 0s for every homework assignment. So I'd be pulling like 75s to 80s, failing was a 70 at my high school. And we had to very many times discuss with teachers, like, I just don't like doing homework. I'm just not going to do it. And if you don't let me work on it in class while you talk, because I can listen to you talk and I can do my homework. And my teachers didn't process that I could do that. And a lot of people also don't understand how I can play games on the level that I play them while also yapping to chat and reading chat while playing on the level that I'm playing at. And I've always just been able to do it. I don't know. So I always told my teachers, like, I can do my homework while I listen to you talk and still retain stuff. It's just if you don't let me do my homework in class, then it's probably not going to get done. I got basketball practice. I go to the courts after and play pickup basketball. And then I play video games. And I'm like, that's not going to change. So one of my college prep chem teacher in school was very chill. And during parent-teacher conferences one time, she was like, so, I've been thinking about this, and I'm willing to, like, offer you guys what I'm calling the Dustin policy. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And she's like, you'll be able to not do your homework for the chapter that we're going over. And if you choose to, you can have your test grade count for all of your homework grades. Meaning that if you do well, you'll be fine. And if you don't do well, then you're going to suffer a lot. And I was like, all right, bet. Got a 97 in her class. Easiest shit I've ever done. Didn't do a single homework assignment. I'd look at the homework and I'd be like, oh, this is going to be on the test. All right, cool. And then I would just take the test and then I would do well on the test because everything was retained. And then we moved on. But yeah, it was definitely a level of like intrusiveness with homework. Even through college, I struggled to do that shit. There were many semesters, which is bad because like there weren't that many semesters where I was actually playing college basketball because Like, the quantity just isn't that high of your college existence. There were many semesters where I got bailed out by my professors going, hey, you're still missing this very important paper. And I'm like, can I get that shit to you in like 2 days? And they were like, I have to submit grades in 48 hours, get it in ASAP. I had some lenient ass teachers or I probably wouldn't have my degree. But that's also a small college in Maine and playing basketball there. So that helps. That helps. But yeah, we'll check it out. We'll check it out, Kenko. I need to get water. I need to be well hydrated for my flight. Chat, flight, snacks, pre-flight rituals, tips and tricks to make it a little more enjoyable. Because I think I got like a 6-hour early morning flight in this bitch. And I got to drive down to Boston at fucking 4. So that's going to be tough. But hit me with all the rituals. I'll be right back. What up, bitches? Hello? Just missed Dusty as a kid, yeah. Is insane. Yes, that is true. That is true. Boys. Just got the sleeping pill. Good gravy. Don't get hooked on those things. It's a short flight. 6 hours is a short flight? Is 6 hours very short? Interesting. Also, chat, did anyone watch the Dune stream today? I'm gonna cough because I'm a pussy. Sorry. So anyways, anyone watch the Dune stream today? Not very short, but shortish. You're shortish. You're shortish. No barf. It was supposed to be mid to end game stuff. And I didn't hear much, but I saw a lot of people watching it. I just have a hard time sleeping, so I got to take those to keep my schedule. Have you tried jerking off? Like, honest question. Like, this may be a little too intrusive, but get some dumbbells before bed, lift weights, stretch, and rub one out. And you will sleep fantastic. Just take half an hour. 20 minutes of lifting, 10 minutes of stretching, overtime for the rub out. You will sleep fantastic, and you'll get some fitness every single night. It's a routine. It's good for the soul. Not plus push-ups. Yeah, and if you do it at the same time, you're up. I don't know. Nin, were there any fights that you wanted to see my POV of from last night? We're breaking down some of the 1Vs versus different classes. So we're watching a couple versus Wood here. And Wood caught a couple of poopies in our first fight and played our second fight way better, but any and all, I don't want to go through it again just in case anybody like has already seen it like 3 times. But I can show you what happens in like an ideal scenario as a tank. And we can also go up through my POV of the 8v8s. That'd be pretty good. Because I can't hang out super late tonight. Because I have to make sure that I'm all packed, all ready to go. And then my flight, I'm leaving for Boston at like 4-ish. Like right around there. So it's going to be a night. That is for sure. Flight leaves I want to say like 6:30. So be ready for that. It should be a little 5.5, 6 hour flight or something like that. Boston to Vegas, not the worst. Should be pretty chill, hopefully. First time landing in Vegas, but it'll be exciting. Yo, Gary Mustang. How are you, my friend? Mac and Chase. 2-second rub out. Keep it on budget, no overtime needed. No overtime needed. That's very true. Yo, weapon swap button bind to your mouse. I use Q. My mouse binds because I use a 2-button G Pro wireless. And goddamn, I went outside to smoke a bowl and it's so polleny out. I feel like I got hit with an allergy nuke. Anyways, I have my front button as attack and my back button as block. So I'm able to go into blocks very quickly. So that is really beneficial in fights like, if I go back to my last one against not Nin, but Victor. So my first fight with Victor, this was Wood. Before Wood, I fought Victor. All right. So Nin, you'll laugh at this as a mage player. Any mage players in the chat that want to see what your big combo's doing? So we go into our dual ski, and this is against Victor, who's one of our mages. So we get all set up, and start of the fight, we finish our trade, just get some courage up. We do all of that, and then the fight starts, and poor guy opens up with projectiles that he can't take back. So, mages, quick lesson. I'll take you through this. Do you just outrun a mage spell? What do you mean outrun a mage spell? Perhaps. Cleric buff cheat. Absolutely cheating. How much MP you have? Victor, I don't know how much magic power he has. He's pretty geared though. He's got to be like 175-ish, but so we start the fight and he throws Arcane Volley. Arcane Volley, you cannot drop, or you can't, 190? Okay. You can't take the projectiles back once you send them. So, keep in mind, you have to be, when you're fighting against a tank as a mage, very, very, very careful. Any projectile that's in the air can always be sent back at any given time with Reflect, and Reflect will get you tripped. So, he casts, I see the cast coming. We send out the finisher, the extended finisher, both of those hit. And then, the trip. Reflect comes out. We send 250 damage back at him. Trip him. And then, boop. We get our impact from our pulve. So, this is the funny haha. This was a funny haha. My mage players will really love this. I'm frozen. And he's going for the lightning strike. I see that he's going for the lightning strike. So going into it, we get the trip. We go up. Pulve hits. Don't worry about it. It's a target itself. So we see the lightning strike coming. In Dom Spirit, 20% HP, 20% healing received, plus 2476 HP. I still have my Shake It Off, by the way, if this does hit hard, but I also pop my Grit for more mitigation. And then I block. Chat, what do you think this lightning strike plus the shatter proc is going to hit me for? Total damage guess in the chat. It does nothing. So, a lot of people say active blocking is not worth it. And let me tell you, as a tank, yes, it is. I popped my mitigation. Keep in mind, it could have been less if I felt threatened enough to panic pop my Fortify. But as you can tell by my face, I did not feel very threatened. Oh my god, sorry, there's so much pollen. I should not have stepped outside. I went outside earlier because it was so sunny out and I was so stuffy all day. All right, so then we go in, and keep in mind, we now go in, we're looking for Trapinskis, we're looking for anything. We get the trip, we get the stun, and I accidentally fucked up there. I shouldn't have even locked him out of that and got him out in the first place. But yeah, Pulve is disgusting. You can't get out of Pulve. Like, once I have the Pulve cast on you, I become a heat-seeking tank. You can try to run, but you can't hide. Pulve is so good. So, analyzing 8v8s, I'll show you this against Wood as well, and then we'll look at the 8v8s, because we'll go back. I need to see his POV. Probably Terror. I showed Wood this earlier, and he was like, what the fuck? But these first two, I just was playing cracked out of my fucking mind for the most part. I fucked up that last combo on Victor, but so same thing here. The big thing with bards is they're gonna discordance into their big combo. So he rolls in, and when someone gap closes on you, yo, bleed green. I appreciate you, dog. I know you're kitted and also nasty, but I wonder if tank needs like a slight damage nerf. We still do significantly less damage in 8v8 than any DPS class because all of our damage that actually matters is concentrated so closely in front of us. And we have potential to push people out, but we do less total damage than any DPS class. Any one of them do more bursts than we do. The only thing that we do in 1vx's, like 1v1s, is when people aren't supported in 1v1s, people are eating dirt and getting CC locked out. Will Tankopia make you think they're a balanced class? don't let 1v1s at level 25 make you think that an entire archetype is busted because you don't know how to play against them. Is my counter. 1v1s are never the balance indicator for quite literally anything. And there are plenty of stacks that don't even run a tank in their stack that do very well without a tank. Tank is good at what it does, but we can go to many a clip in our 8v8s, and we'll show those in a second, which keep in mind, 8v8s are the intended balance for everything, where I basically call out a target, I throw trips, and then I throw wall. And that's my big focus. It kind of like changes entirely. I'd rather fight a tank than a rogue. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Everything is broken if you're Dusty. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Oh, my face cam's still off. Whoops. I forgot my face cam's off. But yeah. No, I wouldn't go that far. But I do think that if people are playing the class properly, you will notice, no matter what you're fighting against. You can fight a lot of tanks, and I could also fight a lot of tanks, where the tank will lose 0 to 80% more HP. And there is a gap in everything, and there are videos of people 1vxing with the X being 8 or higher on a lot of archetypes. Mage doesn't currently have enough damage to outpace other classes' sustain. I don't know. Captain Godchi has a clip of us dropping in on an entire Axiom raid, and just us two were absolutely decimating people, and it wasn't me decimating people. I went on a cleric and tripped the cleric and bursted the cleric and then threw a wall, and just Godchi's beam alone deleted like 5 people, and then Nin missed the table, and it would have been such a big drop, but Nin didn't stick the landing. Yeah, like, I think that, like Shobo said, things in the right hands will feel very strong. Rogue has 1vx potential. Mage needs a little bit of facilitation with a group, but also can just be an absolute bomb of a nuke. Many things in the right hands go crazy. Watching one cleric pump 2 groups of people, if you're watching a Delore POV, if there ever is one, is insane. Watching him heal a group during 8v8 tourneys and shit like that is fucking wacky. And when you see something that is being played on a different level, like, anything is possible at the top level of this, especially with a good group. Made a 1v1. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mage with a cooperative cleric can almost double his damage. Anything is meant to be complemented by a full group. And that's why I always try to remind people. While certain things may be stronger 1v1, while certain things may be stronger this, that, the other, I bitch about fighting rogues, and many other people do as well. The intent is 8v8 balance, and that's where things will always be. So, some things, in small scale, will just feel strong. They simply will. And that's okay. It really is. I think that 1v1s, even losing 1v1s, will never have any lasting implication. And I think with arenas, maybe there will be 1v1s. I hope they don't. I hope the smallest they do is like 2s, 3s, 5s, 8s, and then a 16v16 if they do go the 4 route. But I think 2s, 3s, 5s, 8s would be cool enough and would make me very happy. But I think everything is facilitated by more than one thing. Even in a lot of 1vx's, the only reason that, keep in mind, I'm doing, excuse me, I'm doing this to casters is also because my entire kit is tailored for exactly what I'm doing. I spent a lot of time getting my kit to the point where I'm not too tanky. I'm not too like hitting hard or hitting weak. Like I've got my perfect balance at like 193. No, I'm 195 power without food. I've got my mitt at 5745 with grid up, 57 fizz, 45 magic. I've got like good sustain depending on which tree I go for my bow. And a lot of that comes through tweaking a lot. There are tanks that do more damage than I do that will shit on a lot more people in 1v1s and small scale. They may be more susceptible to being blown up if they're not playing a little more cautiously in PvP, which can always have a level of no matter how good you're playing, you could always get yoinked. And I kind of try to take into all of those, you know, all of those factors into account with my build. So as a result, I run 2 pieces of the Iron Wing set to juice the mitt. I'm sitting just under 7k HP. I'm sitting 195 fizz power, and my crit damage is sitting at I want to say I'm just over 170-ish right now. I'm trying to juice that back up with a hawk bow. And I play into each of those things that facilitate me doing specifically this type of damage. Isolated, single target, dog you down, and pump while I'm sticking to you. And other tanks will play differently. They may play around one big burst, weave back out a little bit more and give you more space while they wait for the burst again and then go back in, and it's more of a punishing burst, but they're squishy, and during the downtimes you can trade with them. Any class will have variance, and I do think tank is one of the classes that have the most variance, but I do also think that the set that I'm using and the way that I'm playing is going to be specifically catered to, honestly, fighting casters. The second I try to fight a rogue and my kit gets exhausted, like my mana gets exhausted, or I miss my trips or anything like that, like you'll notice just everything here is hitting. Don't see many people talking about rangers. Rangers are a ranger. Like, rangers are in a good spot in my opinion. They have a few buggy things, but vines is one of the most impactful things. One of the most impactful things that can happen. We can go back to the 8v8s. Let's go back to the 8v8s. When did we reform the groups? This was still the... No, this was when we had the even teams after group reform. We'll go back to these. And we'll look at some of these. I don't know when we actually reformed. Is this right when we reformed it? Oh, no. This was after victory swoops, I would say. Let's see. We did morale swoops last night. We had PvP poops. Rangers new spot as mages. Bad in 1v1s, good in larger scales. Yeah, and I feel like people are just aware of that. Like, and its value in large scale in anything group based is fucking massive. Absolutely massive. We played so many times off of the ranger vines. And I'll leave comms up. I'll put comms up here so you guys can see or hear like where we're prioing targets.
Fuck out of my channel.
Excuse me. Kind of torn between ranger, mage, or fighter. Anything but fighter. I would say ranger or mage right now. We need more of both. Both are so impactful, man. I had way more success paying off you last night than trying to backline poke. Yeah, it's all about just like finding the biggest synergy. All right, let's see. Let's actually go into this. Okay, cool. Fighter's fucked. Yeah, we just like, we need more rangers and mages for mass scale.
Just play it back. Leona's throwing a wall early. They're gonna try to grab one of us.
So vines, like I just kind of walked into that to get the banner off, knowing I can get out of it. And once those vines go down, like you see that we kind of sat there, we avoided it. The spread here is good. So now we try to find stragglers, and that's where we're trying to go right now with it. I'm just gonna pause it. I'm gonna put the music back on and pause it, and I'll take you guys through it. So right now we're just trying to get pokes on people. Anybody that's outside of your clump, we're trying to like poke them back into your clump constantly, and I'm just calling targets out. And then I'm trying to get you guys in a spot here where you're all clumped. So this is the value of a Ranger Vines. I go in and I force you guys to react to me. And then I calmed that I was going in with the team. And then I just go in here. And I basically allow all of you guys to react to me. Right? You guys clump away from me and think that you're safe. And then when you guys all avoid me, my Ranger jumps in, vines you guys, and then the wall. And that is how you guys lost that first fight. That was the entire first fight. I'm not even gonna lie. That Vines was fucking nasty from Axe. And then I caught Black Blood mid-flip with the wall too. And I just had the mace out, big chungusing. We got the double trip on you guys there. Yeah, so that fight, I'm not even gonna lie, is entirely just Vines. It's Vines getting big damage out, and then we just jump on Emu in the back. And then we just clean it up from there. Once your guy's healer's dead, it's just cleaning everyone up, finding low HP because people can't sustain. You have to go into our back line more than we have to go into ours. And because of that big burst, that big Vines, I don't think we lost a single person this fight. Poor Streg. Dude, Vines is unbelievably fucking massive. It's absolutely huge. Vines won that entire first fight for us. Are you guys making your own PvP mode? And he was on 4 hours of sleep. Poor Stregma. Poor Stregma. Poor guy.
I hope their gear breaks.
Do you watch the Caravan VOD yet? No, I actually haven't.
It's bugged right now.
Well, like, not on stream anyways. I went back and watched it, like, off stream while I was pooping and stuff, but... We're fighting. Fight one.
Hold on, don't...
Oh, wait, this is when that guy needed an Uber. Okay, cool. We're up.
It's okay. All right, we're ready. We're getting the count.
I have a clip of our good push. Our good push. Huge.
They have like
Bard Nimble Dance should be used whenever vines are visible on the ground 100% of the time. Good comms. Good comms. So, is that just like in every Bard thing? Bard see vines, Bard Nimble Dance? Should I teach every single one of our bards that? Hi, Emu. I need a penetration expansion before warriors will annihilate tanks 1v1. Pen is weird. I think it's armor pen. What kind of PC do you need to run the game on low graphics without lag? Exclamation min specs for a list of their minimum specs. I run on more than a low-end PC. So I wouldn't know like what it functionally runs at. I do know Zine has run it on a 950. Currently runs it on like a 2060. Super smooth, but I'd suggest a 3070 min. Yeah, in terms of min specs and like preferred specs, those are two different things, but like, yeah, 3070 is probably where you'll start to get like a smoother experience with it. And then anything under that, you'll probably get choppy and larger scale. Optimization will probably improve later in development too, so keep that in mind, but... should be safe for mass CC because most of the classes have singular CC removal. Yes. Agreed. Okay, cool. So, large CC goes out. I should call for Bard Nimble as shot caller. Keep in mind too, by the way, you get 90 days after you purchase your pack where you can just refund if you're not happy with the playtest or it's not running smooth or anything like that. So it is definitely possible to hop in, see how the like updates are going to go over the course of the next 3 months. And if it's not in a spot over the next 3 months where it's runnable, that'll get you in for the start of the August servers at this point too. You can just kind of get your money back, wait until the game launches, and then see if it's more in the cards there. So they do make it very safe. I'd say that too, but I get like 45 FPS, 47 tops on my 2070 Super. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of mayoral stuff at very low frames, especially with stream. I'm hoping that it functions on my laptop that I'm bringing with me. Carla has one that definitely can run it. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Chile, what up? 70 series is generally seen as a sweet spot for gaming. 60 series is for budget. The 80 series is for high-end gaming. And 90 series for overkill. 90 series for excessity. Is excessity a word? Seems like it. Did you look at the clip I put in guild chat yesterday of you slam dunking me? No, I didn't. Excessity is now a word. Doesn't it sound like a word? Excessivityness. Wait. Excessivityness. Yes. That excessity sounds like a word. It's like the act of excess. I don't fucking know. I'm not a dictionary dog. I'm just trying my best out here. I'm just trying my best. Cat fight. Go full screen. I don't care that Asmongold is streaming. Do I just full dunk you? Why do you have me targeted? Can we discuss? Can we discuss? Listen, if I see damage, I'm gonna take damage. Was this where Stomps died? Oh yeah, this is the one where Stomps died. And I think we pulled back and then still won this one, right? If I remember correctly, we got some really good trades. Oh no, that was when Zombie was here. We lost when Zombie was here, and then when Zombie left, we didn't lose a single time. I'm not saying correlation equals causation, but every time Zombie was there, we lost, and every time Zombie was gone, we won. What you trying to say? So, I always had this thing in New World, because wars were 50 versus 50, and a lot of New World shot callers would just use the tankiest build possible and sit there and yell the entire war. And I always said, most rosters would be better off with the shot caller just in Discord 51st person calling, and we give them like an unplugged controller and let them pretend they're playing. Because most New World shot callers were absolutely fucking horrendous at the game mechanically. I say this as someone who has okay mechanics and things. But my God. My God. Yeah, some shot callers. Some shot callers. It was like a detriment that they existed. Where am I? Oh, I'm chasing down your back line right now. Motherfuckers kept running from me. How tanky do I feel, by the way? Like, am I that beefed up? I feel pretty beefed up. Very nice. Yeah, I noticed you guys just kind of like try to shoot around me a lot. Oh no, is this where it is? Boop. The Tripinski into the dunk. This was a raid boss. I couldn't find the best target to go on. So I tried to burst the two lows, but I got CC'd like a motherfucker here. I couldn't get to your low HPs. You guys kept following me. It was so sad. It was so sad. All right, here. You passed tanky.
Army over there.
It's past tanky is crazy.
Just on Leona for right now. Just keep clicking, keep making sure we're active. Make them pump heals and respond.
This was the biggest thing that I kept telling the group to do. We just targeted somebody all the time and did damage with no abilities. We just waited for you guys to do anything before we reacted, and we were just throwing out chip.
Side. Their wall's out. We're good. So I got an intercept on you. We're fine.
Wall and vines out.
Back to this.
So here, I see you guys going in.
You guys need to come up.
I was slow. I should have bannered before I went in, and I could have saved Bad Dad. I could have. I think I could have saved Bad Dad. You guys had a good vines there. Again, the power of vines. I used my intercept early.
This.
And then I should have vines here before I went in. Because I go in, and then I get interrupted, and then I go to vines. Got a position. I still could have saved it. I could have, when I was back here, when you guys were getting jumped, I had a really good angle to here. As soon as you get jumped, this is a really high value banner for me to throw. So banner is my absorption field, my shift 6. That is a 15% shield for everybody that's in that. So what I should have done here, turn, see it, banner first, and then go in here, turn and wall, and then I think you would have lived. I didn't use my wall defensively, and I think I could have saved you there. So I need to be less.
Watch our left side.
I need to be less conservative with my banner there.
We're gonna react to this.
Yeah, banner there. I even had you guys hovered. I just didn't throw it.
Even if we're all just throwing chip out.
Yeah, I had you guys hovered, and I just didn't throw it. I think I could have saved that entire initiate.
So I got an intercept on you. We're fine.
So
We're gonna react to this.
I had a hovered. I saw it coming. I should have just pre-bannered that. In the future, I'm just gonna pre-banner those. Because I could have saved that. Then we go in, and then we would have had time to wall. But instead, I bannered late. But Ranger's team's still gonna PV AV8. Ranger's insane in mass.
Get a counter fights. I'm walling.
So despite you guys getting nuked there, let me turn music down a little bit. There.
Their wall's out. We're good. So I got an intercept on you.
So how does Deadly Finisher work? You have the Finisher and the Extended Finisher, and you have a chance to proc the Deadly Finisher or Deadly Extended Finisher, which can be increased through your weapon tree. So the Deadly version is basically your variant of it. On the wand, it's your so it's a chance proc.
We're gonna react to this. You guys need to come up on me and get a counter fights. I'm walling them. They're all walled. They should be anyways. My wall got killed.
I don't know where my wall went there, but
go on emu if we can.
that was tragic.
Trip on emu.
That was really good vines though.
Dead. I'm walling them.
But yeah, the only reason that we won that there is because we got the counter vines. So your vines goes out. You guys get good push. Axe throws vines bottom left.
You guys need to come up on me.
Provoke taunt. So taunt doesn't force someone to target you, but when you taunt someone, 15%, they do 15% less damage to everybody that's not you. So taunt can be useful in PvP. I think it's better in like smaller scale where there are fewer people doing damage. We do have a few forms of like shielding and mitigation for the team, but it all depends on what you want to run.
I'm walling them. They're all walled. They should be anyways.
That was a big trip. That trip got both of you. Victor got super weak off that, and then we had good pressure on emu. Emu tripped and then bursted.
Okay, keep pushing.
Yeah, so I mean that trade, honestly, the biggest thing was the re-engage. So knowing that we got most of our people out, we could have got everyone out. You guys got the first kill, but we got more value out of the kills. So when you guys initiated, you kind of like full sent everything, meaning that you're not going to have much coming out of this, right?
So I got an intercept on you. We're fine.
So you guys full send, everything gets pumped. And so I let them know we're going to come back in.
You guys need to come up on me and get a counter.
So we get the counter. I see the vines go out. I try to wall it. I don't know where my wall went. I think I got canceled. But we're hoping to do more damage in that gauge. Exactly. And if you did, that would have been great. And knowing that you guys didn't get more. Oh yeah, if you guys got more, it would have been huge. But knowing you guys didn't get more, I told everyone to come back up.
I'm walling them. They're all walled. They should be.
And then we get a trip. You almost got caught in that. Whoever's on the right. Whoever was on the right almost got caught in that as well. They got out, but So we got the counter off of this. We got the trip on 2 of your DPS. It's Ultra and... Oh, that's both your mages. So I tripped both of your mages there. And while they're tripped, we send everybody on you.
Go on Emu.
Because you wouldn't have much to peel because they all just use their abilities to do damage. So they're not going to have their combos up to peel. So I have everyone full send you.
Go on Emu. Emu 1. Dead. Okay, keep pushing. Make sure we don't go too far.
And then from there, I just keep looking back.
Don't go Leona. Look at Nin. I got a stun on Nin now.
Nice save.
Nin 1. Tomahawk on Nin. And now Nin's weak. Nin's dead.
Poor Nin.
I'm gonna full send
Poor Nin.
line. I'm looking at God spells.
And then it's just clean up from here.
Next. Grab wood. Big trip on the rock. Better trip.
That was so tragic for you guys, by the way. That was actually...
Wood next.
Wait a second.
Grab wood. Big trip on the rock.
I just kind of did you guys dirty there.
Better trip. Everyone's one here.
Goddamn.
Looking strug. Nice. Good shit.
Goddamn. I think this current consensus on PvP have a big ol' health bar. Yes. If you're not like 5k, I think that's probably the goal. One, can I adjust font size? I think you can already if you're blind. I think they have accessibility settings for that, right? I haven't changed mine, but for a cleric, you're going to want 5.5 to 6. I mean, it's also very easily achievable. So everybody's freaking out about your red frayed robes and stuff like that. But like, BST is fucking massive, and people sleep on this a lot. This is 730 max HP minimum. Okay. So let's say we go into a build planner, and we'll just say, for instance, we're trying to scale up a little bit of HP. So we're going to go stats. We're going to go max health. And then we'll just do this. Iron helmet. And this is just going to be pieces that I know are Omega HP scaling, and we'll see how much it adds. That's your basilisk and tunic. Nothing for bracers. Gloves or ass. Then you have your belt, lungs of the abyss, or ragebringer. Pants, brine breeches. Boots, better off with powered there. Earrings, I think you're better off with caster earrings. Neck, you guys are going to be using your caster neck. And then ring-wise, you get a couple obbies in epic. And let's see what this adds for HP. And we'll also make sure that this is actually not epic, but uncommon. Oh, okay. Iron helmet, uncommon, select. Okay. I think Riv boots for cleric are the play. Riv boots. All right, I'll give you Riv boots too. All right. So, additive here. You're looking at 410, 737. I'm going to add this up on my phone. I was like, I'll keep track of this. And then I was like, no, I won't. No, I motherfucking won't. Calculator. So we got 410 plus 737. And then we got 277. And then we got 569. And then we got 389. And then we got 304 and 304, so 608. And then we've also got double Tide Wardens as your potential. Each of those, 433. Plus 433 plus 433. But wait, there's more. You guys get Iron 1 because you're lucky as fuck. 676. So, this is without any other HP at all. This is just from your armor alone and what's in this set. Okay? you were at 4,532 bonus HP from this set. Now, I don't know how tanky you are trying to go, but I guarantee that this would give you a fucking absurd amount of HP. I don't know that you necessarily have to go that high, but what mid gear can we get to? Well, you have to be able to have abilities that do something. You can get the Iron Wing set, which is helm, gloves, chest, cape. You're not going to use the cape. So, like, helm, gloves, chest, you can Iron Wing. That's what I use in my tank set. So if we go here, and then we go mitigation rating, Iron Wing. You have these, and then you have the chest, but you wouldn't want to take the chest off. So, I mean, if you wanted to go that route, you could just go spell power rating. Oh, sorry, magic power rating. My bad. My bad. Magic power rating. And then we'll sort by you. I have Zom. What the hell? Why are we doing Caller if I have Zom exists? What's this? Where does that come from? Wait. Where the fuck? It doesn't exist. Oh, okay. Collar it is. And then earring, double slag earrings. Most of our casters have double slag earrings already because of our forge runs. Our forge runs go absolutely insano style. Let's see. You guys want Bloom Warden shoulders. You guys want your Mira Citizen's Cloak. And you want... Do these exist? A lot of people want Rosethorn Bracer. It's just an achievable one. Rosethorn? Okay. And then Riv Scepter. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I can just search it. Riv Scepter. There you go. There's your cleric gear. Your cleric gear. Halcyon earrings might be better earrings. Halcyonite? Let's see. Halcyon. Healing power rating, magic power rating, I think magic power rating is a 1-to-1 mirror to your healing power. So if you're not at the point of diminishing returns, which I'm sure you're not, the max mana and the raw magic power rating would scale better, in my opinion. But if you're at the point of diminishing returns with your magic power rating, then that would probably warrant going the healing power rating, so to say. But you shouldn't be at the point of diminishing returns because you've got power rating here. That's going to be exempt from your DRs. So you should be fine, in my opinion. I think that that's probably where people are rolling right now. And would be a very good... Oh, your collar would be blue. Sorry. I put that as a wrong rarity, but I'll put this into Ash Planner to see what we get with Cleric. It would be fucking huge. If you have all those items, you'd be very happy. I mean, we have people with pseudo these items. Like, missing a few pieces, of course, but we've seen all of these drops multiple times throughout the guild. So, the breaches in the Lungs of the Abyss, probably a couple of the harder things to acquire, but like all of these pieces exist. We have one of our bards has Dunes and Scepter, Dunes and Focus, Dunes and One, Dunes and Focus. We have people with 1 Tide Wardens. I don't know if we have 2 Tide Wardens on anyone yet. But yeah, we've seen all of these within the guild. And target farming these, we have plenty of people. And being out in Shorefoot, we're going to be able to do everything like out in the tropics very easily anyways. So a lot of this is going to come from the Trops and from the Goondark. We got to either of those places, we get boats, launch them from our harbor right next to town, do Tropics name loops, do Goondark name loops as a big raid, and then we start farming pretty much all of these pieces. I don't think that's a bad plan at all. Slacker? Yeah, motherfucker's a little geared. Is there any XP farm that can be done in Shorefoot? What level are you looking for? I don't know how accurate this will be, but home sweet home. 10 to 20. Let me shrink it down for you. I fucked up clicking two things at once. It's probably gonna make the map poop. $10 to $20. Well, starting right off rip, you got a fuckload of crabs. And then you also have out here drowned dredger spawns. So these are going to be undeads. Now, some of these may spawn, some may not spawn. But this drops level 10 gear. There are commissions for the crabs as well. Yes, sirski. This drops all of your level 10 gear sets. Not all of them, but like fizz ones, it looks like. And then that's like right in the node area itself. You've got crab farm here. This is going to be assassins and shamans, I believe. Like, this will be a really good area to run around. The Nazra Gate. That's intriguing. But yeah, this would be a really good area to run around with a group. This is going to be some elites. Some of these can hit hard, but another really good loot table. So keep in mind, this is going to be catered for that level range, like 10 to 20, because our next starting area is right here. That is the anvils. So the reason that I wanted Shorefoot is because if we zoom in, the next starting area is going to be right about here, based on the original map. Southern anvils. And then you'll have two splits into two slightly higher leveled areas where the divine race is split into two. So you have the Dwarven Divine Gate, the same way you have the human one here. The human one, the Kalar, and the Veloon. They split from that Divine Gate into the two human races. You have your Dwarven Divine Gate in the Anvils. You have the Dunir, they split to the north. The Dunes of Kill Mountains will very likely be another 10 to 20, as well as these areas. Then you have your Tropics to the south. Shorefoot is very likely to be that big chunk of leveling, that 10 to 20, always active all the time. And as soon as the anvils is added, people will have way more reason to go out there and way more viability to go out there in their progression to actually base out of it. Instead of it being way out of the way right now and still only being the first one leveled by about, I'd say, a third of a level, half a level. It is definitely a matter of actually getting people incentivized to go out to it in the first place. So we'll be able to do that very much with the addition of the anvils. Hopefully soon TM. I think we'd all love that. Hopefully soon TM. As well as having that worked up to eventually being the second starting area. If we could long term post up in Shorefoot, that'd be good. Summoner soon, I hope. It's annoying. Any XP levels a node? Yes. Mob XP, gathering XP, any of that. It's annoying that most of the time I got like I just spend no time to get the levels and items. Yeah, it'll be nice though. Keep in mind our next server is intended to be a long-term concurrent server. So this is all about, for us as a community, getting the items faster, right? We want to, crabs are higher level, I believe, due to the level of node. We'll check it out when we're back in. But yeah, things may be up leveled because of node level. It may be like high teens to like 20-ish now. We'll give it a look-see when nodes, when it's back up. But yeah, so on August 4th, we go to 24/7 uptime. We go to a long-term concurrent server that is hopefully supposed to bring minimal wipes and a long existence of things. And if that's the case, we will have a lot of time to assemble sets. We'll have a lot of time to craft. We'll have a lot of time to get all set up. People will very likely hit the point of doing the content, right? And completing a lot of what they want to. And that's where it'll start to lean into, in my opinion, more of the user-generated content, the community side of things, that big level of commitment. And I'm hopeful that players will be able to lean into that side of things. And if they are, then we're up. I feel like for August, it'll be full Vandegar available. It's possible. It's entirely possible. So our original pace and how the map has expanded so far. At the end of March, we got the Trops. End of April, we got the Goondark. And originally they had said Anvils at the end of May. Now there are a couple variables to this. But after the Anvils, we've got Dunes and Kill, this foresty area, and this Badlands area. So it could be May, June, July, and then after August, first month of August, like, or first month of that launch, we get this. We very well could. They could also, depending on how their capabilities have increased with Unreal Engine 5 and more repetitions with everything, get that too. What about Volcano Zone? This is the Crucible. Yes. Yeah. So we'll get the Volcano Zone soon too as well, hopefully. I'm wondering what that is. What if I use the Iron Wing chest? You'll need an Iron Wing set of pants because I'll kick you in the cock. Yeah, I don't know what the Crucible will be. Whether it's going to be like a raid, whether it's going to be a lawless zone, maybe with like a world boss spawn in it. That could be fucking insane. Because everybody's been saying we want a lawless dungeon, we want lawless world bosses. What if they put the Crucible as a full lawless where people could go in and it's high risk, high reward? UE6 revealed, I think, 2 days ago. I feel like the process of going from 5.x to 5.x is a lot more simplistic than 4 to 5, 5 to 6. To my knowledge, and keep in mind I have no knowledge, but 4 to 5 was a significant, like, investment in terms of content revamps and all of that for them, but 5.6 isn't out yet. Right, but 5.5 is. So they're going to 5.5 from 5.3, I believe. So from 5 point, whatever that to 5 point whatever. I think I'm running 5.54. Did they already go to Unreal Engine 5? Wait. Did we already transition it there? They should force some more life into existing zones instead of making raw zones. It's time to show how they want to make this game alive long term. I agree, but I also think that it's probably different parts of the team, so to say. In terms of forcing life into zones, there's a lot more than just the biome design standpoint of it. Because if they inject too many mobs with too much of a loot table, then that has econ scaling as well. Then you have like the zone biome progression where things can unlock as the biome goes. You have grand dungeon buildouts, you have node buildouts, you have all of those things that can be conditionals or predicates as well. So I agree. I think especially in areas like the desert where there just aren't many things to do outside of pocket dungeons, it will be very nice to see more life come to those areas. I think it's just important to remember how many things go into something as simple as like we want to add more mobs here. It could impact the economy in terms of more drops being, available than they want available. If it's a new loot table, that will impact how people are using other pieces of loot, which will have a cascading effect on ongoing economy in other places. So one change is much less like a static change of this one thing in an echo chamber and a lot more like throwing a tiny rock into a pool and watching that small ripple go out. And you see how that small ripple, it kind of like dissipates the further it gets away from the change, but it also has that effect on other things. So it could always cascade, it could always do something else, but there's a lot that goes into it. Jumping to 5.5 will increase the rate at which the geography can be produced greatly. Geography stuff is the easiest to test. They also have like in-house processes for biome expansions that they've worked on, so. 5.5 has a bunch of AI tools for geography creation. Procedurally, the optimization is a different story. It's going too slow in this case. Things other than zones and PvP things are not progressing. What do you mean by that? Because, like, you're saying things other than zones and PvP. PvP really hasn't had a ton of changes to it. Meanwhile, it's been a heavy focus on gathering, refining, crafting. Gathering had cluster spawns, new spawn rates, constant tweaks. Refining has the new ratios, constant updates to that, multiple versions of the ratios already. Crafting has different inputs, different econ status, different progression. Like PvE wise, every area is being used, and your best drops are very frequently coming from non-Riverlands areas. The Riverlands is populated so much because it's the starting area, and naturally you'll have like a heat map that dissipates as you go out further, right? Almost like those ripples. And part of that is probably why you see fewer people out there. Also the fact that this is primarily lawless, and this is all lawless. But the best drops in the game are coming from this area in this area right now. It's just a matter of being able to actually get to that area and play. There are a lot of guilds that are stuck in the Riverlands, they call it. And they're permanently there. They're not able to get enough people out to actually go to the other areas. And that's because of the competition. And I do think, PvP-wise, there hasn't really been, since May 1st especially, a ton of PvP-centric changes. I think a ton of it has been around those core infrastructural systems. Back-end improvements, like biome progression is absolutely a thing, but so much back-end stuff they're setting records. Yeah, I agree. It's a different team working on back-end and PvP / progression. Different teams, yeah. They work a lot on PTR about PvP. Well, that's because the PTR is focus testing, and you can't really get the most out of ongoing econ changes and stuff like that without focus testing. Keep in mind, the PTR did see the harbor node, the new areas before everything. The PTR is for testing very specific things, and we are not live service. We are still testing things. Like, we aren't finished with any of this, right? So in terms of implementing a full biome and expecting that to be tested in a few hour PTR session over the course of 2 days in the middle of the week with such a small playtesting environment in the PTR, that's not really going to be reasonable. So we're going to see a lot of rudimentary stuff still. But again, a lot of the PTR testing that you're seeing is around core systems that will impact, again, PvE, crafting, gathering, all of that. A lot of the PTR testing recently has been around node sieges, and I believe an emphasis was placed recently in one of the tests around caravans as well. And caravans, while they are PvP, are also one of the largest drivers of economy in the game right now. Node sieges, while they are PvP, will eventually result in an entire node being de-leveled to level 0, player storages becoming illootable, citizens maybe deciding they want to leave and become a citizen elsewhere. Node sieges will have massive lasting impacts on everything. They progress more on these aspects of the game instead of node levels, node layouts, or even housing. Node layouts are not an emphasis because they don't change the functionality of the game. Those will be developed later when more functional core systems are implemented. Housing is not a core system in terms of the end nodes that impacts the functionality of does this work. Those are what are called accessory systems that are not within the core gameplay loop, but also they're not on the complete outskirts. They're kind of in the middle. And as a result, they'll be the middle of priority. Housing does exist in terms of freeholds. In node housing is to be developed. In terms of node levels, there's a lot more that goes into just give us the 4th level of nodes than just giving us the 4th level of nodes. Keep in mind, they did iterate early on that we will be having a level 30 expansion originally on the phase 3 roadmap. That could be whenever. When the level 30 expansion comes up in terms of leveling progression, that is likely to include master level crafting, gathering, and progression, tier 4 nodes, and new loot tables, a re-leveling of a lot of areas, and a lot more accessory than just give us this next thing. You've got node progression unlocked. You've got character progression unlocked. You've got balancing of spells, balancing of weapons, balancing of econ, balancing of how much money people can make. Everything is attached to that 4th level, where it's a lot more than just give us 4th level so we can have a 4th level. And it's a lot more of a things happen in bunches, so to say. And they've got this ongoing progression where it's like, we finish these things, and while we work dedicatedly on these things, these are getting cooked up in the background until they're ready. I think the balancing things 10 times for level 25 alpha, is that important? I don't really think they're doing a ton of balance changes in terms of, like, what are you talking about in terms of balancing? A lot of patch time isn't spent on balancing, like, ability damage or anything unless things are massive outliers. The things that are typically balanced numbers-wise are things that are outwardly broken, such as Prismatic Beam having one beam that was doing 3x the damage, Bard Res Dump being bugged, Bard Wand Finishers being bugged. Things that aren't working as intended are paid attention to, and you also have to remember that it's different teams working on different things. You have teams that are dedicated to that balancing that still show up, and many things are worked on at once. Just because something is not directly implemented right now does not mean that nobody is working on it at Intrepid at all. Just because we do not see in our form of playtesting something live does not mean that it doesn't exist. And with that, they've had dynamic gridding live on a lower dev branch for months. We haven't seen it yet that we know of. They probably have many other things that are in NDA'd parts of the dev chain that are in testing, in the process of being worked on, that are simply not on the priority list of let's get this pushed out and finished, and more on the priority list of keep working on it. You have time while we work on this, this, and this. And I think that level of progression is healthier than making them feel pressured to have all of their accessory systems out. This is lowest functioning form of many things. Function over fashion, and a level of, like, does this work instead of is this pretty, in my opinion. And that's been iterated many times by Steven and the devs, and it will get the level later on, I think, of it's pretty. It's got all the extras. Yo, Stragosaurus Rex, what up, brother? How you doing today? So I think that's important to remember too. To maintain player base, they had the opportunity to fix resource issues for over 6 months. What resource issues are you talking about? The ones where people were static farming, and they came out with a very well-articulated article that talked about many of the changes, which I made a video on months ago, by the way, about the gathering, refining, and crafting changes that are going to be taken care of, and they've already implemented a good amount of those. So they are no longer on static respawn timers, static places. You don't have node rarity clusters, stuff like that. Or were there other things that you feel weren't addressed? Perfect opportunity to change it weekly and tweak everything to not be annoying for the first 2 months of the server. Hunt gathering be 10 times slower than making treasures, for example, to obtain any important resource. I don't think raw gathering is slower than doing a treasure map to obtain a specific resource, because treasure maps have a very broad resource pool of anything in that biome's resource. So while it is a semi-controllable form of it, you're not accounting the time to farm the map, farm the materials to make the excavation kit. If you don't get the map drop as a completed map, you've got to make the map yourself. So make a map, make an excavation kit, pop the map, run to the map, excavate the map, complete the map, get a chance to get the materials that you need. Very small chance, by the way. Especially as loot tables continue to expand, and then have enough maps to do that in a replicated way. And maps are a bit busted. What's busted about them? it's a non-controllable form of Gamba. I think maybe quantity-wise or adding a little bit more of a risk to it. Like shortly after looting a chest from a map, you become flagged. Almost like stealing loot. That could be cool. Somebody sees you doing maps and you have a chance to actually like get hit while doing those maps. Oh, this is still faster than constant farm of some copper or other stuff. If you're not getting nodes, we don't really have much of an issue with copper or tin or anything like that in guild at all. A lot of people come in and they say that that's terrible for them, and our gatherers are like, I'm stacked up. Some people are having problems, but you also have to remember there are finite spawns, and if you're not getting to the spawns, you're not going to get the spawns. It's like saying, I don't have boots of the tardy yet. I also haven't spent a lot of time specifically targeting that farm. I'll spend a few hours, but not as much as other people. You're getting a lot of stuff that is full con by people, and you're also getting a lot of things, as Ninja said actually, that are ungatherable in their rotates. So you have essentially in their rotational spawns a variety of things that a node can spawn as, and you take a chance as it's spawning as a higher tier node just as part of the progression. And if it spawns in that higher tier node that's ungatherable, that's going to eliminate a potential node spawn and basically make more scarcity until server resets, or that gathering tool is acquirable, and then you'll see more filtering in. Everybody says, I can't get copper right now, but everyone thinks that braidwood is everywhere in the map. The second Shorefoot gets journeyman lumberjacking, there's going to be no braidwood on the map, and everyone's going to see willow and everything that they can't get now. Once mining goes up to journeyman, you'll see more copper available. You'll see a lot of that. When they fix the spawns, it'll be a lot better. Higher tier shouldn't be spawning until the table is up. I think that'd be like hard to correlate though. Multiple revenue streams will always outpace one or another. We did well without them. We can still afford to see new maps. Valuable scribing, arcane, and GXP. Yeah, I agree. It's just a matter of getting the shards early. It's definitely good for leveling the trade skills early and getting some mats pulled up. Especially if we can get like epic and Legos. Those are T3s. So we could potentially get ahead of the game on like high rarity braid and shit like that. Like if you pull epic braid from an epic map, which I have right now, by the way. Wait until they try and implement land management score is what you're looking for. Yep. Detrimental and positive actions within the node. Gotchi, what up? Can you check DMs with me? Is it your butthole? And craft you 2 epics. I can sell them to you. Why would I buy something out of guild when I can just make my guild craft it for me? I run a guild. I'll just have somebody craft it. Yeah. Do you have a few VOD? Do you have a VOD / few clips I can watch? Gotchi's got a pretty cool clip. At least one. If that's okay. We have you on that? Yeah. I don't have to spend the moolah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm getting water real quick. And then we'll yap more. I don't know what time I should get off stream and try to nap at. Because I have to leave for Boston at like 4 a.m. And I'm driving down. And I have to have enough time to make sure that I'm all packed up, all good to go, updated where I need to be so streams aren't borked or anything like that. I'll do a final round of cleaning. I have to make sure that my laundry's good. I have to check my laundry real quick. But yeah, I got a few things to do. So I'll probably hang around till like, I don't know, 9-ish, 10-ish. Maybe like 9 or 10. We'll see. I gotta get a little bit of sleep tonight. I'll be right back. Also, if you guys haven't heard the big news about the next few days, ask me when I come back. I'll see you in a second. Jodicus rats. Good morning, Corla. I just switched over my laundry, sorry. So, what are our thoughts about the integrity of skill in Ashes of Creation PvE due to the lack of presence of anti-Zerg mechanics? Thoughts? PvE content being devalued to just Zerg. Huh? So what I'm saying is essentially, would it feel more rewarding to get something if it wasn't a matter of I pull up to the area with the most people and lock it down and I have all of the people? Would it feel more rewarding to say I have this many very elite people who outplayed other groups of this many very good people to get the reward? And in like a numbers match. I know that's basically ushering in light instancing and stuff, but I think that the amount of AoE in Forge is annoying for Zergs. See, the reason why I disagree with any of that logic in the first place is because if I have a Zerg of 40 people and 20 people die, then I still have more people than I would if I had a group of 8 people and nobody died. Simple math. It's annoying to heal. Yeah, but it's less annoying for me as a tank. The real kicker is that if you throw more people than necessary, you're wasting time as those people can be doing something more useful. See, I actually disagree. There is an element of being uncontestable in an area through size as well and having overkill for the area. If you have a group of 4 people sitting on a named mob, a group of 8 people will see you sitting on the named mob and then come kick you off. If you're a group of 8, a group of 12 will come along. If you're a group of 12, a group of 2 groups will come along. Sorry. And there is always a level of, if something is contested, you need enough people to where groups will come along and say, well, we're fucking off. There's a reason why everybody brought full 40-person raid groups to Steel Bloom. You could have killed all of those mobs just as fast with 25 and had more loot going out. But seeing a group of 25 there and being able to pull up with 40 means that you have an advantage. You have 40 there in the first place. It's going to be a lot harder for people to get established. Overkill is the best type of kill in terms of holding down an open world area. If you walk into the June Dark and you see 100 people in the June Dark, you're just like, well, counters Zerg is simply by having enough content and points of interest where there isn't just one name mob that's BIS or something. I definitely understand that, but like, just in terms of distributing the population, that would either lead to a world where the population is so distributed that none of the competition exists and you're better off having instances and your world will feel empty, right? Because if nobody's competing for mobs, then your world feels empty. If people are competing for stuff, your world feels alive. If people are competing for stuff, the numbers are always the incentivization. And in Ashes, people will always be competing for stuff. So I think it all boils down to, in PvE, numbers strong. That's about it. So I think even in a level of like, there will be alternatives. As of right now, there are 3 maces that are usable for tanks, but there's one that has the most max HP, just in terms of the HP maces. People go for that one. If you don't have a full group, then you're probably not going to be able to do it in the first place. You might need more than a full group because some groups run 2 groups and go back and forth between the pocket dungeons. But if you have 3 groups there, people that are running back and forth won't even come contest it because they know they're going to miss the spawn. Any name mob that drops BIS is going to be contested in most... Yeah, oh yeah. At the same time, in the crafting, ultimately going to be better than drops, so I feel like endgame things will be spread out a bit more. I do agree in terms of like crafting being the ultimate omega bis, and that's very valid. That is very valid. But even in that stance, gathering and crafting breaks down to a Zerg. You've got to control the spawn long enough to get the materials from the name mobs to craft the high rarity item. You've got to get the recipe, and then you've got to get the raw materials in the open world. All of which come down to control. If it's braidwood season, and I have 100 people out looking for braidwood, and I also have a flyer, and you have 4 people in your guild looking for braidwood, who will win? Zerg. Pushing people out as a type of content, in and of itself. Oh yeah, absolutely. As a guild member, my guild pushed out people from a spot because we wanted a spot. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Being able to, and keep in mind, we had a kind of like a period where people were catching up, leveling, and we fell behind a little bit in terms of our pace towards the first like 2 weeks of the server, and had to do a little bit of like a kick in the ass to get people motivated, and it went really well. But we were at a spot where initially, when the Steel Bloom craze started, we didn't have enough people that were like ready and prepped to actually take over those spots. Lo and behold, fast forward like another few days after we finally started to get scraps together for gear and motivate people, we pulled up to Steel Bloom with groups of 30. And out of nowhere, people were losing the spot to us. And people got made fun of for losing the spot to us. And then more people started losing spots to us, and they were like, wait a second. Oh shit. So I did like that. Think people will try to monopolize? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think crafting's too slow compared to name mob rotas. Hope crafting will catch up with progression with the future updates. See, I don't want crafting to be available right as people hit level 20, because name mob rotas are always going to be extremely profitable in the first place, just getting those raw items out. And I do think crafting should be lagging behind server progression a little bit. And in populated areas, if people were working together on the actual progression, Overlord could have pushed Journeyman long ago, but I think they like chose not to, just because there are more predicates that need to be balanced out and stuff like that. It's very possible to get Journeyman up in a reasonable time, but it's also going to take a lot of coordination. And what we've learned since being mayor is that there hasn't really been a lot of this level of transparency in terms of the actual building process. People understanding what goes into the totality of it. People understanding like how many people need to donate poop. Sorry. How many people have to donate poop to actually get the poop to make the berries, so that way we can make the beer and put the beer into the ag supply. Like all of that is stuff that people are just finding out. Poop. Do you notice a while ago when Holiday committed to dominating most named mob locations? Not really. I mean, EU just plays during EU time as their peak and holds down mob locations early in the day, like towards the start of my stream. It's EU because I log on at EU peak, and then they transition, and then and then NA holds down the spots later in the night once EU goes to bed. It's just kind of like whichever time you log in at will determine who's holding down the spots. So I just want to see a guild so big that they're training mobs on themselves to fight for grind spots. Bruh. The internal warfare is fucking crazy. Like, you have inter-alliance guild versus guild decks going out. That would be fucking nuts. I wonder long-term what they're looking for the actual, like, questing prog to be. What are the nerds doing today? I don't know. You just got here, dog. What you been up to? You need to restart your computer. You need to shut the fuck up. My bad. Holiday SFL is hard once people started gearing. Holiday dominated at first because nobody had gear. It's literally a numbers game. As soon as people got gear to fight back, on Holiday disappeared from the server. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, like, a lot of that'll happen, though. And you also have a lot of people who will start out slower, will catapult up, and there are many different routes of progression. Now, I think a lot of that is because of level 25 being the max level and level 20 being like the gearing threshold of level prio. You know what I mean with that? It's like no one really pushes up 20 to 25 first. Everyone hits 20 and then it's gear, 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 gear. Oh, I'm 25. Cool. And if you go too high too early, you're going to be extremely behind. And we saw that even in our guild. And so you have the secondary option of it, where like you get really far ahead levels wise, and you may have an advantage over the other people that run into you because those people are also going to be weak. But exclamation crafting, by the way, if you're someone who is like, say you're level 15 to 18, but you have been, for the better part of that 15 to 18, prioing your gear farm, right? That's going to be something that by the time you hit 20 to 25 will matter a lot. Fast forward to the next leveling expansion, level 30. It will be a race that is heavily incentivized around hitting that max level and gearing at that max level. Level 30 gear will be substantially better than level 20 gear. Level 20 gear better than 10 gear. There will be many levels to the gearing. We had 499 votes on New Halo, but people like myself who were either busy or couldn't be asked, didn't feel like hopping citizenship constantly to win elections, just certain priorities. When was that? Was that ballot stuffing time or no? I feel like there are so many more just like players. I was shocked to see how many people came out for the Shorefoot election before the actual change to ballot stuffing was implemented. Oh, I would have gone crazy. I would have gone crazy if we could have ballot stuffed. Holy shit, can you imagine? That would have been fucking hilarious. We wouldn't have, but yeah, that would have been a lot. Well, it's already 25, so there isn't much point to heavily contesting it. I mean, I also think a lot of it was just because people settled into their time slot. Like, once people get established in the initial hype of we want to PvP everybody everywhere all at once starts to fade, motherfuckers just play the game when they're not tired, dog. Like, I think we forget that not everybody is able to just sit here around the clock and cater their sleep schedule to PvP and Ashes of Creation. Like, motherfuckers got jobs and shit. And the first, like, week or two, everybody was on around the clock. NA was on earlier in the day. EU was on later in the day. A lot of people just kind of, like, went to a normal schedule and stopped being absolute fucking degens. Polar/Envious were hitting 1K votes with ballot stuffing. Gross. Reminded me of Job. Yes, yes. But yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people... And keep in mind, right around the time where people had to go back to their normal lives, people were like, oh my god, NA got worse, EU got worse. No, y'all motherfuckers just started playing at different times because people do shit during the day. Ow. The economy's also been fucked since like day 4 of the server, which made a lot of people just stop playing. Yeah, and those people is bitch-ass motherfuckers. Yo, Ragnar, what up? How you doing, my friend? Especially people who played heavily, who heavily played P1 and or P2 and weren't learning new. The fuck is the purpose of that? Scared off my birds at my bird feeder. Anyways, my fucking birds just got scared. Fucking dicks. Dude, my road is not that long. There's not even like an area to peel out to. I don't know what the fuck just happened. So anyways, then there's me that can play 17 hours a day any day. Why the fuck can you play 17 hours a day any day? Also 17 hours, Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess technically I could. I would probably have seizures and not have a voice based on the fact that anytime I stream more than 12 hours, I start losing my voice. So I do have to be cautious with that because of the amount of yap that comes out on a day-to-day. But yes, I am very fortunate to have a community who loves me enough to allow me to do this for a lot of time each and every day. Very thankful. I mean, shit, I'm here and the game's not even up today, and we're still yapping, and people are still coming through and showing love. I have to drive at 4 a.m. down to Boston to get all set up and ready to go on my flight. And I'd be nervous as a motherfucker. But it'll be fun. I'm not even nervous about the trip. I'm nervous about the airport. Round 1 of the airport was a disaster for me. I was so bad at airporting. Servers are down today? Yes. Servers are typically down Tuesday and Wednesday. And with that, this week they gave us Tuesday as bonus uptime. So, Wednesday, normally down. August 4th, we transition to 24/7 uptime. Or as close as possible. There will be updates and shit like that. But, are you flying direct? I am, yes. So, let's see. I should probably get my boarding pass and stuff all downloaded, huh? Let me give it a look-see real quick. Your flight. Is this it? All right, we're up. Oh, they gave me my seat. Oh, am I a middle seat? Lame. Lame. What are you flying for? So, I will be for the next, let's see, Thursday to Monday. We'll be streaming from Vegas. We'll be doing some IRL stuff. We'll be covering the Ashes dev stream as well on the 30th. And I'll have a setup out there, so I'll be doing all my mayor stuff as we prep for the election. But it's basically a weekend in Vegas. Then Corla and I come back here for 10 days. And after 10 days here, we'll have enough time to finish the election and stuff like that. And then we fly out to Iceland. Iceland, I just bit my tongue. Iceland, self. The apps are amazing. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Iceland, we are going to travel around the country. And we are going to 5 days a week. Every time Ashes is up, we'll be done most of our hikes and shit by the time stream time is. So we'll have Ashes content with crazy ass, scenic ass backdrops. So 5 days a week, you guys are still going to get Ashes. And that's right after the election ends as well. So more propaganda. Well, okay. So I'm here for the entire election process. I'm back home. So essentially, we'll be going to Iceland in 5 days a week. It'll be Ashes streams. Normal time. We finish up all our stuff before stream time would start because we're 5 hours ahead. And we'll be doing Ashes with Insano style backdrops. It'll be crazy. And then we have the IRL backpack that we fundraised for. Thank you guys, by the way. And on the downtime days, we'll be doing this, like the Ashes Yaps, except you guys will be with us on beautiful like hikes and shit in Iceland. And we'll take you on a few hours of fun stuff on those downtime days. So you guys will have to have a little bit of time with less than 80-hour streams each week for a little bit. A little bit. We'll try to keep a consistent schedule as much as we can. It'll basically be the weekend in Vegas, and then we'll have 10 days-ish back here on the normal just grind as much as we can schedule. And then we do 2 weeks in Iceland, traveling around the country, doing a bunch of fun shit. And then after that, we're back home. And we're here until TwitchCon. And then TwitchCon, we go out. And if you guys can come out to TwitchCon, come out to TwitchCon this year. It's in October. It's in San Diego. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. 75 days already. We're pumping. Don't worry about stream length. Enjoy your vacation. Y'all always say that, but like, I literally, the biggest stress for me is time spent off stream. Because every streamer, especially my size, it's not like I have a zillion dollars in the bank. So if people stop gifting subs or anything like that, I'm good. Like, this is something that I consider myself very lucky to do. But I'm also very realistic that I don't make the most money. I'm not making bandos. I'm not living in a mansion. I have an apartment. The only reason why I'm traveling is because it was a birthday and a Christmas present. So, like, it's not within my budget to travel. It was given to me. TwitchCon, we fundraised so I could go out there. So, it's not like this is all money where I just have thousands of expendable dollars and I'm just, like, throwing it out. And I'm like, I'm comfy enough to take time off stream. I am very, very much so factoring in, like, stream being consistent. And that is why I put in the 70 to 80 hours a week that I do each week to try to keep it consistent. So I don't really deal with burnout. Because in terms of burnout, I was streaming 50 plus hours a week while I was also working a 40 plus hour a week job. Multiple jobs. I've streamed 8 years now. I've streamed full time for, this is year 2. Like, we're going on a year and a half. Like, January of last year was when I started streaming full time. So a lot of that was like streaming for fun and just kind of hanging out, right? And past that, it kind of grew over time. If you stream time tips, your viewers probably will. You would think that, but I also, in terms of stream time, I actually see fewer peak viewers because I stream so long. The recommended stream time for Twitch streams, especially if you stream daily like I do, because we're at 6.99 in a row, is right around 5.5 to 6 hours. You'll see a lot of very large streamers, except for the people that are like some who just degen stream. Like a lot of your very, very large, like mega influencers, they target 5.5 to 6 hour streams because that condenses your peak. The average session duration for someone coming in and watching a Twitch stream is 12 minutes and 37 seconds as of 2024. Mine is about 3.5 hours. So other streams all have their own like retention metrics, all of those things. But if I were to stream 5 to 6 hours, just from a perspective of like peak viewership, it would probably get more people in during peak. But I choose to stream a lot of hours because someone asked if I worried about burnout. I don't really get burnt out because I like what I do so much to the point that I was doing it before I made money off of it. I was sitting here streaming and yapping to a chat that was very frequently less than 10 people. And to be in the spot where I'm at now, where if I pull up a stream summary, I can look and see multiple thousands of people that come through over the course of the stream. It shows me exactly how many live views I have. Usually it's like 3,000 to 4,000 for a normal stream at this point. And that for me is nuts. So I just enjoy being in a spot where, especially this summer, last summer I worked a part-time job because I wasn't like big enough to be super consistent while New World dropped down. So I wanted to make sure I had enough to pay the bills. And last summer I was working the entire summer. So I was sitting outside like a couple weeks ago when it was nice weather. And it kind of like hit me that I've never been at a spot where I could do this and like enjoy summer since I was like in high school getting summer vacation and shit. So it's really cool for me, and I'm super appreciative that I'm in a spot now where, because of everybody showing up each day, I went from doing this in addition to working, in addition to just coming home and doing it with nobody here, to doing it, being able to pay my bills, and having more people here that make it more fun for me. So in terms of burnout, like, there are days where I'm like more tired and like less ready to go, right? But that's also part of, I think, the benefit of having this community and you guys. Even if I'm having a down day or I start out slow, people don't come in and they're like, yo, Dusty, what's up? I hope you die today and eat shit, pussy. Like, people come in and they're like, oh, yo, Dusty, I hope you're doing well, dude. And people bring in positivity. People bring in good vibes. And I am doing what I enjoy with a group of people that I enjoy doing it with. I don't consider myself sitting here and like clip farming or like making content or like being an influencer. Like, when I'm talking to people about, like, they're like, what's your stream like? I'm like, oh, you know how you go home and put on Netflix after work and you just exist with that on? And then my family was like, yeah. And I'm like, that's what people do with my stream. And they're like, why? And I'm like, I don't know, but they do. And so I always call it like the Netflix of Twitch, where people just come in and you're driving home from work. You're like, all right, bet, throw Dusty on in the car. You're at work. You got me on at work. You're at home after work. Yo, Ozzy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And so, yo, see, I appreciate you. I need people like you to keep me grounded. So for me, I always try to be in a spot where it's that like community vibe. Everyone comes in, everybody yaps. And I always make the joke, like, on downtime days, people come in because they're like, Dusty, what are you doing like when the game's not up? Why don't you play something else? And I'm like, the only difference between my stream during an Ashes uptime day and an Ashes downtime day is the fact that there is Ashes gameplay on the screen. The apps are the same. The yaps don't stop. It's not like I'm just sitting here like letting something play, just like we talk about everything. We will literally just be sitting here pumping content. Sometimes schedule one on stream for a downtime day. We even started those in Ashes though. We went over how many hours I had spent in the Ashes directory. I bet it's almost 1,400 at this point since I've been here. Counting downtime days. I've been here. I've been here. I'm not an outsider. It's amazing talent. People say that it's talent, and I don't really believe them. I just like yapping with people. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I do consider myself very lucky to have so many people who just want to come in and keep yapping back, but really, when you think about it, that's the entire stream. I always challenge people, if you can go back in one of my VODs and you can find like 30, 45 seconds where I'm in my chair doing something, not talking and not engaging with chat, I'll give you like head pats and shit. It doesn't really exist. Can we technically consider you the throat goat with how much yapping is done and your throat can just keep up with it all? I would say I'm more a throat goat in training. If I yap too long, my throat gets very hoarse, and we learned with the start of fresh starts. I did a 20-hour stream, a 14-hour stream, like an 11 and a half, an 11 and a half, and I sounded like JoJo Siwa like day 5. So it was bad. You can go back in my VODs. It was bad, but I sounded exactly like JoJo Siwa on streams. It was fucking awful. Wasn't good at all. But I always try to explain to people, I consider like any moment that somebody's in chat could be somebody's first time in chat. Somebody could be taking a shit on Twitch mobile, scrolling through channels, see me popped up, and be like, oh, what's going on here? And if they come in, and I'm not talking, and I'm not engaging in any way, shape, or form, those people have no fucking reason to stay. None whatsoever. And typically, I give streams 30 seconds to a minute before I'm out. That's my honest thing. If I go in, and there's nothing going on, nothing to engage with, and nothing that's actually happening, where people will keep your stream up, why would they keep your stream up? Just described how I found you. GG. Welcome. I stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST. I have a lot of hours in Ashes. You mentioned tank. Tank's my main, as you can see from the PvP stuff. What do you recommend for a mostly solo tank and ways of gear? I can link one of my gear sheets. Can someone grab it from the Discord? How are you able to yap when you didn't have many chatters? I basically got very comfortable with having conversations with myself and putting out a lot of self-processing stuff, right? So even when I am talking through my gameplay and stuff like that, I help myself learn through that. When I'm talking through and reviewing PvP, when I'm going through and I'm doing something and I'm like, oh, waiting on this cast. That's me learning and kind of like confirming. So I got very good and very comfortable with like talking about what I was doing in the moment. My channel was really quite small until New World. New World was where it started to take off. And with a lot of the games that I had played, I had more of a focus on the actual gameplay side of it. New World, I was very, very, very established. And when I left New World, a lot of people had me as one of the better melee players in the game at the time of leaving. And that was a long time of grinding and refining and thinking out loud and compiling all of the information and talking about like what I was doing, why I was doing it. I'd die and I'd walk through a death and I'd be running back and I'd be like, okay, so you got caught in this, and what we're going to do this time when we go into this fight, we're going to handle it this way. We're going to be aware of these spells. And I'd go into it and I'd be talking myself through stuff. And again, it was always a focus on not, I'm going to get the most people in here possible, but when someone does come in here, they're going to feel incentivized to actually type, right? And participate in the community. So people will see me PvPing. They'll be able to ask questions. They'll be like, Dusty, why'd you just use this? They'll see me VOD reviewing something. And instead of just letting the VOD play and be like, all right, cool, I got that, I will pause it and be like, this is why I'm flicking my camera here, because I have the reflect and this projectile is in the air. And like, I'll teach people how to play against my class. And I've always valued, when someone comes in, being able to get the most to get that person to engage. And when I played like Dota, I did some casting. I did a good bit of shout casting tournaments, stuff like that. I played in some tournaments as well. So a lot of it was like, I didn't play pro or anything, just amateur stuff. I'm not important. But it was just like, people would come in to engage there. People would come through to listen to the shoutcast, and I'd get like 20, 25 viewers for shoutcasting and stuff. It was pretty lit. Got my affiliate off of that. Then I streamed like Fortnite, and it was cool. Again, like 20, 25 viewers, and it was fun. We did some community-based stuff, and I think that was really where I got into the, like, I want to build a community instead of just be a streamer. And in terms of that, I think that there are differences. Streamers are somebody that people are fans of, that it's not really like they're within the community. They're kind of like above the community, right? And I think there are a lot of people who want to be streamers and have a following. I like building a community where even if I'm not directly here, Cats functions. If I'm not in VC, people are still in VC. Everyone exists within the community. And from there, I was really able to focus on MMOs. I went Fortnite and I got into New World. And New World was the first MMO where I really like fell in love with the streaming side of it. There was a lot of information going out about builds, a lot of testing, a lot of this, that, the other, right? And I made a lot of friends who would come in and just hang out in the stream and exist. And I was working while I was playing New World, but as I started to get more and more into PvP, which was actually very early, I was one of the first kill squad players that was really just like popping off and dropping 40 plus kill wars regularly as a melee. And other people would come in and they would ask about my build and they'd try to replicate it, and they'd be like, Dusty, this isn't working. What are you doing that I'm not? And I'd be like, oh, send me your VOD. I'll look at it. So I started offering VOD reviews for people. And then people started to come in because they'd be like, oh, wait, people usually VOD review off stream. Dusty's a warring player that's doing all of this on stream. They're doing company meetings on stream. They're doing VOD reviews on stream. Dusty's talking about his build on stream. And so people would come in and they'd initially, like a lot of people were watching for the PvP. They'd see high level gameplay and they'd watch for that. And then they'd see chat asking me a question. And I would be talking all the time, and then I would answer a question. And once I answered a question, someone else would be like, oh, I can ask a question. And that would keep it all going. And over time, by being able to provide a mix of entertaining gameplay and entertaining enough yaps, that are this fluid conversation for hours on end, instead of, okay, we're going to yap about this, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, and there will be this dead time in chat, and then we'll like yap about this next thing. It's just this consistent trickle of actual conversation. There are some chats that are just like WL, Riz, like all of that, and it's spamming. My chat gets fast with actual questions and actual conversations, which I really like. So that was always something that helped facilitate it. And I think from there, I really found my enjoyment in community building, specifically taking my time and effort to be on the competitive side of things, while also getting other people up to that level, no matter how competitive they are. I had a joke that I would always say in New World when people would be like, Dusty, can you teach me how to play Bruiser, which was the build I played in New World? And I'd be like, brother, I could teach a Neuralink chimpanzee how to play Bruiser, probably easier than most humans, because the chimpanzee wouldn't argue with me when I told it to do something. Word for word, I'd tell that to motherfuckers, and I could. I could teach you how to play Bruiser in New World right now without even playing Bruiser in New World right now, and you'd probably be better than pretty much every Bruiser in New World right now. I was nuts. Still am. Been told by many callers if I went back, I'd just shit on people. Like, it's very simple. So I like taking players who are enthusiastic and want to learn as much as I want to teach. I can install the game and be top 5 Bruiser in New World, No, you can't, because I would relaunch my game and I would just follow you around and I would shit on you. I'd make you number 6, bitch. Only 5 bruisers in the game. Bruh. Honestly. No, even when I was playing, there was this ongoing joke that it was like the last of the bruisers. Because even in Outpost Rush, everyone that played Bruiser would switch to like Sword and Board or Fire Staff, like the OP builds. And there was just me running solo no healer games as a Great Axe Warhammer, like full team dependent build, no self healing. I wouldn't change my armor. I wouldn't change my weapons. I would go in solo and I would still top frag. And people would be like, Dusty, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just playing. And then people would come in after seeing me frag. And then everyone in New World would always be like, Dusty, how are you getting this many kills, this much damage, all of this, while you're yapping with your chat? And I go, I don't know, dude. I just look at chat, I answer question, and then I dodge and I kill people. It's always just been one of those things that kind of like came natural to me. And I think that I also got very lucky with a couple of moves that put me in less populated directories that I was very passionate about. For a lot of smaller streamers, they kind of like try to shove themselves in the fattest directory because it's the most viewers. Discoverability is also going to be the lowest. And so I always streamed what I enjoyed. I played Fortnite. I played Dota 2. I was so far down the directory that I was essentially buried 6 feet deep. If I was dead, more people would have cared about what I was doing. Not even kidding. I had like 5 to 10 people watching my streams. More people probably would have showed up to my funeral. Oh, is GA Hatchet at launch? Yes, sir. Medium Hatchet GA. I still got War VODs from launch. That's a go to combo. But yeah, so I don't know. I think that finding enjoyment out of directories that over time also provided discoverability allowed a mix of people being able to see my stream in the first place, which allowed me to have the small presence that I do have now. And I'm still nobody. I'm not important. I'm not a big streamer where people see me and they're like, oh shit, DustyWhy. Never been recognized in public and probably never will be unless like TwitchCon or something. But with that being said, I do consider myself very lucky to be at the point where I fanboy over you daily, Criggs. I have a very dedicated following that also brings a lot of positivity that presents a lot of growth. And like someone said, I don't know who said it, but like with Ashes, it's going to boom as we get closer to launch. It will. The people that are investing right now absolutely will see growth, from YouTubers to streamers to everybody in between. The game will grow, and with it, the directory will grow. Some people, with that growth, will have competition comes in, and when that competition comes in, it will cause them to shrink, because that competition will offer the same thing that they offer, but better. And I think one of the important things as a content creator is everybody tries to be the next Summit, the next Kai, the next Speed, whatever you want to be. And they don't focus on being the first themselves. And in order to truly grow to a point where you are a standalone, if that is your goal, you have to be an individual. So when quote unquote competition moves in and the directory goes from a couple hundred viewers to 20,000 viewers, why would people watch me instead of going to watch the other streamers that come in? Well, because I provide something that they can't. High-level gameplay, knowledge, yaps, all of that. And my goal is to invest my time in the community and hopefully be able to continue providing that. And I've only been here 5 months. If you guys think that I know a lot about the game, you give me another couple of years to catch up with all these freaks that have been here since phase 1 that I'm learning the game from. Shout out all my P1 freaks. Meta, thank you for the hydrate. Like, I've been trying to learn as much as I can. I still learn shit every single day. And I hope to be able... Go fuck yourself for that, hydrate. Hydrate me one time, shame on me. So anyways, I'm trying my best to just ongoing provide something that's not really like present in MMOs anymore. And it's not like this fake persona. It's not like this put on for stream where I'm this positive and just want motherfuckers to get along. Dog, I have a bird feeder outside of my stream room window, and I was taking videos on my cell phone through the window the other day because the birds were knocking bird seed down to the squirrel, and I thought it was cute because they were cooperating. Like, I'm genuinely just a happy person. And so my goal is to bring all of that to the MMOs that I play. You don't have to be the best. You don't have to worry about being the sweatiest, because that's what I'm here for. While I'm a very happy person, I'm also in a spot where everything that I try to do, I do it at an extremely high level. And sometimes I'm able to do that. Sometimes I'm less able to do that. But overall, that is my constant goal. Cyrus, thank you for the hydrant. So that's always kind of like the mix of it. But yeah, no burnout, no anything like that. And that's kind of just like, I don't know. I got really happy on you guys there. Go figure. But that's the whole thing with like just trying to grow it over time. You've just got to, same thing with an MMO, having good enough content to make someone log in for a second day. I've got to have good enough content to make someone want to come back a second day. And then once they're there the second day, make them want to come back the next day. I stream daily. It's not like I'm taking these big breaks in between where I'm like planning out this content. But you guys are getting scarcity of me. So it's like I got to show up. Like I'm here 70, 80 hours a week. That's most people's work week and a lot of their leisure time. I do this shit 10 hours a day willingly because I love what I do. Is this something that you just imagine would happen, or is it a thing you heard about from devs? Oh, you're talking about something else. What are your thoughts? What's this build planner? See the new Ashes moments? I saw Hoofsy reply and I threw it the like on Twitter. We should watch it. We should watch it. What do you have here? Okay, someone asked during that yap, by the way, in my words, why I think New World died. New World's core gameplay loop, like most games, the gameplay loop is supposed to be this between the different aspects, right? It's supposed to be a loop where it's continuous for players in all forms of content that incentivizes them to do one form leading into another form leading into another form. New World's gameplay loop was more so like leveling, breaking off into PvE or PvP, and then you kind of had this like offshoot of crafting over here that had like no validity in really many ways, shapes, or forms at any point throughout New World. And because of that, you had kind of like a disconnect between so many different parts of the player base, and it also had an extremely low amount of retention and incentivization long-term to retain players. So let's start with monetization. Box cost and no sub cost for a live service MMO. They are incentivized at their core to sell new copies of the game and not to retain players as their best way to make money. They will always be incentivized through that to sell copies of the game and not to actually retain those players. Another copy of the game sold generates the most secured money possible. So I'm gonna kill you guys in game. So basically, their entire approach became, instead of adjusting the gameplay loop transition from leveling to mid-end game to late-end game and making it better for every player to get access to content and become an everyday player after being that first-time player, they invested so heavily into hooking players for a few hours and giving them enough dopamine hits very quickly to last for about 60 to 80 hours. And then it starts to get a little tiring. And then once you're at 400 hours, New World feels bad if you're trying to do more than just mindlessly PvP over and over and over again. I did it for 7,000 hours, mindlessly PvPing over and over and over again. I found a way to not have to do pretty much anything else in the game. So, with that being said, I think New World had a very large player retention issue and a player conversion issue. And player conversion, I mean PvE players that are willing to participate in PvP, PvP players that are incentivized to participate in PvE in a meaningful and fun way. Ashes does both of those extremely well, in my opinion. Casual players hopping into their first PvP and going, oh shit, wait, I got pooped on, but that was fun. I actually did a little bit of damage. What do you mean I stood a chance? To the PvPer who's like, all right, Journeyman Lumberjacking just dropped. I'm out here hitting braidwood. I gotta get my crafts up. Shit that you wouldn't see in a normal game. Your PvPers are a lot of the time, and Ashes, your sweatiest PvEers too. They're controlling the best mob grinds. They're getting the best gear. They're getting all of the stuff in the game, the full PvX, outside of just one of the linearized forms of content. And New World and many MMOs focus on different linearized forms of content that are not complementary but are sequestered into their own area. And in my opinion, that's what I really love about Ashes. The incentivization to not just do one thing, but to do everything. Get
You
fucked.
cleanse, you grab, you yeet, you yacht, and you mail.
So anyways, even myself, as someone who has never traditionally been a huge gatherer, crafter, refiner, I find myself knowing more about that and putting more effort into that here than I have in any other title. And it's also fun. Going outside of your gameplay loop in Ashes is very frequently very fun. And once you dip your toes, eventually, over the course of this entire map coming to life, you will not be forced into the Riverlands for most of your content. You will be able to spread out, and if you are way off in East Bumfuck, where there are only tier 3 nodes, when there are already tier 6s established on your server, you're going to have less competition, and that competition will very likely be worse than if you were in an extremely populated area contesting the biggest of the baddest things. You're going to be able to find light competition no matter where you go. Whether it's open world PvP, whether it's gathering, refining, crafting, whether it's anything in your gameplay loop. You'll be able to find a lot of light comp no matter where you're at. You guys are going to make me refill my water bottle. I hate you all. I made a healer build. I don't know if we have any cleric enjoyers here, but I made a healer build that gives you, let me check my calculator, 4,532 HP from gear alone. Make sure you're hydrated for the trip. Thank you. I'm going to have to piss into my oxygen bag. So anyways, it's a tank build, not a healer. Clank, 7.8k HP in total at level 25. What the fuck? Yeah, so this is this build. This is what we made earlier. Iron helmet, blue Morden shoulders, Mirrorleth cloak, this will be blue. Basilisk skin tunic. Oh, I didn't count the HP from this either. Basilisk skin tunic, Rosethorn bracers, Ironwing gloves for the mitt because we thought it would be funny. Lungs of the Abyss, brine breeches, Ruvidium boots, obsidian ring, obsidian ring, obsidian ring. Just kidding. Quick's collar, double slag gearing, Ruvidium scepter, Tide Wardens Iron Wand. This is beefy. Swap those bracers. They're 880 gold right now. Why are these 880 gold? Don't we have people that have these? Cypher, thank you for 5-day streak. Enigma, no, wait. Zyrus, the 15, huge. That's the build I had. I just made this. I'm smart. Another hydrate, I hate you. That build is also 192 healing power. That's fucking absurd. So this is almost 8k HP and 192 healing power if you can get it. Bruh. And if you wanted to drop the mitigation, which honestly, I think these are Insano style, but don't you have gloves that drop from Nurse? Isn't it like Brace of Balm or something? I knew it. You could drop your mitigation for another 1k healing power rating with Brace of Balm. So if you switch that out, does this get you above 200? How do you see the HP? Somebody put it into AOC planner for us. Will be much easier to get a two-hand spell grace or two. Word. Brace of Bomb. Yes, you could switch out or switch in Brace of Balm, which is Nurse Farm and Forge, instead of the Iron Wing gloves. I hate you guys. So like you go here and select there. Swap the Scepter for Jin Mage's Foley. Oh golly. Where does that come from? Jin Mage's Folly. Shay! Where'd that come from? Jin Mage's Folly. Dropped by Faraja's Laborer. Which is where? Chords are out of map, may not be accessible yet. You ain't getting it. I ain't sharing the secret. I'll figure it out. Someone will tell me. Figured out Monday, can confirm it's in game. Say fucking what? Okay. Somebody's gonna tell me. Somebody will tell me. Let's see. What I missed? Jin Mage's Folly apparently existing. And Faraja's Laborer being in the game. But the chords don't exist. Somebody knows where this is. And somebody is gatekeeping something that's going to be found out in less than a week. I'm to think about it. Let's see. Let's give it a look-see over here. Ashes of Creation .wiki. Watched in Daytona? No, it's not in Daytona. Let's see. Faraja's Labor. We're cross-referencing. Faraja's Labor is a 27 Arcana mob. Arcana Unearthed. Story arc quest. Story arc, the Zephyr Beckoning. The Zephyr Beckoning is in the Riverlands, and it's a minor story arc. It's not quest related. Weird. Related mobs. Cabin Knuckles. Tombwalkers. Lord Oakenbane. Marching Mausoleums. Maz's Flame. That's weird. Return to Tarif. Where is he? Because that would give us some indicator. That's very interesting. Because the drill spider's from this as well, but I don't care about the drill spider. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, can we confirm that this is 100% not an exploit to get access to? Because I could have told you how to get a lot of things. Yes. Can confirm it's 100% not an exploit. Good. Good. I'm going to find out. I have rats everywhere. Someone's just going to DM me on Discord. And be like, Dusty, don't tell everyone. It's what happens. And it's probably one of the people that's telling me they're not going to tell me. I always know. I always know. It's got limestone, granite, slate, and basalt. So that's going to be a Riverlands mob. Weren't the original chords like all the way the fuck up here or something? Interesting. I don't actually know how it's done. I just remember we were farming it on Monday. Where were you farming it? Because then you know how it's done. Where was this? I think they were desert. I mean, it would make sense if it were somewhere in Jinnah. They gaslighting you. Nah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it exists, Crixicus. I wasn't farming it myself. I was caravan and my guild had a group farming it. Your guild would tell me. Crix would tell me. You don't do caravans. Maybe you actually do caravans. Emu is truffle pig. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the grind. Guild Duff wouldn't tell the world if they knew. I get told a lot that people say they wouldn't tell the world. I get sent videos of full groups exploiting into areas. There are rats everywhere, dog. There are rats everywhere. People just like sharing stuff. Like, eventually, the weight of I know something you don't know becomes way too much for somebody. Motherfuckers be ratting. I know something you know. Exactly. Exactly. And then they just want to share something. Exactly. I've had so many people that will, because keep in mind, I DM'd you. You're a legend. Keep in mind, I am not somebody who like goes about being very pushing the boundaries in terms of trying to do things. The last time that I pushed the boundaries in terms of trying to get into something, I got peer pressured by Envious Gaming, and I may or may not have been responsible for a patch note where they said that rogues could no longer shadow step through doors into unintended areas. My bad, by the way. That was me. And also Envious Gaming. I didn't do it until Envious Gaming brought the rogues out and told me we could get in. But they also told me how to get in. I was also told then we can't tell anyone how to get in. And then I went inside because they told me how to get in. It always spreads. It always spreads. Because there's also a level of like, other people will eventually figure it out. And people don't want to be a dick. And like not tell the person that's just like, hey guys, what's up? So I feel like a lot of people will just yap to me because they're like, they're just like, all right, Dusty, here you go, man. And they just like throw me a bone. So I don't know why, but it's solid. I appreciate all of it. Crix, did you hear our story about one of our mages losing their Arlogian, by the way? No reason to gatekeep unless it's gatekeeping EU. Just talk about a healthy breakfast with like bacon and sausage and eggs and toast and shit. What happened? Bugged out? Nope. Oh no, says Din. So, somebody, I'm not gonna say who. I won't say who. One of our mages somewhere may or may not have been in the June Dark one day. And may or may not have been PvPing. And may or may not have tapped targeted to a level 4 and Thanos snapped the fuck out of a level 4. And then subsequently corrupted. Schmoozin, thank you for 5-day streak, I appreciate you. Or in the Trops. Wait, you're in the Trops? Okay, either way. Either way, in the Trops. So, in a panicked fit at 6 a.m. EST, in a panicked fit at 6 a.m. EST, aforementioned person may have tried to drown themselves to rid themselves of the corruption. Very quickly realizing that if you drown yourself, your ashes are irrecoverable. Those ashes, well, they grew up to be Albert Einstein because they had an Arlogian collar on them and they're at the bottom of the sea now. One of our mages was very sad the next day when realizing that after we cleared their corruption and gave them back all their gear, their collar was gone. The person that killed them was like, dude, I gave you everything. Our poor mage. I don't know who it was. I may never know who it was. But God rest their soul. Nin, what? I mean, I'm sorry that's like a horror story. It's more so a creepypasta. The corruption drowning can't actually get you. The craziest thing is they could have lost anything in the world. Yo, Clips, have a beautiful one. Now, my lord, yes, you slaughter innocents and sacrifice your best in slot gear that you can't get another copy of. Yep. So that was a process. And keep in mind, Crix, imagine my conflict when I'm doing my Arlogian collar quest one day on stream. And Carla, love of my life, who's been very busy planning a ton of things with the guild, with IRL stuff, with everything, comes in and she's like, hey, are you doing that collar quest for me? And I'm like, well, I was doing it for Nin because Nin didn't like have their quest anymore and lost their amulet. And I was like, do you want to hop on and do your collar quest? And she was like, no, I'm doing other stuff. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll do it for you. So I didn't have a collar to give away. Very simple. Very simple. I don't like money. Oh, God. Oh, God. As a tank, I can confirm. The only reason why I logged off this playtesting phase with 30 gold is because a couple of people slipped money in my pocket while we were building the ag supply in Shorefoot, which is up, by the way. It's functional when servers are up. New commissions going up. 100% processing XP. Titties. All in Shorefoot. How many other nodes are advertising titties, chat? I don't see those in any node that I go to. Shorefoot, we're right on the beach. We got sand. Shorefoot's where the titties are. Brothel mechanic? Soon. Wait until taverns exist. Taverns are definitely gonna have ERP. Dusty got accused of paying for votes and somehow he gained 1,000% income from the votes. Yeah, it's that return on investment. I Nancy Pelosi'd that bitch. I paid people 50 silver for the vote and then they paid me 2 gold back as appreciation. We're up. I hope they fix the RMT issues for phase 3, otherwise people are gonna be mad. RMT is an ongoing thing that will forever be rampant and will never be fixed. But the biggest thing about it is that it continues to be policed and is an inconvenience for people to do and a risk for people to get banned. There will always be people who have too much money and too little time that will RMT until they get banned and then they'll make another account because they can afford to and then they'll RMT again. If they get hardware banned, they will have enough money to buy another hardware. And personally for me, I think that the biggest thing with RMT is that in communities and games where it is very commonly accepted, it's prevalent. But a lot of communities do well to police and kind of like knock that shit out. Meant speed hacking in the crazy economy? I agree. I very much agree. Yeah, the speed hacking and shit's an absolute problem. Speed hacking and speed attack macro. Yep. No, I agree. I agree. We found a way to turn off EAC. Yes, we may or may not have found a way to turn off easy anti-cheat. Yep, that's got to get fixed. Chrono Odyssey reacts when? I could watch a Chrono Odyssey video. Wasn't there also a Dune stream today that was mid to late game? I can't wait for Chrono. I'm probably not going to play it. I'm not going to lie. People always ask me, like, if I'm going to go play this, like, am I going to go play that? And personally, I've never had more fun, even despite the speed hacking, the econ, stuff like that, than building a community in Ashes. And I think that this ongoing is such a large thing for me that I want to invest in fully, knowing that it could entirely just flop and not pay out. Don't burn out. Brother, I've been in Ashes 5 months. I was in New World 3 years. My channel grows month over month to degrees that I never thought it would go to. And since summer rolled around, I have been extremely blessed to have multiple hours a day before stream where I just do whatever I want. I sit outside, I watch birds eat from my bird feeder. I consider myself extremely lucky. And I think burnout is more afraid of me than I am a burnout. I consider myself so fortunate to be in the spot that I'm in. And I worry more about people getting burnt out of me than me burning out of streaming. If I streamed less, I would probably have, again, more people that showed up in a higher peak number in those shorter streams. But because I stream so much, people literally get to the point where they're like, well, can't do this. To save up, always trying to. Always trying to. That's the goal. I mean, I live very, very fiscally responsible. I'm very aware, brother. I've only been streaming for, like, full-time for about a year and a half. Been streaming 8 years total. I have 12,000 hours streamed. This is something that is only possible because I live for less than $2,000 a month with my budget. I have no problem sharing the financials. I don't make a ton. My monthly budget to live is less than 2K. And people are like, how? And I'm like, I buy everything on sale and I don't spend money. Don't eat out. Do anything. Have that on bowls. I've cut back on the bowl budget pretty substantially. But it is more than 10%. Less than 80%. $10% is 200. Yeah. Good ounce is a Hunsky. Minimum. Decent, like, you can start with, like, okay stuff. 100 an ounce in Maine. Unless you have, like, you know, a connection where you just get, like, dispo weed for less. And then 130 is where, like, retail, you get into your, like, buyable stuff. And then top end, you can get up to, like, 200 an ounce if you want to, but that's not worth it. That's not worth it. I heard America's expensive as fuck to live in. I live in Maine. So, Maine has fantastic weed? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I worked in the Maine weed scene for a little bit. That was my part-time job last year through the summer. One of my friends has his own brand in many stores. He works for a vertically integrated company that houses his entire company. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, Maine's weed scene is phenomenal. Anytime that I have traveled... Like, I went out to TwitchCon in San Diego last year. San Diego weed sucked. Oregon weed, best weed in America. How far is Oregon from Vegas? Are you trying to bring me some? How is weed legal in the US? This is recent. Weed's been legal in certain states for quite some time. It's not full-fed legal. But a lot of states started legalizing medical a while back. Maine being, I believe, the second or the third to legalize med. And then rec is legalized in multiple states as well. Maine being one of those. So you can either get your medical card, which basically gives you like the medical side of weed, discounts, stuff like that. And then you also have the rec side of it where you no longer need a med card. You'll typically pay a little bit more for the rec side of it, but all depends. So I just buy rec because prices have equalized for the most part between the two. There's no real huge variance. Sometimes there's just more available on the med side, but yeah, in terms of price, it's quite equalized. I feel like med card's probably hard to get. Oh, fuck no. God, no. You go into a dispensary and they have you go into like a video call with a nurse and they're like, why do you want your med card? And you tell them, and they're like, all right, cool. Yeah, it's incredibly easy. I broke both my wrists in high school, so I have screws in my wrists, hold my arms together and shit. So mine was super easy, but I have friends that are just like, I have trouble sleeping. And they're like, all right, bet. You med card online as well? Yep. Yep. I absolutely agree. What are the best cities to live in Maine? Maine doesn't really have cities. I won't lie, it's just a bunch of smaller areas. Like, in terms of cities, some people may consider Portland a small city, but I don't know. I think a lot of Maine is nice to live in, but there's not really a city in Maine from like a city standpoint. You should go to Maine because they had reciprocity for medical, but now it's cheap enough here. Yeah. I live in Portland. Portland sucks. You live in the other Portland. Maine's like a village node in ashes. Yes. Logan Quit's my kind of place. Logan Quit's nice. It's expensive down there though. It is it's very expensive down there. I don't know, we became legal in the state. There's so many mates who are in there for small aspects of weed. That shit's very true. And that's a lot of, funny enough, that's a lot of what my college degree was focused on. So my degree is in criminal justice with a minor in behavioral psychology because I wanted to work for nonprofits that were meant to identify at-risk communities and provide means for those at-risk communities to not end up going to prison. So I ended up doing video games instead. Hello, Fupo! Maine is wildlands filled with wild people living in the trees. That is true. I don't sit on a Herman Miller, I sit on a Herman Mooser. Exactly. But yeah, I mean, I think Maine has a lot of very nice areas. A lot of the reason why rent is so cheap in certain areas, like you can get houses for cheap up here too. It's just a matter of how much of a civilized place you want to live in. You may have 20, 30 miles until your nearest grocery store, maybe more than that in some areas. You may be in an area where you go to the grocery store fucking once every other week and just stock up. But there are areas in Maine where you also have like more centralized, civilized areas, more developed stuff. But I would say for the most part, it's a lot of smaller interspersed communities. And you have like some regionality to it where you can kind of see like differences between like central Maine, northern Maine, down east Maine, like southern Maine, all of that. But in terms of traditional cities, there aren't really much. Maine's basically IRL ashes. Yeah, and we don't really have many nodes past like T4. I would say at most Portland is probably like a T4 node. And yeah, we don't really have much. Just in terms of like mass stuff. Green screens just leaves of the trees. Fair. Fogly! Hail! We got our ag supply built. All of the Duneholdians can now come out to Shorefoot and process animals and all of that as we prep for our expansion and our re-election. We need them all again, and you're in the best place for it. The anvils are right above us. Dunes and Kill right above that. We need all the lads we can get. We're making a big push. We're trying to get it. It's going to be a tough election. It's going to be a very tough election. Can make otter mounts to get the otters votes. I would love it if the otters saw how dedicated we were to it and came through to vote. The otters have a lot of people that are posted up in Shorefoot and have been like omnipresent there. So I'm hoping that through the amount of dedication that we show and like proving to people that I am serious about this, that we could potentially acquire a couple more votes from interested communities, right? That's the goal. That's the big goal. Move your family out. Crixicus, what the fuck? How crazy did your stream go back in the WoW days? I know you were like big WoW lad, but good fucking gravy. When's my back from stream? I got like a little knapsack. I can't move my family out, but I bought my mom and my gram food when I saw them the last time. Well, not the last time because that was my grandpa's funeral. I wasn't buying food there, but the last time I brought them out to eat. So not moving them out, but I'm bringing them out. If you do a fan meetup in Maine, I'm attending. Quebec delegation. I feel like I could host a specific meetup for the Quebecois where I'm just like, chat, Old Orchard Beach. And we just hear a bunch of like wee-wees and shit like that. Everybody just comes down, we grab some pier fries, and we vibe. Anytime someone is like, they come in and they have QC or any indicators of Quebec in their name, I'm just like, yo, you been to Old Orchard Beach? And they're like, oh yeah. Fries and vinegar. And there's such good fries, dude. There's such good fries. It's insane. Sword battle with Dusty? Brothers, I'm telling you. TwitchCon. In an ideal world, how much would Abyss/second Abyss item be worth in the age for sale? Expensive right now because the econ's fucked. Steak fries are only good with vinegar. So like steak fries are inedible without, or gravy. Oh, gravy and cheese curds. Yeah, that's a cheat code. Yep. We call that poutine in these parts. And that shit slaps. Poutine. Yes, sir. Oh my god, it's fucking Insano style. I discovered fries and vinegar in Maine. Dude, it's so good. LaRussa, what up? Servers up when? Tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, and you'll see me going live from Vegas tomorrow. So stream schedule will be a little wacky the next 4 days. And then we'll be up. Been in the game for a few years. A lot of guides scattered across the planet. Curious hard. YouTube shit? Shay! Yeah, I don't do anything in YouTube. My YouTube sucks. I'm multi-stream to YouTube. My hope is that people come up and support stream my guide content. Like, I like guides, but there are also a lot of YouTube Icy Veins and other gaming sites. Oh, huge. That's cool that you get, like, kickbacks on those if you do. That's fucking massive. I prefer guides over streaming. See, I was just about to say this. The two types of content creators. There are more than two. But you have, in terms of games typically, the people who like to be forward-facing on stream, answering the questions live all the time. And then there are people who like to be like, I am scripting this out. I'm going through my progression. You're listening to this. It's going to answer the questions. And if you have any other questions, I'll make a subsequent video that answers those questions. And they like having more control over it. And I think both forms of content creation are really fucking good. And it's very rare that you have somebody that is in both. My ideal goal would be that we answer all these questions on stream. We eventually have an editor that cuts down the good questions, the commonly asked things, posts them on YouTube, and then those spread from there. That's always part of our long term. So we always just shoot for that. But it's just preferences. Make shorts on YouTube? We have a lot of shorts on YouTube. It's despite putting shorts on YouTube, it's very hard to have income from shorts in any way or traction from shorts. Now, it is all a funnel where anybody that sees that is more than the people that wouldn't have seen it, right? Which is why we do stuff on YouTube in the first place. I also multi-stream, so every stream, every VOD is over on YouTube too. So, you know, the content's out there. It's just a matter of, I think, like, people's preferences for getting the content clipped down, trimmed down, acquired, set up properly. And if you're able to do that successfully, then you find you're kind of like your place in content creation. You get very comfortable putting out a lot of content. I love streaming for a lot of hours every single day. So, starting a new channel for anime reacts and shorts carry the channel. YouTube shorts changed recently, so they get sent out more often, more money, etc. Interesting. That's kind of fat. Just straight anime reacts. My man's diversifying there. I love that. Guys, how are you saying PAX West, but you're not saying TwitchCon? Motherfuckers, if you guys do not pull up to TwitchCon, I will be disappointed. Would you sign a Twitch contract? Twitch isn't doing contracts anymore, but from my perspective, yeah, I'd be absolutely fucking brain dead if I didn't. Yeah, if Twitch offered me a certain amount of money to keep doing what I'm already doing and just not to go to another website, which I'm not going to do anyways, yeah, I would 1000%. Yeah, 100%. There would be, I think, no downside to it. I plan to stream on Twitch anyways. I grow my community on Twitch. I'm not going elsewhere. I'm not going to do anything to get banned, ideally. So, from my perspective, it would be a no-brainer. Apparently, Asmongold is going to start streaming on X. Well, that's because Asmongold isn't a video game content creator anymore, and Twitch is going to have to go back to video game content creation if they want to keep ad revenue. And people that don't actually stream video game stuff are seeing a massive hit in their ad revenue. My ad revenue is the same that it's always been because I don't do other shit. It's nice. So I think that, keep in mind, I don't even get a lot of ad revenue, but I also know my ad revenue, if it did ever expand, would be safe because I'm not doing the things that would make advertisers not want their shit on the channel. So I think a lot of people are saying, like, Twitch has to do this, Twitch has to do that, Twitch is going to die. I think Twitch is just going to focus on gaming content again. I think that's going to be what happens. I think Twitch will become the home of gaming content creation. People will do probably YouTube or Kick or X for IRLs and stuff like that. And hopefully it kind of settles back in. Because I really do miss a lot of the content creators that went the route of political cash grab, all of that. That used to be very good video game content creators. And I understand they're making so much money that they don't know what to do with. But I don't know. I like video game content creation. Aswan offered to try to stream decks to Elon. He said he'd do it for 20 hours. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know, man. TwitchCon's boring as fuck after night one. I don't know. I had a ton of fun. Because there were, like, TwitchCon itself. There's only so much going on at the actual con. But we had so many different events and things to do throughout that. The Friends in IRL make it fun. Yeah, the con itself, I think, is just like a facilitator for other things. Like meet up, walk around for a few hours at the con, check out what's going on that day. Go to like the Logitech meetup, which is where I got my keyboard and shit last year. Go out to like, you know, this DJ from Twitch is doing a set. All of that, right? So I definitely agree. A lot of the things that are kind of like accessories that are in the area. Big ass Airbnb mansion with a pool. We all turn up after TwitchCon. I mean, I'm already out at TwitchCon. We don't exactly have like an Airbnb mansion with a pool. That's not in my budget. I don't know like how good YouTube Shorts are paying, but like I still be asking people for Twitch Primes. So we have like a humble. I think we might have a pool. It's like 10 of us. I have 6. I got 6. Okay, hold on. Speaking of big ass Airbnb streamers, does anybody know what the fuck is actually going on with that streamer university thing that Kai Cenat's hosting? Because like, I feel like despite it having as many viewers as it does, I have heard fucking nothing about it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the purpose of it is. I don't know what is actually happening. I don't get it. All that I know is that it has an ungodly amount of viewers. Here at Akron University, I heard that and just like invited a bunch of streamers out, but there's like nothing that's actually like being taught or anything. He just like brought people out as teachers and students and everyone's just like clip farming and shit. I know someone shot someone in the eye with a what? Bruh. Had some big streamers to act as professors and a bunch of streamers to be students, and it's just clip farming mayhem. And nothing's actually being like taught about stream. Like, yeah. Yeah, like, what would I have done out there? Like, say hypothetically I pulled up and I was just like, all right, cool, let's go to class and then make some Ashes content. Agent, he was teaching people. Yeah, but doesn't is it Agent that doesn't even stream that much? Because crazy as shit, Fortnite's last big sponsored event, they got T-Pain, Tim the Tatman, Dr. Lupo, Shroud, Agent, Duke Dennis, and a couple other people. And half of the motherfuckers weren't even required to stream to get paid. And keep in mind, all of those people, and they marketed it around T-Pain. Fucking T-Pain. They market it around T-Pain in the MMO community. I love T-Pain, but like, you have all of those names and they marketed it as the Tea Party for T-Pain. My brothers in Christ. Do we not see the dilemma? Oh, he's massive. Like, don't get me wrong. In terms of like presence as a human being, I get it. He's not big on Twitch. I mean, he's still 500 to 1,000 viewers, sometimes more if something hype is happening. But like, they did a sponsored event to appeal to the MMO community, and they had all of those massive video game creators. And keep in mind, they weren't showing off like a rap concert. They weren't showing off like, I'm going to Kendrick when I'm in Vegas. Like, If they brought Kendrick to play New World, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? They tried to make T-Pain and a bunch of other people do endgame content with poofed in armor sets that they did not know anything about. They made their own builds. They put their own armor on when they had an inventory full of drops to choose from. And it went absolutely fucking horrendously. People in everyone's chat, because keep in mind, I was still streaming New World during this. I was streaming during this. And they didn't have any New World content creators come on to actually help out with the onboarding and the gear setup for all of these people. So everyone was clueless. They had a dev that was like socially awkward in the chat that was like, if you guys need help with your gear, let me know. And they were like, nah, we good. And all their gear sucked. So they fumbled the bag massively. I was sitting there streaming just as I normally did. I wasn't even watching it because I knew it was going to be a shit show. And my chat was updating me. And my chat was coming in and going, Dusty, your chat is moving faster than anybody else in the directory right now. And the only messages that they're getting in their chat are making fun of the game and asking them why they're playing it. And I had like a fraction of the viewers of all of these other guys. It was something, man. Despite having millions of dollars thrown at marketing, their marketing is awful. It's amazed me. He has one thing on X is he offered to help them redo the UI and make it so the platform's better for streamers for gaming with better tools. Said it will take between 50 to 60 million or so to redo it, and then Asmon said he would stream there 20 hours a week. He offered to help them redo the UI and said it would take 50 to 60 million dollars. What the fuck? Huh. That's a lot of money. Would stream there 20 hours a week. Bruh. 20 hours a week is 2 days of streams for me. That's legitimately 2 days. It's more than the UI that goes into things like that for large platforms. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, that's the big difference between Twitch and YouTube. The viewer experience on Twitch is just far superior because of the things on the back end. Thoughts on this build? I can't click that link. Be streaming on Twitch as well? Yeah, I don't think many streamers are going the route of exclusivity stuff anymore because of how bad a lot of those exclusivity contracts did end up going. People would essentially, once exclusivity contracts started hitting, they would stream the bare fucking minimum required with zero effort, and then they would just disappear. And they would just get such a bag. So it wasn't like the contracts were going out and people were securing a really hardworking streamer. The streamers were very frequently getting their contracts and then just coasting off of it. So a lot of those large platforms actually stopped offering contracts holistically. Loading game data. Did you fuck up with this link? What'd I miss? I don't know how that happened. Either way. Either way. No, it's correct. I'll give it a second to load. I have to fill up my water because hooligans were being hooligans and spamming me with the fucking hydrates. Boys, while I'm gone, I need flight snack ideas. I've got like a 5.5, 6 hour flight, and I kind of want something like nice and chill to eat on the go. Just something to munch on, because I'll probably get some brekkie before I go early in the morning and like a coffee. But I'll need some for munchies. I'll be right back. Fuck your hydrate. day. Uncrustables, trail mix, whiskey. Why whiskey? Wait, Uncrustables sound like they would fuck. Trail mix is king. I usually grab a Gatorade and a bag of trail mix. Eddie's. Carrots and celery are always a good choice. Probably not a good choice for Dusty's second flight ever. Like, maybe not like shroomies, but I will say, the Eddies were a fantastic addition to my first flight. And I will be absolutely fried going through the airport. Yes. Yes. I think taking off in a plane and being absolutely fried is phenomenal. It's such a fun feeling. You're not supposed to fly. And honestly, I'm 1 for 1 on enjoying it so far. Dusty building a bard. Bard? This is a cleric. Good gravy. Carrots and celery. Hoofs. How many, like, pounds of carrots and celery in a week would you say you go through? And, like, do you just prep the carrots and celery? Like, you just get them and you spend time, like, peeling and cutting? And then you just do, like, a big batch? Motherfucker probably has, like, someone that preps it for him. Pays one of the pours. It loads fine on other browsers. Try opening it again. I don't know. Try to drop a link that works. Half a bag of each? That's not bad. How much is a bag? Because they're like the 10-pound bags. They're like the 1-pound bags. Or do you buy like baby carrots and like prep celery? Because I feel like my links always work. You just suck. I feel like your links suck. Looks like it'd be a bar tank build too. Okay, in all fairness, this build is meant to have almost 5,000 HP just from the armor alone. This build is fucked. Baby carrots and prep celery. Celery's easy to prep. Peeled whole carrots, cut into medallions, hit different than a baby carrot. So are you a medallion or a baby carrot enjoyer? Because, like, I've peeled whole carrots and then I do them into, like, spears instead of medallions. Don't fuck it up. It's because you're fucking up the link. Half of it's not even showing up as a hyperlink because of the question mark. I blame you. Chat, who has the Dune stream? I want to look at the disaster of a Dune stream. I don't know why. But I don't even know if it was a disaster. I just assume everything associated with that title is going to be a disaster. You know? It's not a 1-to-1 guarantee, but go to Bard chat in cats and click it there. If it doesn't work there, I'm banning you. Let's see. Bard. Where is it? Is it at the bottom? Let's see if it loads here. Nope. Oh, loading game data. We'll see. We'll see. But I don't know. I don't think it wants to load, dog. I'm not gonna fucking lie. PTSD, why do you show the launcher? Log in, guys. Let's all go farm. It's a perfect time to do caravans. What do you mean? Why do you show the launcher? Because the launcher's beautiful. The launcher is everything that we want. I can't remember the last time I ate carrots. Last time I had celery was probably Thanksgiving stuffing. Why don't you like... Why don't you like veggies? Your eyes are red, your head's bald. Both of these things are true. Celery is weird. I'd rather eat celery than like a rutabaga or whatever the fuck that is. Maybe like instead of a durian. Typically just eat meat and carbs. No veggies? Do you just not like veggies? Or is it, because I know some people have like dietary restrictions. Or are you just like, veggies are less enjoyable than meat and carbs? Because I do understand that. I just don't normally get them. That makes sense. So if you do get a veggie, what's the veggie you're getting? Because I'm a big asparagus enjoyer. If it's done well... Oh, it's so good. Beets are weird. Hoofs. I also don't like beets. So my mom does like her garden every summer, and it's a big garden. And like she always pickles and stuff like that, and jars a bunch of shit. And she was one year, I think it was last year, she was like, do you want some pickled beets? And I was like, no. And she's like, I have so many, can you take some? And I was like, I'm not gonna eat them. And she's like, will you try them? And I was like, I've tried them before. I don't like pickled beets. I don't like beets. And she's like, all right, well, I'm gonna give them to you anyways. I don't like pickled beets. I pickle half my garden. The pickles took over last year. I had to build more trellis. You gotta do dilly beans, Hoofs. My mom does dilly beans, pickles. She does salsas. She does jarred, like just tomato sauce bases. Pretty much everything that comes out of her garden will eventually get jarred or pickled because she just has so fucking much. There's an insane amount. Jalapenos are olives on my pizza. Oh, olives. Olives. Veggies are as stable as my wife is Chinese, and every dish she makes consists of at least 1/3 veggies. I like veggies. I'm a big food enjoyer in general. I guess except for beets and olives. Olives slap. I'd be willing to contest that. I don't really fuck with olives. They seem so bitter. Olives as a food are trash. Thank you. I've eaten an entire can of black olives. Now you're fucked. I like bean sprouts. Oh, bean sprouts are awesome. I love bean sprouts. I don't eat olives, though I can tolerate them cooked on a pizza or nachos if I miss picking one out. Can't eat a raw olive because of the texture. Yes, Josie is like an eyeball. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Although an eyeball would actually be more of like a pop. Think of like a really thick gusher. Because there's fluid in it. Yeah. Love bean sprouts and pho. Oh my god, pho. Dude, I don't want to eat too much and be like full on my flight because the first place that Carla and I are going is an all-you-can-eat sushi place in Vegas. So I'll pass on the burst of saltiness in my mouth. I already give you enough of those hoofs. Are you okay that I hate you? As long as you T3 sub. Yeah, if you click on the sub button and T3 sub right now, it's okay that you hate me. Otherwise, you have to leave if you hate me. Server up soon? Tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST. I'm just reminiscing on when it was playable. And the next time you see me, I'll be in Vegas. See you, goober. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Hoofsy. The gifted T3. What the fuck? The absolute bombington. Well, thank you, Hoofs. I appreciate you, brother. 1017. The gift that keeps on giving. It's a community effort, and Hoofs, that man's a small community by himself. I consider myself extremely lucky for every person that chooses to support the channel in any way, man. People support in the ways that they're able to, whether it's time, whether it's money, whether it's T1, T2s, T3s, primes, a gifty here, a gifty there, a bit here, a bit there. And I'm just grateful that the people that do show up overwhelmingly do support in any way that they're able to keep me here. So it's just, you know, it's all very humbling, man. It's all very humbling. What kind of maintenance are they doing that the server's down for a day? So typically servers will be down Tuesday and Wednesday. Yo, Super Trip, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Much love. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Typically, Tuesday and Wednesday are the downtime days. And this past week, we got blessed up. Well, Henry, if you can do it yourself, you have to gift a T3 now. Yeah, you can pass it forward if Hoofsy got you. Yeah, you can throw one out, and then somebody else will get one. And then you'll be allowed to hate me again. But yeah, so typically Tuesday, Wednesdays, downtime days until August 4th, where we go 24/7 server accessibility. And then once we go August 4th, it's no longer Tuesday, Wednesday. This week, they gave us Tuesday as a bonus uptime day because I don't really know. I'm not quite sure. There are always magic numbers. There are always magic numbers. Hoofsy had like the angel number and everything like that. So he was cooking with the symbolism on the way up. Crix needs one. Crix does need a T3, Henry. That is true. Poor Crix has been in ads all day. Poor Crixicus. Memorial Day holiday. Oh, that's true. Yes. That makes sense. Probably just because there's no PGR this week, so no real reason to bring the servers down. What if they had nobody in the office to bring the servers down? What if? You know what was cool this week? The automated bug that they, not the automated bug. The automated bot that they have in the Discord for announcements didn't bug out this week like crazy with random uptimes and downtimes. Progress is made everywhere in Ashes of Creation. Interns don't get vacay. Nets on the windows, bars on the doors, and we launch by the end of the year. I'm just saying. You're saying that, and they'll add 4 zones tomorrow, plus Summoner and whole econ change. Yeah, I heard the game's launching tomorrow. Ready to ship. We're just sending it. Tomorrow's gonna be, the rest of the game. So we'll be all good. Everything gets all shored up. They have enough data. Enough data for what? All of it. Data's here. Game's here. We're launched. We actually launched 3 days ago, and you guys just missed it. Who feeds the hamsters? The cat. Fresh start tomorrow, confirmed by me. 2-day fresh start races for the rest of development. Everyone has 48 hours to level as much as they can, and then everything gets wiped. Exactly. Confirmed by man with camera and microphone. Thank you. Thank you. It's all just a shotgun start, a stress test. Fresh start every reset. I mean, it's called a reset. 2 a.m. daily resets would be feared. Holy shit. They use Grems instead of hamsters? Maybe that's why they went out for the weekend. The Grems bite back. The Grems are not friendly. Chat, who has the Dune video? I want to watch the Dune video before I have to go and get stuff ready for Vegas. My flight leaves early. So we are leaving Maine, I think at like 4 a.m. to go down to Boston to catch my flight. Right around there. So it'll be slightly after 4 a.m. So I gotta get food so I'm not hungry for the flight. I gotta do all that. So I want to watch this Dune video and see how the Dune stream was looking. We're up tremendous, though. I think we should be chilling. I think I have everything that I need. I think I have everything packed as well. I just gotta get all set up once I'm there, but we should be good. 6-hour flight. I'll get some food and maybe like a cappuccino before I go there. I'll probably be kicking around in Discord. I don't know if they have like in-flight Wi-Fi or anything, but I'll probably be messaging y'all in Discord like crazy. Be bored as shit. Starting out, I was so confused doing a commission south of Lionhold and seeing high levels just killing them all. Yes. So poop drops, like Grem skins as well for leatherworking and for tailoring are a couple of very large things. And also killing the spawns. Like if you saw high levels there, they're probably killing the spawns to try to force them into the huntables. So every time something spawns that is huntable or killable, it's kind of got like a dice roll of which one to spawn in as. And very frequently, you'll see those higher level people going down and they'll try to just kill as many as they can to force those spawns. And then that's how they'll turbo level their hunting. So they're taking those Grem hunts. Yes. So in those areas, like anywhere that there are a lot of beast spawns, like you could in theory do this with broodling spawns too in the desert. You could find an area that just has insane broodling like density and then just kill broodlings and try to force spawns. That's how a lot of people were like quote unquote farming. So that's always something to consider if you are going that route. They did change recently with a patch. Made it so even named mobs were now exempt from dropping gear if you were outside of the 9 level threshold for loot, for gear, like XP, all of that. So now, for things like Flair's Flesh Ripper, you actually have people that are trying to farm that because it's worth a lot of money, very good weapon in the level 10 bracket. And you have people that are going back to make alts to just farm that specifically while they're in the level table. First time Ashes, Nengalith were alive for more than 10 seconds after this change. Interesting. Had a high level rogue stun my level 5 cleric off 1 Grem just because he could. That's bold. That's bold. Depending on the gear, that could lead to such easy corruption. I mean, ask Nin. Nin accidentally corrupted on a level 4 and then lost the best caster necklace in the game. Being able to CC unflagged. Yeah. I know that you flag up as a response, but I also wonder what it would be like without that. Right? Just without the ability to walk up to somebody and just be like, yep, you're full CC'd, fuck you. I definitely am curious about that. Maybe CC reduced against unflagged at least. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really complicated thing. Watching your stream at times, this incident took place at the same time. Oh no. But yeah, it's a delicate balance in my opinion. Because being able to CC unflag people does allow you to compete for areas, but it's also very frequently just used for griefing. So, maybe later with introduction of subclasses, well, the first CC immunity options. I wouldn't count on anything like a long-term CC immunity being added. Maybe like short-term, like an unstoppable type buff could be a thing, but yeah, depending on the duration, I don't know, because we do also have CC breaks to where someone would have to re-CC us, but maybe you could just not be able to CC someone engaging in artisan gatherings so you can't grief like that. Right, but that would also just make it an issue where it's like the fastest mount, like the first one to it. If you can't CC on flag, most people will never flag to contest mobs. I agree. And like every node would just be the first person to get to it automatically claims that node instead of seeing a braid wood and being able to like stop the person from gathering it. Because you're not going to corrupt over a single braid wood, but you'll definitely flag up and trip someone and see if they're willing to hit you back. Fastest mount was boss slash earned. Mind more things about your own. I mean, I get it, but that's also the loop of like, if they can't do it in the first place, then they're not going to be able to do it with more adversity against it. But no, I agree. Everything is that progression mindset. But I do also think just being the first one to hit a node, like automatically claiming that node could be a dangerous route. Especially once we get into Braidwood. I mean, depending on how far you want to go with it, I could myself sit on the tree, chop the tree partially, disengage with the tree, CC the person that's standing next to me that's not chopping the tree, go back to partially chopping the tree, break and CC them again, and then wait for my actual lumberjack to get over that has all the high rarity gear, all the buffs, and try to push it up. Wouldn't happen, but it could happen, right? You could essentially like lock down a node, so to say. You could be, I don't know, it wouldn't be used in like PvP as much because you'd be flagged up in PvP. I don't know. I kind of worry about that, but in VC with my guild, apparently someone corrupted Steel Bloom too. Motherfuckers be going corrupt like crazy, dog. I think part of it is probably because of the corruption baiting with mounts and everything. But I also think a part of it is just aggressive ass motherfuckers out here, dog. Everyone knows the server's gonna end. No one has super expensive gear. They can just farm that shit up. Everyone just be going crazy. I slept Dusty off his flyer. My flyer, I was still on my flyer. I just dismounted. Excuse me. I'm trying to get tired enough to nap before I leave. Mindset about seeing people to steal artisan nodes. I mean, I kind of like that concept though. Seeing somebody that's gathering something that's really expensive, going up and just being like, I'm tripping you. We're competing for this now. If you want to match the competition, you've got to do something about it. I kind of think that's cool to a certain extent. Now, of course, it'll be a little griefy, but I also think everything to a certain point is a little griefy in Ashes, you know? Let me find this Dune stream. I want to at least have this on in the background. But yeah, I don't know, because there'd probably be a lot of different... We also have to try to consider how things can be manipulated, so to say. Wait. They did the full stream? Oh, God. All right, well, it's a 2-hour dev stream, so we'll be clicking through. I'd rather watch Odyssey. Is there something good from Odyssey to react to? Send me something from Odyssey. Gonna call on the boys when someone's harassing you, then the event to opportunity has opportunity to turn into a full-scale war. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I like that you can CC for nodes. It'd be more interesting if you kept your progress on the gather, so if you hit once, they fight you off, they hit it and you go back and forth until someone gets their final hit. See, I could see that being the evolution of it, where it kind of like saves the individual progress too. I think that could be a very cool evolution of it. I agree. Because there are a lot of times where, like, say you have a mob on you and you're trying to chop and the mob stuns you and then it goes completely back to zero. Like, being able to have that progress, get stunned by the mob, continue the progress, especially not last hitting in a sense of like it's shared progress on the mineral, but it's like it saves my progress. So like if I hit it twice and then you CC me, you hit it once, you have 1 hit, I have 2 hits. We each have to hit it 4 times total because there's an individual claim to destroy the node. So it's like a race to who can get 4 full hits in that instance. I would like that a lot. If I'm being completely real. I would like that a lot. That would create so much back and forth competition. And also, at that point, if I trip you, I get hits, you trip me back, now we're both PvP flagged. That's just PvP. Could be a good system to explore if the system stays how it is right now, yet placeholder systems. Also entirely valid. Why would you continue to gather when both of you are flagged? Just annihilate the dude. See, that's what I just thought of as well. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Just lay pipe, get him flagged up, and then kill him while you're flagged. And then you're up tremendous. Then it's all your node. I think that's a very valid take. I think that would be a really cool system. Because I kind of like it. What I don't like is their classism in farming. What do you mean? Like poor people? Or like certain archetypes are faster? Because that's always going to be a thing. Certain classes can gather better than others. Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a thing. Trade-offs and benefits to everything. Druid from WoW. Like stealth hitting a node. Summoners will be able to have a summon tank a mob while they hit a node. Combat pets will come in eventually and allow people to have combat pets that they can summon out. Yeah. If I want to be a top tier lumberjacking, I need to consider, say, being barred. I wouldn't say you need to. I think that it may provide a benefit if you do. But that's also because of the design of the class. I don't necessarily think that means that you're incapable of being a lumberjack. I think it's just a cognitive decision of how much you want to actually invest in a certain loop. If you want your core thing to be lumberjacking and you don't care about anything else, and you're lumberjacking a ton, you may get a small, minute percentage of advantage tree to tree. But like Seat said, a ranger for vans, that's going to be noticeable because it's 10% all the time. So that is nice, but also it's a level of, would you be leveling a ranger for caravans if it was a live game, or would you just be working on your main? And Seat would probably just be working on the main at that point. So I think it all breaks down to what you want your core gameplay to be. And you have to determine how much you want to focus on owning your class versus being a gatherer versus being a PvEer or anything like that, right? Gathering should definitely break stealth. Yeah, I agree. I too think gathering should break stealth. I think a lot of actions should break stealth. And also you shouldn't be able to recast stealth while gathering. I don't know if you can do that or not, but first hit ownership is a bad idea, especially with the groupings concept now. Can run around 20 times, hit one tree each. No one else can farm the trees. I don't think anyone was discussing first hit ownership of a tree or anything like that. We were more so discussing it saving personal progression. So like, say I hit a tree once, and then I go to a second tree and hit it once. There would be a few seconds of memory on the first tree where I could go back and hit it a second time. Now, that wouldn't be locking down both because somebody could just come in and yop, and multiple people can't interact with it. So, like, the option would be to trip, or it would be a short-term, like, quote-unquote, memory that's longer than most CCs. So, it'd probably be, like, 20 seconds-ish, but there are also in-cap combos that can take you more than 20 seconds of in-cap. There's a lot that goes into it, but 10% is hours saved every week. Yup. And also, if you have nodes that are dropping the building that gives a caravan movement speed bonus, because they have a lot of area where caravans run through, that can be a massive game changer too. Our node in Shorefoot, we A, don't need those buildings because we need the points for other journeyman ascensions. And B, we don't have a lot of area where that would even be like viable, because not many caravans are going to go in a large portion of our node because a lot of our node is ocean. People will kind of be like half in, turning their caravan, and then they're gone. Every class, I believe, got an AoE skill that takes 5% of the rogue HP. I mean, have an AoE skill, sure, but what is the level of commitment to just randomly fish for a rogue out of stealth? The last hit breaks stealth. I think the initiation of gathering should break stealth. Personally. Yo, what up, 50? Thinking about getting a key. How much can I play if I buy a key? Are the servers up for the entire week? I'm from the EU. You can play as much as you want. Servers are typically down Tuesday and Wednesday of each week until August 4th, where they go up 24/7. They post any downtimes outside of like the normal schedule of downtimes, which again until August 4th is Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, in their Discord, discord.gg/ashesofcreation. So right now it's a downtime day. I'm a daily Ashes content creator, so we do like basically an Ashes podcast. We just sit here and yap about the game without the game even being playable Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So if you're going to be making your account, you can do !Ashes. But with your key, you get access now until the game launches. August 4th, we again go to new servers for Phase 3, 24/7 accessibility with those servers, and a lot of changes coming in between now and then that'll make the August launch very smooth. You also get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your purchase. So, it's huge. It's huge. This is the future. Briar, I would like you to understand, in terms of last night, keep in mind, I value every person in the community. But in terms of last night, that person was defending adamantly something that people are getting banned from the playtesting environment for, saying that it is justified and worth doing. That person deserved every bit of that and pushed back multiple times, trying to justify something that people get banned for doing and say that it is okay because other people are doing it to them. I'm a face for Ashes of Creation as much as you want to consider me that, and I will be a face for positivity, and I will continue to name and shame every person that is negative in the Ashes of Creation scene, and I will continue to be outspoken against that. And if you don't like that, then you don't like someone with integrity and a backbone. 50 year, thank you for the follow. That person was actively in my chat and in my community trying to defend something that people get banned from the testing environment for. And when I talked to them in a clear way and tried to explain why what they were doing is bad, they tried to talk to me as if I did not know what was going on. Feel free to go review it as much as you want. And then after that ended, I banned them from my chat. And then they started messaging me in-game on a character. Just keep that in mind. They defended mob training, which is the #1 player complaint across the entire community. Very blatantly and adamantly admitted to doing it and tried to justify it and say that it's okay because other people do it. If you choose to not watch because I stood up for that and stood up for every single player that has been mob trained on, then you can leave for that. That's not me not caring about you as an individual. That's me saying my views are always going to be my views. And the reason that I'm a face of the community, which I'm still not, but the reason that I'm a face of the community is because I don't stand for bullshit like that. And I call that shit out, and I'm willing to look like the asshole to make sure that that stuff doesn't feel comfortable here. So if you choose to not support the channel because of that, then feel free. But just know that somebody that was defending a bannable action in the playtesting environment and being called out for that is the reason that you are choosing to no longer watch the channel. Think about that logically. So you say you love the energy, you love the commitment, you love the content for weeks because of my content. My content is my content because I'm outspoken against that. Now keep in mind, that person has the cat's tag on Discord because they DM'd me on Discord as well after the stream. 2 different DMs, 2 hours apart. That person is unreasonably obsessed with trying to make me look bad because I removed them from my community and made an example out of them. Again, they would not have been made an example of if they were not attempting to justify the single largest community pain point right now and the thing that drives many players off of the game. None of that would have happened. Yet they remained consistent and they wanted to push back and push back and push back. And it was very clearly stated that that wouldn't happen. I think too many people can't grasp this. Act as if everyone copied your actions and think about the consequences. That's what I tried to explain to that person last night. And they many times told me that I was wrong and that it was okay for them to do what they were doing because somebody else mob trained. And I very clearly explained to them multiple times in a very calm way that they were a part of the problem and they were adding to it. They had their fingers in their ears. Ah, la, 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 I'm not listening. I'm better than you. I know the process. When keep in mind, something that I pointed out that they never acknowledged was that Intrepid Studios, the creators of Ashes of Creation, the reason this world exists in the first place, have asked us, if somebody mob trains on you, please refrain from doing it and please file a customer service report. I passed that along, but they didn't want to acknowledge that. They wanted to act like a child with their fingers in their ears, and I treated them as though they were doing such. And if you don't like that, then you don't like somebody that stands up for what they believe in. And that's the betterment of the playtesting environment. And if that costs me viewers, I don't stream for viewers. If I did, I'd probably have some more controversial takes. I'd probably make some big clickbait videos about mob training. What's mob training? Mob training, I actually made a graphic for this person because they weren't grasping it. These parts aren't a part of the graphic. Am I pulling mobs? Yes. Is the intent to kill players? Yes. You're mob training. If you are pulling mobs with the intent to kill players with those mobs, you are mob training. I made it as simple as I possibly could for this person, and they still did not understand. I went out of my way to make this very clear and concise graphic to explain to them that what they were doing was bad. Please feel free, again, if you guys are upset that I got mad and said angry words to somebody who admitted to doing this stuff and defending it in a normal manner, then feel free. There's an X at the top of the screen. I will always be outspoken against exploiters, mob trainers, corruption baiters, cheaters, hackers, people that are a detriment to the community. And the reason why you consider me a face of the community, yes, Skogar, thank you for the follow. The 3 months of Prime, I appreciate you. The reason that you, even at this point, consider me a face of the community, and the reason why I have everything that I have in the Ashes community, is because I am outspoken about those things. It's not the first time that I've said very mean, hurtful things to somebody because they're being a piece of shit within the playtesting environment. It's not the last time Internet Man will say mean, hurtful things to somebody that's being a piece of shit. I'll do it again. I'd happily do it. And keep in mind, the person that you're all up in arms about, if you're still here, Mercy, after being banned from my chat, DM'd me in-game for about 45 minutes after the fact, DM'd me on Discord multiple times, hours apart, talked about my ego and attacked me personally when it wasn't visible on Twitch. Hoofsy, thank you. I appreciate you. And you do not know the entirety of the story if you were not here for all of it. Nor do you know the depth of everything if you do not understand how much of a community pain point mob training is. Quite frankly, the guy's just trying to clout chase. I don't even know if he's shipping out clips places or what, but the clips just bring people here. It's not like his stream is going to take off. People just come in here and then realize that I was making a mockery of him for mob training. That's fine. Quite frankly, oh, he is. Very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, yeah, again, that's fine. I don't quite mind. I don't quite mind. Brother, he was apparently DMing me all day. Wait, look at this shit. He's still DMing me. Look. He's DMing me right now on Discord. He DM'd me at 8:53 and still has the cat's tag on. This is today, dog. This person is a fucking freak. For the love of God. Like, this is the person that you guys are valuing stock in right now. This is a parasocial relationship in action. What's the cat's tag? They were a part of my community trying to justify mob training, and I kicked them out of my community. It was very simple. We have the cat's tag. The cat's tag is for Cats with Abs. Cats with Abs is our community. Cats with Abs is a community that doesn't support mob training. Discord.gg/catswithabs. We take in every new player and give them access to as competitive of content as we can. We fight against the best of the best. We work with the best of the best. We work with the most casual of the casual. We're not formally allied with anybody, but we're friends with just about everyone. We don't support toxicity. We don't support mob training, griefing, corruption baiting, or being a general piece of shit and a detriment to the playtesting environment, and we're outspoken against it. If that sounds fun, join up. We've got multiple guilds already. 100 plus people focused on being the best players they can be. A lot more casual players in the ranks as well. And we'll continue to what we do. We'll continue to do what we do. It's that simple. I'll continue to be the person that I am. I'll continue to be outspoken about the things that I'm outspoken about. And that's who I am. The reason you guys are here right now is because of who I am. It's that simple. Game's not up today. I don't give a shit. I've called out people more than that. You can go through my clips and you can find clips from New World of me calling people out for being dumbasses in wars that were supposed to be practice wars against worse guilds, worse companies. People would be farming the low player, like the worst players, trying to boost their stats and just look cool. I'd call those motherfuckers out because they were worse than I was at the game anyways. I would literally go into Discord and I would point out what they were doing and I'd be like, cut the shit. I've always done this.
Cat with abs is
Yo, Maleficia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It's who I am. It's going to continue. It's always going to continue. And if you don't like it now, you're not going to like it long term. But you're still going to watch. If any guild says yes to that toxic stuff, they aren't going to last long. Exactly. Making the community a better place will make you one of the strongest guilds in the long term. Exactly. And I would rather have people that leave because I am so overwhelmingly dedicated to maintaining the integrity of my community in the game that I push people off than have people come in because I'm doing the toxic shit for more views. 1,000 times out of 1,000. I would make that decision every time. If it cost me half my viewership to maintain this level of integrity in my content, fuck it. Take it. I'm not going to change. And if you don't like it now, you're not going to like it ever. Like, I'm telling you guys. The person that shipped clips of me yelling at them was in here for over an hour justifying bannable behavior and has been DMing me on Discord in my requests, not getting a reply for over 24 hours nonstop. You are hearing the rants from their side of a legitimate mentally unstable person. A normal person does not get banned from a 100 viewer stream and react like this. So before you're quick to be like, Dusty's the bad guy, Dusty's awful, do consider that that conversation was much longer than 10 minutes. All this being said, there's a difficult question that needs to be asked. What does your guild do when guilds you've allied with do these things you don't stand for? We don't ally with anyone. We have no allies. We're friends with people. We coexist with people and don't have rivalries, but we're not formal allies with anyone because we can't control what they do. And anybody that does come in, if we do eventually ally with people, will be asked to match every bit of it that we provide. So we actually had conversations with very competitive communities about being formal allies. The gameplay level didn't align. Different priorities long-term, different means of going about that. We said, okay, cool, we can coexist, we can be friends, but formal allies, it just won't line up. It would reflect badly on our gameplay and what we're trying to do. And they aren't, like a lot of people on their side, aren't willing to have a zero tolerance policy, aren't willing to kick somebody out of their community if they're doing this shit, if they're defending it. It's very simple. So for us, unless somebody comes in and allies with us with the exact extent of, we want you to do exactly as we are doing in terms of your gameplay, in terms of that level of integrity, we're not going to be like, you have to do everything that we do, that we want you to do whenever. But you have to not be mob training. You have to not be corruption baiting. If you have someone that's doing it, you need to speak out against it and it stops or they're gone. That's the big thing. While we are very friendly with people, that's because I'm a friendly person. I give every single person the benefit of the doubt, and until they disrespect me, I give them all of the respect in the world. And as soon as they disrespect me, my community, my friends, or anything like that, what happens last night happens. That person disrespected the entire playtesting community by trying to justify mob training. That person disrespected me by, after being banned from my chat, DMing me in-game to try to continue harassing me, and DMing me on Discord to try to continue harassing me. And anybody that does go that route will always get that reaction. I'm a person that's plenty capable of standing up for myself and will do so. All the time. 10 times out of 10. But there have been a lot of people saying, oh, Dusty supports this, Dusty supports that, because people from Polar watch his stream. Brother, people from a lot of guilds watch my stream. A lot of guilds. Nobody was talking about all of the casual guilds that watch my stream. Nobody was talking about the fact that the people that were saying that we were allied with the toxic guilds were watching my stream. Motherfuckers were just being weird as shit. Lobster, how are you, my friend? Sounds like Ash's potential to be great. I think Ash is already great. But so what's best about this community? I just appeared one day here and never played any group content, but you guys just invited me anyways without any questions. That's what we're here for. We want to get more people involved. We want to get more people active. We want to get every single person access to as much content as we can, as long as they agree to be a benefit to the environment and the community and not a detriment. And we do not have room for people that will be detriments. That dude from yesterday is definitely high on the weirdo scale. He's still DMing me on Discord. He DM'd me on Discord like 16 minutes ago, and I didn't even notice it because it's in my requests, and I haven't even read a single thing that he said. Hoofsy going crazy before the Vegas trip. Man's trying to keep us above 1,000, trying to keep it afloat. Hoofsy, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. But yeah, that dude has been very oddly persistent with trying to slander it. I don't know. I don't know. He's very angry about not being present in this community anymore. And I don't know, like, I don't know if they realize this is not the way to accomplish anything. They're going to make themselves look like psychos. They're going to get excommunicated from not only this community, but like every other community as well. Because they're being shown as absolutely insane. I know GBK doesn't encourage exploiting training, bidding, etc., but there'll always be bad apples. Exactly. Exactly. And the larger a community gets, the more likely you are to have bad apples. It's easy to have one in the bunch, and having one bad apple will make people question the entire bag. And what we're trying to do is be as inclusive as we can on our end while cutting out every single one of those bad apples in the process. And without us being this level of outspoken about these things and establishing examples, such as if you were doing these things, you will be kicked. You will be called out. You will not be a member of this community. We don't ban people for having different opinions. We don't ban people for thinking that things should be done a little differently. We don't ban people for anything. We don't really even have like mods in here for shit. And yet, some people still find ways to make it happen. I don't know, but I think it's very important to just, on our end, stay very consistent and stay very aware of all of the things that do go into keeping that out of the community. I think that the second it's allowed to facilitate and take root in a community, it takes over. And that's not happening here. That's not happening. If someone in my guild tries to defend mob training because somebody did it to them, nope. Nope. You're gone. It's that simple. We don't mob train. We just move on. We contribute to the community that we're a part of. And we're in the reason, like, we're in the spot that we're in because of that reason. People aren't griefing us. People aren't decking on us. Shit. People that mob train on other people aren't mob training on us. Isn't that fucking crazy? Good job being vigilant and actually taking action against bad actors. Many guild leaders are just words. Yeah. And keep in mind, this is my job. I'm willing to take a stance that, as you see, someone has posted a fucking resignation message in chat. Like, this is my livelihood. How I pay my bills. How I feed myself. And I am willing to have the integrity to lose viewers to maintain these things. It's that simple. People can't question it. I'm not just making this shit up. I don't have a job. Like, streaming is my job. So this is something that, well, it may be a detriment to my total growth, not allowing those people in. And I may have less viewers than if I just had a massive community. Fuck it. I get on every day knowing that I'm making the best decisions. And knowing that I can do whatever, whenever. Followed 18 days ago and I've never seen them type in chat. Type your resignation message. Let's really test Dusty. No. No, Hoofsy. No. Grumpy. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You're an absolute legend, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Grumpy lurking in the shadows. I've done plenty of chat. I mean, I don't think that's like the big discredit. But I think what people are trying to say, Hoofsy matching with the 10 as well. You guys are fucking insane. You guys are absolutely insane. I love you guys. I love you guys. Thank you. Grumpy Hoofsy, thank you guys for the 10s. You guys are fucking nuts. You guys are fucking nuts. Merm, why? Merm coming in with it as well. And boys, we almost have the hype train on the down day. What the fuck? What the fuck? You guys have no reason to be doing this. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's a subathon. I have to get off stream soon because I have to drive to Boston at 4 a.m. from Maine to catch a flight. The next time you guys see me, I'm going to be in Vegas for the first time ever. I've flown once in my life. So, I'm on mobile now. I can't follow chat with all the subs. Don't worry, it wasn't anything. So, Briar, I think people weren't trying to say it as a matter of like, haven't typed in chat a lot, but without being here since my time in Ashes, it may not be clear how set I am on upholding the integrity of this playtest. I come from New World, and New World was plagued by many different things, including the same toxicity that we deal with here. A lot of toxicity from the scene that I was a part of, the warring scene towards casual players, and things that are driving casual players off the game. Skeptics calling in the hype train. Choo choo. Skeptics, thank you. I appreciate you, Mermosi, Grumpy, Skeptics. Calling in the hype train, boys. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. But I think without that long-term context, it can sometimes be hard to understand that I am genuinely willing to kick people out of the community if they are not upholding the best interest of the playtest. And I have always been this outspoken. I have always been someone who's very opinionated. And if somebody pushes back when they are very clearly in the wrong, I will explain to them multiple times why they're in the wrong. And keep in mind, last night's conversation was over an hour. I will explain to them why they're in the wrong and why they're being a detriment. And then at a certain point, I farm them for funny content because it makes me laugh. It's very simple. I said all of those mean things to him because he deserved them, because he's insane, and also a piece of shit in the testing environment. And you know what? I laughed about it. And I went back and I watched it and I laughed about it again. And you know what? knowing that they're still watching and DMing me on Discord, trying to just get me to read anything, makes me laugh even more. And I'll laugh again and again and again when people like that realize that they're in the wrong and get called out. Too many people are afraid to call someone out because they're afraid they'll lose a viewer. It's not about the viewer number for me. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality. Is he not banned? Oh, did you not see when I was showing the Discord messages? Yeah, he's been messaging me nonstop on Discord. Yeah. Actually going crazy, like, nonstop. I don't know. So. Who knows, man? Who knows? It was fully talking. Yes, and he is apparently trying to ship out clips to, like, the Ashes Discord to portray me as the bad person for calling him out for mob training. But I'm the bad person. Where? I guess the Ashes Discord. Apparently, he's just like sending out of context clips of me roasting his shit to try to make me look like a dick. So that's what we've gathered. So yeah, by the way, still DMing me on Discord. Still DMing me on Discord. Just throwing that out there. Like, to this moment, DMing me on Discord. Full just levels of, like, harassment after being explicitly said to not, like, continue it. Calling me out personally. Saying that I have this huge ego. And attacking my character after acting like I'm the only one that went on the offensive. It's a little cringe. It's a little cringe. So again, I think that before you're quick to assume that streamer is the bad guy because of a couple minutes of yapping at somebody, realize that streamer was yapping at the bad guy who was trying to defend being the bad guy. Talking about integrity, but there's nothing integral about attacking someone's character. That person is attacking the time investment and character of everybody here, and also was speaking down to me in a very matter-of-fact way through chat. If you disagree with it, then again, keep in mind, you're entitled to your own opinion. But again, and I don't know where you're coming up with the, I would urge you to revisit that portion of your chat, because the only person other than him that talked about it was Seat, and Seat's a shit poster that doesn't mob train at all. I've never in my life once actually seen Seat do anything negative in the playtesting environment. And again, this is why I'm urging you to not urge the streamer who interacts with their chat 10 hours plus a day to think that you know more about the situation. All the people in chat were memeing about the situation, and I know these people personally and know their in-game actions. People here make fun of the people who mob train. There's a reason why a majority of the people in chat were absolutely roasting this person the same way that I was. And it's because not only myself, but many members of the community also feel as though that person is doing one of the worst things you can do to the playtesting environment. You do not know the specifics of every situation, and you are not MacGyver of my chat to know who is shitposting and who's not. I know all of my viewers much better than you do. And it's extremely holier than thou of you to tell me how my viewers are interacting in a moment where we are all making fun of someone and something. I know who's shitposting. I know who's not. I spend an insane amount of time with these people. You say LOL because you have no other rebuttal. You want to be angry about something, but you have nothing to be angry about, so you say LOL. Again, no one's being mean to you. But you were talking very down to me and saying, I would urge you to revisit that portion of your chat. I would urge you to know me and my relationship with my viewers and know that people shitpost when things like that happen. And those same people also very much know how I stand. The only issue is those people don't carry it out and keep dragging it on and dragging it on and dragging it on. I would urge you to understand that streamers have a much better relationship with their chat than you have with the streamer's chat. Know a lot more about those interactions with their chat and not be on the parasocial side of it, of assuming that you know every part of every situation from watching a part of the VOD. Because you don't. You don't know how strict we are with this community. That person was inside my community, representing me, representing my guild, representing everything, and still to this day has our community tag on their Discord doing this. That is a different level than somebody just saying, haha, I mob train once. That person made it personal with me the second they used my guild, my tag, my community.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, ni hao tai. To represent that level of bullshit. Imagine if you spent all of your time in your real life job that pays your bills and feeds you and the people you care about, and you hired someone who agreed to the terms of not doing those things, and then showed up to work doing everything they weren't supposed to do, and then argued time and time and time again about why it was okay. You fired them. They showed up at your house yelling into your windows and stayed for over 24 hours. This is the person you're trying to defend. I don't know in what logical world you think that I am in the wrong for ridding my community of that toxin. But again, if you think that I'm wrong for that, you're welcome to join them. But clearly you don't think that I'm wrong because you're still here. There is an X at the top of the screen if you disagree with my views or my stream. But clearly you don't because you're still here listening. And you've been here since you said you were leaving. And I'm not going to ban you or force you to leave. But genuinely, there's a point where you just have to be like, okay, Dusty, no, you're kind of spitting. And this is probably that point about 45 minutes into this yap. Just for perspective. If you didn't agree, you would have left. A guy who's telling Dusty that's trying to be cool with the community but attacks the duty trains. Yep. Yep. Defending mob training is actual scumbag behavior. It's an acknowledged broken part of the game and people are almost exploiting it by using it in that manner. Exactly. Yes. And I will continue to speak out against every single person that is. I will continue to speak out against everything negative that's happening in the playtesting environment. And if people want to say Dusty's a bad guy because he calls people an idiot when they're being an idiot, go for it. When I was a kid, if I did something stupid, my dad called me an idiot. I've been yelled at before by people when I was fucking up, and it made me acknowledge that I was fucking up when I wouldn't listen. Some people are stubborn and need to be talked to in a stern way before they can learn. Some people think they know everything, and they need to be talked to in a stern way to realize that they don't. And I'm not afraid to talk to somebody in the way that they need to be talked to. Very simple. That's what you call a father.
Good
yep.
days.
Exactly. I walked in on some shit. You walked in on motherfuckers being soft.
Clumps were clumps. Everything was simple.
Yesterday, there was a bozo that tried to defend, like, one of the largest community pain points in the game. Just, like, generally being a scumbag. And essentially, I called him out, said mean words to him. After an hour of him just being an absolute freakazoid. Preach integrity, but attack character. His character deserved to be attacked once he represented his character in that way. And if I disagree with somebody's character, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yes. If you disagree with somebody's character, that's, yeah. There's a holier than thou? Not at all, and you spelled Van wrong. He deserved it? Yes. Yes, the way that he was engaging with the interaction, absolutely. Keep in mind, this was somebody that tried to defend their actions with, I give out the energy that I get back. It's not a holier than thou. He legitimately put out that energy and got that energy back by speaking down, by trying to justify his behavior as if he was someone that knew more than the developers of the game that have very explicitly stated, if you're mob trained on, file a CS report. What part of that says file a mob train on? Or if you get mob trained on, mob train back to the people. Yes, he needed to be corrected. He was arguing and refusing to acknowledge the correction and deserved every part of that. Exactly. And if you don't see that, then I'm sorry that nobody ever raised you with any form of respect. And when you speak up incorrectly to somebody and come at them wrong, you get that matched. Maybe somebody should have yelled at you more because it would have helped you prepare for this moment. Just because it's the modern day and age where every single person is trying to be all friendly. Brother, it doesn't mean that people have to be fake. If somebody's being a shithead, I'm going to call him a shithead. I'm going to do that. If people are refusing to acknowledge a point, I'm going to make fun of them. You're literally belittling me. No one's belittling you. You're playing a victim right now. You have such an offended personality that you're playing a victim after saying that I was being holier than thou and trying to criticize what I was saying. But now that you've engaged in this, you're hurt and you're guffawing and scoffing at your setup because man with camera said angry word. You said you deserved it. He did. Did I deserve to be talked to the way that I was by him? Nope. Who you decide he deserves it? I'm the person that he was talking to. I'm the person who runs this stream. If I decide that you deserve to be banned, I can ban you. If I decide that you deserve to be made fun of, I can make fun of you because that's my stream. This is my world. I am the one here. I can do anything here. I can call people stupid. I can call people a bitch if they're being stupid or a bitch. And if I feel they're doing that, then I can continue to do that. If I feel you're being soft, I can say you're being soft. If that offends you, you can either leave or you can get the fuck over it. Those are your two choices. Yes, welcome to my channel. I say what I want because this is my channel. Yes, welcome. T Mugsy, hi. What's the TLDR on this? Some dude that had infiltrated cats was trying to defend mob training on people by saying, like, the whole eye for an eye, like, if I get mob trained, I'm gonna mob train on them. And I explained to them that that wasn't solving the problem whatsoever, and they were actually facilitating the problem for about an hour while they were just la 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 la, I can't hear you, I'm gonna keep mob training, blah blah blah. So this person basically wanted to be a vigilante and mob train on every griefer and mob trainer, but people in my chat, in my guild said, yo, this person that you're talking to mob trained on me in Highwayman Hills. So keep in mind, this person in their own mind was a god, Batman, literally going around mob training on everybody that they thought was a mob trainer, trying to solve the mob training epidemic, not realizing that they themselves were the mob trainer. So I tried to explain that to them multiple times. And when they didn't realize that and wanted to keep talking down to me as if I didn't know the implications of the situation, I called them an idiot and told them they were acting like a child by mob training and participating in those actions, and that the existence of them in the playtest made it much worse. Don't like mob training, but didn't Intrepid say it's allowed? No. Let's establish that. It was a gray area. Intrepid said mob training itself is not punishable, but if you're mob training directly and repetitively on a form, like on a group or on a person, it is seen as a form of harassment and can be punishable. So the act of mob training is not. But if you're mob training deliberately on somebody with the intent to stop them from playing the game, it's harassment, and harassment is punishable. So if you're mob training deliberately on somebody, you're going to get punished. So they were basically trying to defend training on people who trained on them, targeting people who they believed were griefers, aka targeted harassment and griefing. and refused to acknowledge that they were a detriment to the playtesting environment by existing in that way. Come to find out, this person is in my community. Keep in mind, I'm very clear, we don't do that. We don't train. We don't corruption bait. Every big guild does it. Motherfucker, we're bigger than a lot of the big guilds. We're a pretty big guild. Tell me how many mob training and corruption baiting accusations we have on our head right now. Like, what was very simply established, and they refused to acknowledge, was that they were facilitating the problem of mob training by continuing to mob train. Very simple. Now, fast forward. Person just wants to keep going. I've had my fun. I've roasted them. I've yelled at them until my voice is hoarse. It was fun. I banned them from my chat, and this is where it turns into the freak stuff. After being banned from my chat, they start DMing me in-game on a character. And basically just going off in a conversation in-game. And I say, brother, I have nobody that I ever ban in my chat. You're the first person I banned in a long time. Do you also want to be the first person that is on my ignore list? Ever. In Ashes. I haven't ignored a single person. I usually don't have to ignore anybody in MMOs. They kept DMing me. And I said, listen, brother, I'm going to give you a chance to duck out of this conversation like a man. And come back and say, you know what? I know I'm wrong. I apologize. And that'd be the end of it. And I was like, I'll keep you unignored. And if you want to reach out and apologize, feel free. I'll keep that open. So, lo and behold, they've been blowing up my fucking Discord DMs today too, since I haven't been on the game. So, they started at 10:39 p.m. yesterday. And starts out with, you could call this me getting the last word. The ego has been going on for over 24 hours up to 9:11 p.m. And this is the person that is also taking out of context clips and trying to spread them throughout the Ashes Discord and the Ashes community. They have been going nonstop. Regardless of views on mob training or not, this person is fucking nuts because of this. No normal person responds in this way to any situation, and this is a legitimate concern for me. Training mobs is fine unless it happens repeatedly on the same people. Training mobs in a deliberate way can be seen as harassment. Probably because you attacked him, probably upset. Brother, if somebody on the internet calls you an idiot, you just turn off the screen. What do you mean probably because you attacked him? He was in the wrong and I told him that he was in the wrong and called him an idiot. You did more than call him an idiot? Good. I don't exist in his real life. I'm a streamer on the internet. Why are you or him putting that much value into what I say? Why do my words, you don't know me, impact your life? Don't be a parasocial fuck and value what a streamer says. If I call you an idiot and you don't like it, turn off the screen. If you do like it, keep the stream on and strap the fuck in. Don't be a parasocial fucking idiot like you're being right now and put too much value into what streamers say on the fucking internet. You're being a freak by weighting it this heavily. Just leave if you don't like it. I'm going to call people idiots. Because you have 150 people in the community watching. Good, they're watching because I call people idiots. This is my name. I don't give a fuck what you think of my name. Who cares? This is, brother, do you think this is a new thing on my stream where I call idiots and parasocial fucks idiots and parasocial fucks? No, people watch because I'm me. That's why people watch. That's why there were 150 people in here in the first place. What do you fucking mean? You're not the streamer. No one is talking about your name. You just said your name means everything in an MMO. What? Brother. Brother. Like, seat redeemed a timeout. Just go join him. 10 minutes. Go stop being a parasocial fuck. Stop. Your name matters in an MMO if you're a serious player. Brother, your last message before you just left was your name matters a lot? in an MMO if you're a serious player. He's the one defending mob training, you fucking idiot. How are you as dumb as him? He's defending mob training and you're saying your name matters and I'm slandering his name. He's slandering his fucking name by defending mob training and just not stopping typing. All he had to do to not get called an idiot was just not type. He could have said, oh wow, I mob train. And I could have said, you're a detriment to the playtesting environment. And he could have just shut the fuck up or left. But he wanted to take the beating. He sat there with his ass cheek spread and said, Daddy Dusty, give me the Punisher. And I gave him the Punisher. He asked for it. This guy's so cocky, and yet you're here. Welcome. Welcome. And yet you're here. When the game's not even up, you're watching a Windows default screen and the Ashes of Creation launcher because you're entertained.
You cleanse, you grab,
Welcome.
you yeet, you yacht, and you mail.
Game's not even playable, Delta, but you're here. And you're staying here. I love myself. I love every aspect of myself. 90% of this guy's streams are him crying. Brother, you've never even been in my stream before.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Delta, do an exclamation watch time. Can you throw an exclamation watch time in the chat for me? I'd love to see what you mean by 90%. I don't know why people even voted for you. You're mad about the short foot election. Oh no. Brother, you know what's crazy? People are going to vote for me again too. It was rigged. How was it rigged? How was it rigged, Delta? How was an election rigged? How? Yes, I'm asking you. What did we do to break the game and rig the election? Are you also brain dead? You know how. I don't know how. Please, tell me. What did we do that's not allowed in the game? How did we rig the election? We got votes from people that wanted to support us and we won. Streamer privilege? Brother, typing in global chat talks to more people than I do. And just because I'm a streamer doesn't mean I have automatic election rights. You have to be liked. How many streamers right now are mayors? You're not fit for the role? You're not fit for sucking my dick, apparently, because you're choking on it already. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy you can choke on something so small so quickly, but you're just on that shit. I hope you enjoy watching me get the ag supply up because it's already up. I hope you enjoy watching me get reelected because I'm sending so many players every single day from my stream out to the node to vote for me. And I hope you know that I will pay every single person all of my millions of gold that I've RMT'd from G2G.com from thank you. I will exploit every single alt. I will vote 1,000 times on one account. I pray every day you don't get reelected. That's crazy that you think about me every day and I have no idea who you even are in-game or out of game. You think about me daily and I have never even known you exist before. That's wild. Imagine caring about someone on the internet on the internet that much. Like you're another parasocial freak. Why do you think about me every day? Trust me. Trust you what? Trust me what? I got 2 weeks played and I'm already way better than you. I bet. You're insane. Give me 2 months on this game. Yo, Sidejax, thank you for the follow. You know what's crazy? In 2 months on this game, you still wouldn't be a mayor of a node. You know what you would be? Sucking my dick. I'll dominate like I dominated New World. Brother, I didn't know you in New World. Nobody knew you in New World. Link me your New World VODs. Brother, I guarantee I shit on every single person that you played with in New World. Nobody knew you from New World. Nobody knows you here. And nobody knows you anywhere. You got an ad. Jesus Christ. Let's see if this guy has war VODs on his Twitch. None. No VODs. Unfortunate. Tragic. Brother dominated New World. Brother can dominate this fucking cock. Brother's a nobody everywhere. 2 weeks, you're better than Dusty. My name on New World... Nobody knows who you are. If you had one character on New World, then you're already dog shit. Let's just establish. If you are trying to say that you dominated New World, and you say my name on New World was Rage QTW, bruh. If you had one care, you or us. I don't know, man. Feel free. Whichever NA server you were on, I probably hard shit on you. I don't know, man. You're actually so cocky? Brother, I'm cocky, but you just said 2 weeks in and I'm better than you. Give me 2 months and I'll dominate like I dominated New World. And then we asked you who you were. And we told you you were nobody. And I'm cocky. You haven't had any good competition. Brother, my team just started playing. My team! What's the name of your esports org? What's the name of your esports org, Delta? My team. My team. WTT. What is that? What is WTT? Tell me that doesn't stand for Watch the Throne. Please tell me that doesn't stand for Watch the No! Oh, it's so cringe. Oh, it's so cringe. Oh, no, it's so cringe. Oh, no. I'm gonna dominate the game. My team's called Watch the Throne. Brother, you are the one that said you were gonna dominate Ashes of Creation in 2 months and were better than me in 2 weeks and then called me cocky. Watch the Throne, the big esports team. I will. Then why are you mad that I'm cocky? Do you not see that you also are cocky? Is that just lost upon you? You fucking Jay-Z and Kanye collab misser. I also missed that collab because it was when Kanye was still relatively sane. I miss it a lot. But my fucking god, that is a cringe-ass name. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. What's going on? I just tuned in. You guys have the best player in Ashes of Creation. You're the Diddy of Ashes of Creation. You're just saying Diddy because you can't think of any other valid insult. Brother, that's like me saying you're the Jeffrey Epstein of New World. It doesn't really mean anything. It just means that you've run out of other insults and you're getting cooked. What the fuck do you mean? That just means that you've run out of stuff to say. Just wait. Brother, I don't need to just wait and see because you're probably going to quit the game. Who are we talking about here? The new big competitive guild, Watch the Throne. Delta, do you have a guild that's made yet? What are your in-game names in Ashes? What level is Watch the Throne? In your 2 weeks that you've been here, can you tell me what your power scaling is? I'm making one as soon as the game is up. Okay, so in 2 weeks you're better than me, but you don't have a guild up yet, and you're gonna get one up as soon as the game's up, and you're gonna take over Ashes in 2 months. Okay. Let us know when you get your guild up, and we'll have a nice guild warming present for you. It'll be a certain scroll with your name on it. By that name only, they're cooked. Bro. Man literally comes in and goes, in 2 weeks of Ashes, I'm better than you are. Wait until I'm 2 months in. I'll dominate this game just like I dominated New World. I asked him who he was in New World, and nobody knew his name, considering I knew everybody in New World. That was semi-relevant because I played everywhere in New World. And man thinks that he's going to come in with esports team Watch the Throne and dominate all of Ashes. So, Delta, how do you feel about Polar? Do you think you'll also dominate Polar? Do you think that you'll dominate us, Polar, and everyone? Do you think you have it all on lock? Are you the best? Like, how good is Watch the Throne? Heard you get carried by 40-man parties. What do you want me to do? Put 40 on my back? Brother, I play my role. Brother, what's up? I'm asking you, Delta, do you think that you will dominate every guild that is present in Ashes of Creation? Genuine question. Yes or no? Do you think you would beat Polar? Do you think that you would beat Purple? Do you think that you would beat Nova Ordum? Do you think that you would beat Federation? And are you willing to say that they are all bitch-made and bad at the game? On record right now. Does Delta think that every guild in Ashes of Creation is bad at the game? We're going to be looking for you. Brother, you're going to have to get enough people to sign your... Like, to actually make your guild first. Like, you are going to have to get enough to actually make your guild, and then you have to invite people to your guild. Like, you've got to get the scroll first. We have enough? How many people do you have? Do you know how many people you can fit into a guild? And what level are you at? I'm curious. 50 deep right now. Watch the Throne is 50 deep. Oh, really? Watch the Throne coming in 50 hot. What level are you guys? And what class, like what archetype do you play? Out of curiosity. What level and what archetype do you play? You're so worried? No, I'm just asking a question. You look nervous? Brother, I'm smiling. I play Cleric. What's your main hand melee weapon on your Cleric? Tell me the name of your main hand melee weapon on your Cleric right now without looking up a build. And the name of your focus. I'll wait. Trust me, he doesn't know the name of a main hand weapon. He doesn't know the name of a main hand weapon. He can't name a main hand weapon. Oh no. He can't even name a main hand weapon. Oh no. He can't even name a main hand weapon. Guys. Guys. He doesn't even know a weapon to name. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, what's wrong with this guy? Brother, the game's down today. I'm making so much content off of this. I'm having a time of my life. This is so fun for me. Like, you have to realize the game that I stream is down today, and I'm getting ready to board a flight to Vegas and have a beautiful weekend in Vegas. I'm having a fucking blast. Does this Dusty guy get carried everywhere? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Although I've been known to hit some pretty fat walls. I don't know. Yo, what up, Slick Nick? How you doing, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. WTT, we run this. WTT, can you send me a couple of your New World War VODs so I can review them from your bruisers, preferably? Holy fuck. Oh my god. I have looked down at my dick in the shower and laughed less than I just laughed. That was amazing. That was like a full belly chuckle of a laugh. Holy fuck. I feel like this is a bunch of 16-year-olds with broccoli haircuts. Like the full Pat Mahomes, like shaved on the sides, like nappy on top type shit, but not actually nappy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Look at your haircut. Brother, I'd rather look like me than a broccoli cut. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm a 28-year-old man. Is that the guild that ran New World with an iron fist? Brother. Oh my god. Nobody has ever heard of WTT. I fucking promise. I fucking promise. Oh my god. Broccoli Brigade. I guarantee their GM is a fucking zoomer with a broccoli cut that FaceTimes the other officers for meetings. You guys also realize the second that I run a 3-minute ad, you guys either have to get your mom's credit cards or you just have to tank a 3-minute to the face and make me money. Well, there's a 3-minute ad. They can't hear what I'm saying anymore. Can I cash up you $100 and get you better on Reddit? Exclamation donate. Never heard of Watch the Throne when New World was actually competitive. What companies have you fought and won? I asked them to link me war VODs and they won't. It's unfortunate. But yeah, it's crazy when people come in and mention New World, not realizing that I have thousands of wars on New World. I have multiple accounts with Battlefield Legend, which is a 0.0% achievement. You never asked for war VODs? I asked you for war VODs multiple times. Yeah, I asked you for war VODs multiple times and you ignored it. You might have been on ads, but I think you also got gifted a sub. Someone sub me to WTT. Jesus Christ. You got carried on New World. Brother, I made the bruiser metas. I literally made the melee meta. And as soon as a change happened, people came in and asked me to tell them what to rock. I was the fucking carry. You couldn't hold the water of WTT. Jesus fucking Christ. Brother, does somebody let you have sex with them when you talk like that? Like, genuinely, I stream 10 hours a day and I don't get laid, but even I don't say shit as, like, fucking cringe as that. Holy shit. You couldn't lead a parade. You couldn't sit on my face and shake your ass cheeks if you tried. You don't have it in you. You couldn't do a handstand and piss while doing a circle on your hands and make it look like a sprinkler system. You're simply too bitch made. Where the fuck are we going with these insults? People know WTT. Brother, many people have asked you to verify who you were in New World, and I can encourage you, nobody has known who you were. We're even trying to give you opportunities to actually, like, give us war VODs and say who you've warred against and any, like, actual developments, but I hope you know, in Ashes of Creation, it's not like New World, where you can only get decked on so frequently, and if you own a town. In Ashes, people, if you are weird, will just run up on you in the open world and deck on you and farm you. I'm just letting you know, ask Pirate Software how that went. Me, I'm good in these streets. Even if you had enough people to catch me completely solo, I guarantee you'd get so many counter decks on you that you wouldn't be able to do anything. Dusty gonna get farmed on here? I don't think I will. I think I'm farm proof. I won't lie. I won't lie. I think I'm pretty farm proof. I'm like the Nipsey Hussle of these streets. You won't dare stream with WTT roaming around. So are you saying that WTT would have to stream snipe to get an advantage and would not have the means to take an even fight? Is that what WTT is threatening? Is game coming back on today? I did also stream some browser tabs for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Winners win, remember that. Exclamation key. It'll get you a DJ Khaled quote. It'll help build out that database. Why are you so triggered? Brother, you and 3 of your friends are sitting in my chat calling me triggered. When you took time out of your life to go to twitch.tv/DustyWhy because your friend was getting made fun of. But you called me triggered. I don't think you understand what triggered is. Because your friend was triggered enough to get the rest of WTT in here. Meaning that logically, You were the triggered party in the first place. We're gonna dog walk you. Brother, you're not gonna hit level 25 before the servers restart. I will give you 20 gold in game if you hit 25 before servers reset. And I'll give you another 50 if you can beat me in a 1v1. I'll straight up give you that opportunity. If you can beat me in a 1v1 on your cleric when servers come up. Actually, you have to wait for me to be home. Sorry, I'm going to be in Vegas this weekend. If you can beat me when I get home, I'll even give you the weekend to prep. Tuesday, you beat me in a 1v1, I will give you all of the money on my character. Fair? If I win, you give me nothing? Would that be enough for you to commit to a 1v1 perchance? I would love to do more of this, but I have to go finish my packing and stuff. So if we can agree on it for Tuesday, I'm down to 1v1. Beautiful. Beautiful. We'll plan on it. My conditions for 1v1s are you have to stop being a cringe anime broccoli head in my chat. Deal? I think that's pretty simple. You just come in and be normal. As long as you say deal, we're good. Offer still stands. All the money on my character if you beat me in a 1v1. If I win, brother, I already told you. I explicitly said like 3 times you get the money on my character if you win. And I get nothing if I win because I don't need anything other than the satisfaction of literally sitting on your throne and pooping on it. I don't want your money. Well, then I have nothing else for you other than the satisfaction of beating the big streamer. I think you're underestimating WTT. They were legit. Okay, Mage of Dragon Lords. Your 25 gold is nothing compared to the guild bank WTT has. Fresh brother, how much do you guys have in your guild bank, and what node is your guild bank located in? Can you tell me what node your guild bank is in? Because you can only have a guild vault in one node. Can you tell me which node your guild vault is in where you keep all of your goods? Don't give him any info. Delta, have you even bought your guild vault yet? You said you don't have a guild, so how can you have a guild vault? They can't have a guild vault when they haven't made the guild yet. Right. So how do you have a guild vault which has a guild bank if you haven't made your guild yet? You go by a different name. So did you purchase the guild vault on your other guild? Wait. Nah, that would take a lot of money. There's no way that you actually did that. Nah, that would be dumb if you're making a new guild. You wouldn't do that. That would be throwing away like 1,000 gold. There's no way you guys would do that. That'd be brain dead. Did you actually buy a guild vault on a different guild to store all of your money? There's no way. Chat, there's no way they'd do this, right? Wait, Delta, did you actually... Wait, memes aside, did you actually buy a guild vault on a second guild just because you had so much money? This guy has no idea. Wait, no, tell me, did you? Yes, way we did. Brother, there aren't guild vaults in Ashes of Creation, you dumb fuck. You can't buy a guild vault in Ashes of Creation? You dumb fucks. You dumb fucks. They don't exist yet. They don't exist yet. Good try. Good try. Good try, guys. So anyways. So anyways. Delta, can you still not tell me what main hand melee weapon your cleric uses? Delusional as fuck. Brother's punching the air right now. Brother's punching the fucking air. This has been such a fun stream. Oh my god. This has been such a fun stream. Oh my god, who would have thought that a downtime before I go catch a flight would be this good? Jesus Christ. Okay. Boys, I do have to go finish my packing. I do have to get ready to head out. So, it's been an absolute pleasure. Oh my god, all our new friends today. Thank you. What the fuck? What a time. Have a nice trip. I appreciate you. We'll be streaming daily. It'll just be shorter streams, so it won't be the daily 10s, but just gave this dude all my gold last night to purchase that too. Got scammed. Got scammed. Safe travels. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, it's like a 6-hour flight, and then we land in Vegas, and then we should be good to go. Don't end up in Quincy. No Quincy. So we'll have daily streams still. I'll post in my Discord, discord.gg/DustyWhy, what time the dailies are going to be at. We will be watching the dev stream as well. I'll have my laptop out there, so all like mayoral stuff will be taken care of for the node. So that's chill. We'll be up tremendous there. If I donate on Friday, will you gamble 100 on Red live stream? I can't stream a lot of gambling because most gambling is against Twitch, like TOS shit. And I don't think a lot of table games allow you to have cameras and stuff. So I can't promise it'd be on stream. We're also not going to be like hauling the backpack around everywhere with us. We are going to try to enjoy the trip a little bit. Oh no, you're good. You're good. No offense taken. I can let you know how it goes. But yeah. Dusty's taking donations for Gamma streams. I think we can do slots. I think I can fuck up some penny slots. So that would be absolutely fucking lit. That would be huge. I think we'd be up tremendous. Dusty's taking donations for gamers, always. All right, boys. I'm going to go finish my packing. I'm going to get ready because I have to leave in like 6 hours. We'll have to get some sleep in. We'll have to get some food. We'll have to head out from there. Cats with abs. Brother, your community's name Watch the Throne. This sounds like a fucking Call of Duty quickscoping community. Cats with flabs as well, yes. We do also just have cats. Dusty, I'd beat the fuck out of any dog shit New World guild for you. Well, you may have a chance. If we actually see Watch the Throne out and about, who knows? We may need the backup, Polar. They said everyone can get it. They said they're gonna take over Ashes, so you've got comp coming in. It's on site. Who's Watch the Throne? I don't know, Zombie. Apparently they run New World with an iron fist, and they ran 3 cities. And they also bought a guild vault in Ashes of Creation. Watch from Twitch. Yeah, by the way, for my Watch the Throne guys, Zombie is one of the most seasoned New World shot callers that there is. If he doesn't know you, then no one knows you. I'm so sorry. But Zombie is one of the few callers that has as many wars as I do. Shot caller? Yeah, are you not familiar with the war terminology? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Dusty the War Veteran? Yes. Yes, I'm one of the players with the most wars played in the game. Yeah. Exactly, yes. Yes, I am the War Veteran, yes. When I left New World, it was sad for New World. People came into my chat and asked me if I was ever going to come back. People still ask me if I will. Yes. I left that game at the very top of playing Melee. It was beautiful. It was a wonderful time. Brother, if only you knew. If only you knew, Mr. Random Twitch Chatter, Big Boy Baller. If only you knew, Big Boy Baller. People come into my chat weekly, and they ask me if I'm ever coming back. And I say no. Very simple. Boys, I hope you guys have a beautiful, wonderful night. I'm going to be wheels up in the air, vibing, It's going to be wonderful. And then I'll land in Vegas. I take on my biggest op of all, the fucking sun. And we'll be having fun. Couple of streams. Well, a stream each day through the weekend. You guys will see me. And then I believe we land... What, Monday? Oh, God. It has been a stream of all time. Honestly, it's been one of my most fun. Usually, people don't come in and let me yap this much. It has been, in my opinion, one of the best. Because, like, a lot of the streams, they're too simple. They're too easy. And I like that they tried to come in and bring some variance to it. Especially on the downtime day. It warms my heart. It stiffens my cock. And I can't wait for it again someday. Just this level of thrill means the absolute fucking world to me. I've been in it. This is demon time. Demon time is fucking hilarious. 6 a.m. on the 2nd of June. Word. You'll get it when WTT rolls up on you. What are you gonna give to me, big man? What am I gonna get? What am I gonna get when WTT comes? Do they have something big for me? Cause you guys are sus if you say yes. Just putting that out there. Boys, I actually have to go start packing. I was supposed to go half an hour ago. Oh my God. I was supposed to go half hour ago to get everything all set up. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. You'll see me tomorrow from Vegas. I gotta get some food. I gotta get a little bit of sleep. And then we'll be balling. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.